Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the evil that men do. Father God, I pray and ask that you help me to have mercy on others the same way I would want you to have mercy on me. Father God, I also ask that you help me to be quick to forgive and slow to get angry. Amen, amen, amen. These young dudes out here don't respect shit until you put the barrel in their ear and let the text spit. I just might catch a case on my next hit, remove their whole face on some special effect shit. So show respect, Drake, or I'ma have a flashback. Digging through the dresser like fuck it, where my mask at? The mash back with the banger and damage shit and say fuck everything I learned in anger management. Hop back on some east side manning shit and push a nigga's top back when I let the cannon spit. Start planning shit, premeditation. I'm in love with the streets again, rededication. Casket or cremation when I shoot you down. I was built full of smoke like a hookah lounge. I keep big shit that sound like a bazooka sound, and I shoot quicker than ain't gotta be a hoop around. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Gun on me, it ain't never for show. Homie, I'm far from a bully, but I'm never a hoe. Get out of line, my Beretta will blow. Real talk, we can take the beef wherever we go. I bring it to your front door like I'm Uber Eats. I guarantee you listen up when this Ruger speaks. Plus I maneuver through these streets like a ghost, and I'm handy with the heat. I cook a nigga like a roast. On me, homie, this is not a boast. I will still come through, boy, and stop a nigga's post. Play him close, man, Eric will ease it. Quickly off the waistband, man, and Eric will squeeze it. Leave you niggas laid out dead or paraplegic. Niggas playing in these streets while I'm very strategic. I come to your house dressed like the gas man. Shoot you 9 times, leave you stretched by the trash can. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. I don't put shit on Facebook, I just holler in person. Put the pistol in your mouth while you holler in cursing. All that shit you kept rehearsing and put on your live, got you clapped with the big 4-5. You bitch nigga, if you tell me to pull up, I'ma do that. That nigga who was whooping first nigga that I shoot at. Ski mask on my face, bystanders be like, who that? I ain't with the talking, bitch boy, I thought you knew that. Leave his brains where my shoe at and bounce like I'm on a trampoline. Leave you laid out, nigga, like you camping on the scene. If you want something sweet, grab a peach or tangerine. Niggas won't smoke, well fuck it, I'ma let them handle steam. AR with the beam, you see the red dot? We tug on this trigger, nigga. It'll make your head pop. Blood pouring down to your shoes, call it Red Sox. Your brains hanging all over your shoulders like some dreadlocks. Expect the gang of dead off if they ever cross the line. The Lord said in the Bible, oh, revenge is mine. So I'm just trying to find a righteous path between the two. Before I lose control and do the shit I used to do. This being humble shit is new. I'm trying to turn the other cheek, but I ain't never been a bitch, so watch your mouth when you speak. Your mercy's what I seek, so I pray on bended knees. Don't let me get the K with the extended clip and squeeze. Lord, please. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps. Dear God, please don't let me relapse and return to the G-Ride with the 3 straps. A ski mask with the case, squeezing keys apps, spraying everything from a nigga's brain to his kneecaps.
All right, y'all. Good afternoon, y'all, or good evening, wherever you are in the time zones out there. Good evening, good afternoon. Shout out to everybody that's in the building, and shout out to everybody that's in the bushes. Shout out to all of y'all, man. I'm gonna acknowledge everybody in the chat right now, but first of all, you know, the first order of business, man, we got to always thank our brother who is letting us use his music royalty free, brother 16 to Life, better known as Brother Eric. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. If you want to know more about Brother Eric, you say, man, how did these two hook up? Go ahead and look through my catalog. You'll find an interview I did with him almost a year ago, man. And he's just a good dude, man. I keep in touch with him every now and then, man. And I'm trying to do some business with Brother Eric, but we just waiting on a few things to kind of cycle through. But Brother Eric's a good brother, man. He's a good dude, good dude, good dude. But if you go over to his page, 16 to Life, the YouTube page, man, you can check it out. He has lots of different what do you call that? Hold on one second. Anyway, see, I go and get them to meet with them, and then they say, "Well, I ain't got time right now." Well, then you come to me now. I ain't got time for you, right? Anyway, Brother Eric, he's got a lot of funny stories over there. Got a lot of good information over there for the youngsters. Try to keep them out of the prison life, man, because Brother Eric did 24 years out there in California penal system, and yeah, man, he survived that, and like I said, man, he stood tall on it, and he wasn't supposed to come home, but he came home, man. Shout out to the brother, man. Shout out to him. So and he's letting us use his music for free. Plus, he's a very talented young man. Very talented young man. I call him young because he's a couple years younger than me, but he's a very talented brother, man. Very talented. All right, that's Brother Eric, man. Shout out to Brother Eric, man. Gonna pull him down. All right, y'all. We got I was I was told by so many different people to leave this topic alone, man. Leave this topic. Clarence, leave the topic alone. No, you Clarence, no, don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I got a call from one of my beloved brothers today. He said, "Man, don't do this, man, because it's just is Clarence, is it really worth it?" I'm like, no, I just what it is with me. Sometimes if I give my word, I got to keep it. That's how I feel, man. It's not that I'm trying to be difficult or anything, but if I already conceded that I'm gonna do something, then I'm gonna do it, and then that's that, And I'd rather keep my word than to leave my word out there. That's that. And if I feel like it's not gonna harm somebody, then I will keep my word, right? But shout out to everybody, man, that tried to talk some sense into me. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. Shout out to Brother Bolo. Shout out to him. All right, let's see. Let's first let's acknowledge everybody in the building. Shout out to Sister N.A. Shout out to Sister N.A. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Glad to have you in the building as always. Shout out to you. And we got Brother Anderson. All the Tauruses is in the house. Tauruses is in the house, man. Sister Any, Brother Anderson, the Tauruses in the house, man. I mean, tell you, brother, we're gonna do you right, but just do us right. And then you're gonna have no problems. But if you do us wrong, man, we gonna get you right. Right. Even we even get the other Tauruses, right? I try to tell Sister Annie, well, Sister Annie, you know, I got these backpacks and any wrong colors. And so I guess we're gonna have to keep. She's like, nope. You're like, nope, them backpacks going back. I was like, oh, they are. You say, yep, they going back. You getting what you asking for. You getting that. That's what's gonna happen with that situation. I was like, oh, okay. But in my heart, I knew she was right, man, because I've been jammed up over colors, man, out here in LA so many times, man. So I know it's a real thing, man. So we gotta really be careful what we send these kids to school with, man, because I don't know where you live at or what part of the city you live in or where part of the country, excuse me, you live in, but in Los Angeles, man, I mean, you can go a couple of blocks and you can be in two or three different gang territories, and you can be obviously a civilian, right? But it depends on there's going to be two things that's going a couple of different things that's going to determine whether you get jammed up. Number one, how you carrying yourself, how you conduct yourself. If you look like a scared rabbit running down the street, then somebody might jam you up. Or if you look like signifying for some other hood in the wrong hood, then you know what I'm saying, you could get jammed up that way. Most of the time, if you just have the energy like, hey, I'm just I'm just moving through. I'm just about my business most of the time. But see, with kids, it's different, man. Kids pick on kids, right? They pick on kids because they try to get a rep, and they'll get a rep off the weakest kid they can find, right? So we don't want to even put these kids in that kind of situation. We trying to do a good thing, so let's just do it good all the way. So I'm glad she stopped me and said, "Hey, no, bro, come on, we got to do this right. If we're gonna do it, let's do it right." And that's the kind of person I am too. So I just felt bad because I had did it myself. Vaughn tried to tell me, but I wasn't listening to Vaughn. Right? I was trying to convince Vaughn. I was trying to persuade Vaughn, but Sister Annie was like, "Nah, nah, don't even try it, Clarence. Nah, those things going, those assorted colors is going back." And I'm so glad she did that. I'm so glad we did that because now we got what we need, and we don't have to worry, man. I hope nothing happens to them. So I don't even have to make that. I don't have to worry about that. All right, let's see who else is in the building. Let's see, Brother Von Bryant is in the building. Shout out to Von Bryant. Glad to have you in the building as always, my brother. Always my brother, man. Von Bryant is another brother, man. That's like, man, wouldn't have done it without it. I'm just summoning Vagoda. I already emailed Vagoda and told him that I was doing on this topic. So if you got a weak stomach, you know what I'm saying, maybe you wanna sit this one out, man, because he probably is going to show up at some point, right? Thank you, Sister Andy. Appreciate you. Yeah, he's probably gonna show up at some point. He'll be here because I already told him because I just want to get it over with, man. And he doesn't trigger me like he triggers a lot of people, man. Yeah, I'm probably the only one that he probably doesn't trigger. Shout out to Brother Bolo. Shout out to the brothers that try to talk you into doing something that makes sense, right? They try to tell you, they say, bro, they pull you to the side, they say, bro, shout out to Von Bryant, Rico, and Bolo. Shout out to them, right? And Patrice, right? They try to talk you some sense into you, man. You don't have to do this. It's not worth it. What I mean? They try to talk to you, right? But see, yeah, I'm a Taurus, so that means I'm hard headed. And then and then part of being in the nation, man. When you give your word, that is very important. That is very important when you give your word, man. That means a lot. You know what I'm saying? That means a lot. So you can't just say, "Oh yeah, I'll be here at this time," right? In our world, if you tell somebody you're gonna be there or do this, or you better be there, you better be doing it, and you better be on time, right? Right. So that's just the world I come from, y'all. So I know everybody's trying to help me, so I appreciate all of y'all, man. I appreciate y'all, but I gotta definitely have this conversation. No, Vagoda got his own link. A link. He got his. I sent him a link. I got everything. Yeah, right. He's on his way. Right. Clarence, what do you mean? That's one time that you spoke against the Jews. Oh, one. No, man, that's my boy, Vagoda, man. Vagoda, shout out to the Tel Aviv crew, man. Shout out to the Tel Aviv crew. He'll be along, man. Don't worry, Vaughn. He will be here. He will be here, right? All right, y'all. So what are we talking about today? Well, we're talking about Whoopi Goldberg. Whoopi Goldberg said some questionable things earlier this year about the Jewish Holocaust, right? And she basically said that it wasn't a race-based situation, right? Bolo, I told you so many times. That's 5 times you said that the Jews was wrong, Bolo. Right? Oh man, man. See, but Bolo's gonna be hot at me before he even gets on the stage. Hey, Clay, what are you doing, man? You talking about me already? I ain't even here yet. Yeah. Okay, so Whoopi Goldberg, y'all. Let me show y'all the article, man. Because Whoop is in some trouble right now, man. And let's see. Here we go, y'all. Yeah, Whoop is in some trouble, man. She kind of okay. Let's see. Can y'all see that? Oh, let me do this, man, because this is a better look here. All right. let's see. Calls for Whoopi Goldberg to be fired from The View grow after host apologizes for another Holocaust remark post suspension, right? So she made another, she kind of doubled down on what she said earlier this year. So let's go into the article. Whoopi Goldberg could be facing the chopping block after offending people with her controversial opinion about the Holocaust again. Calls for her firing are continuing to grow despite her apology, Radar Online has learned. After she doubled down on her belief that the genocide of Jewish people was not racially motivated and white on white violence. It was white on white violence, but I believe it was racially motivated. Whoopi caught backlash to no one's surprise, later unleashing another apology. Recently, while doing press in London, I was asked about my comments from earlier this year. I tried to convey to the reporter what I had said and why, and attempted to recount that time, she said, trying to clear up the mess. It was never my intention to appear as if I was doubling down on hurtful comments, especially after talking with and hearing people like rabbis and old new friends weighing in. I'm still learning a lot, and believe me, I've heard everything everyone said to me. Whoopi continued, possibly digging herself into an even bigger hole. She added, I believe the Holocaust was about a race, and I'm still as sorry now as I was that I upset, hurt, and angered people. My sincere apologies again, especially to everyone who thought this was a fresh rehash of the subject. I promise it was not. In this time of anti Semitism, I want to be very clear when I say I always stood with the Jewish people and always will. My support for them has not wavered and never will. Uh, let's listen to the video. Let's listen to the video. All right, y'all. Let me ask this question, y'all. Shout out to Sister Sophia in the building. Shout out to you, sis. Shout out to Brother Bolo, by the way, out there. I don't know if I called him out. Uh, why are we as black people always in this position where we have to declare this undying loyalty to everyone else? I stand with the Jewish community. I stand with the LGBT community. I stand with women. I stand with the handicapped community. I stand with this community. I stand with that community, right? Nobody ever says, I stand with blacks. I stand with the black community. And I'm fully committed to the black community. Why don't that ever happen? Just something to think about. Just make you go, shout out to you, Sister Sophia. All right, let me finish, man. Let me get done because we got a lot of stuff to get to, y'all. We got a lot of video. All right, let's see. The demand, despite the apology, Solo demanding ABC kick the long-standing View host to the curb. Human rights lawyer Arsen Ostrovsky jumped on the bandwagon, tweeting, so after supposed apology earlier in the year, Whoopi Goldberg doubles down on her vile remarks that the Holocaust was not about race and instead white on white violence. And it actually was. It was white on white violence. It was about race as well, but it was white on white violence, right? I mean, you can't deny that, right? You can't deny that. Someone get this ignorant fool off the air, right? Now, this is a surprising position because remember the whole what was that movie, Hebrews to Negroes movie? Remember that? Not a word to Amazon. Not a word. Not a word to Amazon, right? They wanted to string Kyrie Irving up for just a tweet. Amazon Amazon Prime was streaming this, and this look it. After the controversy started, when they first started streaming, they was charging $12 for it. After the Kyrie controversy, they charged $48 for it. You could rent it for $4. After the controversy, you had to pay $16 for it, or $12. I'm not sure, one or two. Not a peep. Hey, are you guys gonna run down Amazon? You know, Amazon's right out there in Seattle, right? That's the headquarters out there in Seattle. Oh, you're not marching over there? No anti-Semitism signs over there at Amazon? Oh, okay. All right. Ay, ay, ay. Others aren't happy either. She's got exponentially worse this season. Holy smokes. The View, I don't watch The View, so I don't know. I did not know that. The View fans demand out of touch Whoopi Goldberg to be fired for swearing and interrupting. One person tweeted, as a Jew and knowing someone personally as a child who survived the horrors of Auschwitz, you need to take a much stronger stand with ABC and demand Whoopi Goldberg be fired. Holy smokes. Others have been canceled for far less. What about Amazon? I don't hear nothing about Amazon Prime. When you guys going to march out there in front of Amazon Prime? Whoopi's competitors went in hard, questioning how she was still employed. How does she still have a job? Right-wing contributor Sebastian Gorka tweeted, adding, she could be in big trouble. I don't get it. Here, Amazon Prime is streaming a movie that you wanted to condemn this man for, and no, nothing. What? They still streaming it, as far as I know. Right? Holy smokes. It's almost as if maybe we can ask our resident Jewish friend. Maybe we can ask our resident Jewish friend, and he'll stop by today and let us know why that is. It's almost as if Whoopi is trying to get herself fired from this train wreck of a show at this point. The Hill's political columnist Joe Concha wrote. Red Online has reached out to ABC for comment. Obviously, ABC has not commented on this situation. Holy smokes. Even Hell says, I hate that chick. Shout out to Even Hell. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? I know, you know what I mean? Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. Let's see. You said I didn't see that yet. I have to look at it. Oh yeah, Vaughn. Yeah, I don't know either, man. I mean, yeah, man. I never saw them going at Amazon, right? So my question is, how then do you have so much smoke for her, and you got so much smoke for Kyrie, and you got so much smoke for Kanye, but you don't have no smoke for Amazon? I don't understand that. Amazon's actually making money off of this controversy that y'all created, but you don't got no smoke for Amazon. And I just need somebody to explain it to me. Why? Why does Amazon get to not get the hooks in them for this controversy? I mean, if we're going after people, they're right in the line of fire, right? Right? So Sophia said, no different than Kanye grabbing the bag, but blaming his mama's deletion to get in the industry and live large. Now it's boohoo to Sophia. It's something secret about a lot of Whoopi G does. She has unknown protection that I choose to leave covered. Good question. Good question. Good question. So my question is, and I think we're going to have somebody come along and discuss it. Hopefully, I invited him, gave him the link. So, you know, maybe if he has time, he'll come through. But we got to ask some questions, man. We got to ask some questions. What is going on? What is going on, right? Why are we kind of having smoke for one person and not smoke for the other person, right? Why is that the case, right? So this looks like to me somebody asked her about her previous comments, right? And she tried to explain where she was coming from with those previous comments, not like she still held that same understanding, but she was trying to explain where it was she was coming from in the first place, right? And they just took it and ran with it, man. This is how they can play you, man. This is how they can play you. This is how they can play anybody. She used to be their best friend. Now look at her. They laying her out there for the vultures to get, for the eagles to get, right? What they say? Wheresoever are the eagles gathered, so shall the carcass be, right? They laying her out, man. They laying her out. But why? See, this is high science we're watching here. This thing going on with Whoopi Goldberg and Kanye and Kyrie. This is high science. The regular old Negroes on the street, they looking at this and they can't see the science behind it. They can't see the high science behind it. Those of us who got at least a decent connection to the wisdom of God, we got to look at it, man, with our God vision on, man, with our God goggles on. We got to look at this thing with more than just our regular eyes. We got to look at it with our God vision so we can see what's your next move, right? Shout out to brother Don GQ in the building. All right, so let's look at how so that's my opinion of what's happening. But I don't know. Let's see. Let's look at the situation because they try to make it sound like she is going and trying to say the same thing again, right? So I don't believe that's what she did. I believe somebody asked her about it and she tried to explain where she was coming from at that time. That's my opinion of what's going on. But let's see. Let's see.
Controversy surrounding Whoopi Goldberg. It's spilling over from comments she made almost a year ago saying the Holocaust was not about race. She was widely condemned then. saying the Holocaust was not about race. She was widely condemned then and apologized, but she just made similar comments again in a new interview. NBC's Nayela Charles has the story.
All right, y'all. So you heard the man. He said she just made similar comments. Now, let's see. Are they going to play what she actually said, or are they going to just tell us what she said? See, this is different. Y'all got to watch these people, man, in the media, because they can flip something and make the victim look like the assailant, and the assailant look like the victim, right? We got to keep our eyes open. Okay, so I don't want you to say, oh, yeah. No, whether you like Whoopi or not, I'm not a big fan of hers, right? But I'm a fan of the truth. Let's get to the truth. If she said it, she said it. But if she didn't, she didn't. So let's see what she said. Because y'all know we got our resident Jewish friend that comes over here, that'll come over here and say, oh, this person said this, right? Okay, so we go, no, wait a minute. Pull up what they said. Huh? Pull up what they said. Wait a minute. Sir, pull up what they said, and then we can discuss it. I'll give you a few minutes. Oh, okay. We'll give you a few minutes. Them few minutes turn into hour. Well, shout out to you, Don GQ. Shout out to you, brother. Those minutes turn into hours, right? But I got to give that brother credit, man. I mean, he at least tried. He's probably one of the best poker players out there, man. You know what I'm saying? But hey, we just looking for the truth over here. All right, so we're gonna play the rest of this Whoopi Goldberg thing, but I want y'all to just keep your mind open. Maybe she did, maybe she didn't. Who knows? We gotta, this is America, and in America, the person's supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. They got to be proven guilty, right? Supposedly, allegedly, right? But that don't usually happen with us, man. We're guilty until proven innocent, right? But anyway, let's see the situation. Let's see.
Tonight, Whoopi Goldberg making controversial comments again, reiterating statements from earlier this year that the Holocaust wasn't about race. The Sunday Times of London quoted Goldberg.
See, did you hear what she said? Did you hear what she said? She said she reiterated the comments that she made, right? So that would lead you to believe that she was doubling down, not that she was going over it with somebody and explaining her position. She was doubling down and saying it all over again and doubling down. See, I'm trying to tell you, this is how they can play you. This is how they can play you. That's why we have to keep our minds open, brothers and sisters. We got to keep our minds, our minds and ears and eyes and ears open, brothers and sisters, because we will follow them along this path that they leading us. They leading breadcrumbs right to the trap. Pow! You get your leg caught in the trap, right? Yeah, Whoopi Goldberg, she's anti-Semite. When they telling you what she said, they're not letting her speak for herself. They never let you see her talk and say what they claiming she said, right? That's what we got to do. We got to be like little detectives out here. Can't just listen to what these people say, right? Just because it's the news don't mean it's the truth, right? Because they play word games, they use semantics, and they set things up to look like what they want it to look like. Because if they was to say Whoopi Goldberg was trying to clear up what she said before, that ain't gonna get people watching, right? What's gonna get people watching? Whoopi Goldberg made these anti-Semitic remarks. No, Vaughn, I don't think she was doubling down. I don't think she was doubling down. That's my point. I don't think she was. They're making it like she was doubling down. Like I'm going to say it again. But what I'm seeing is somebody asked her about those comments. Somebody asked her about those comments. She tried to make it clear what she was trying to say at that time. She wasn't saying what she wasn't re-saying that again. She was saying, this is what I was thinking at that time. Maybe she didn't communicate that properly, but she was, in my opinion, that's what she was doing, based on the way they talking, right? But let's see. Maybe she'll say it in this video. Let's watch.
Goldberg as saying the Holocaust, quote, wasn't originally about race. Also saying, quote, they did that to Black people too, but it doesn't change the fact that you could not tell a Jew on a street. You could find me. You couldn't find them. That was the point I was making. The Times said when the reporter reminded Goldberg that Nazis identified Jews as a race, she rebutted, the oppressor is telling you what you are. Why are you believing them? They're Nazis. The article already invoking backlash and deja vu from some critics on social media, including from a...
I stand corrected. I stand corrected. She made some comments. She didn't say everything they said, but she made some things that could be good, that could go down the wrong way. Okay. All right. I stand corrected on that one. All right. Let's finish.
Holocaust survivor and author who said Goldberg continues to use the Holocaust as her punching bag. Back in January, Goldberg was responding to reports of a school banning a graphic novel about the Holocaust when she said this on The View.
The Holocaust isn't about race.
No.
It's not about race.
It's about a different race.
But it's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
And doubled down on...
All right, y'all. She said that the Holocaust is not about race. She said that on The View. Of course, it was almost a year ago, right? She said that on The View. Hey, it's not about race. What do y'all think? Don GQ said, Black people, the children of slavery, can't be anti-Semitic because we are the true Hebrew Israelite the Bible speaks of. That's a religious debate, and Don Q, we really don't do religious debates over here, but you probably are right. Probably got something to that. Probably something to it. Right? He said the fake Jews stole our identity in homeland. Well, I would say this. They definitely are imports. I was trying to say that to one of our Jewish friends. They definitely are imports to that area. But whether they stole it, I don't know if I wouldn't say they stole it. They definitely took it over, colonized and took it over, definitely. But we got to take our part in that. We got to take our part in that too, brother. So, because we decided to do some things that wasn't too cool, they was able to come in and, but now that but if we get right with God, man, things will get better for us all over, right? Not to say they got to get bad for anyone else, but at least they'll get better for us, right? Yeah. So, what do y'all think, man? Do y'all think that the Holocaust was not about race? I think that I don't think it was so much about, well, it depends on how you look at it. If you look at white, if you know what I'm saying, like if you look at the war, the war between the English and the Irish Republican Army, right? You look at that war, you say it's not about race. It could be, right? One group is one group is another group. You could say it's about race. Depends on how you look at it. Us looking at it as Black people, we're gonna say it's not about race because both of y'all white. So I see where Whoopi was coming from with the whole it's not about race thing, right? Because looking at it from where we're looking at it, the window we're looking at it in, you white and you white. So I believe obviously more to this situation than just being white, because both of y'all white, but I'm a Jew. So that's how Black people look at it. So you still white, right? Now, she could have said things in a better way, right? She could have said things in a better way that could have made more coherent, right? She could have said, well, it wasn't really about, I don't think it was limited to race, right? Because as soon as Hitler would have got done with the Jewish, with our Jewish friends, they would have, if any one of us, matter of fact, the Germans was executing German people. If you had any kind of deformity, if you had any kind of mental illness, if you had any kind of sickness, chronic illness, they was marking them. They was marking anybody who wasn't of Aryan blood and couldn't breathe. They was marking them. German people, white people. So I could see where she was trying to go with that, but the Jewish people ain't having it, right? They ain't having it, right? And I get it. I get it. Because if they come over here trying to tell us, oh, well, slavery, man, that wasn't that bad. Get out of here. We be the same way, right? Get out of here. How you gonna tell me how bad my people was suffering? Oh, it wasn't that bad. They was having a ball, right? They was enjoying themselves. Come on now. Really? Maybe so, Don GQ. Maybe so. But like I said, that's a religious discussion, and I really don't discuss religion here. Although I can. And we really don't do it here, because the reason why is because I don't want to get caught up with people going around, because ultimately when you discuss religion, it boils down to what you believe and what I believe, right? What do you believe and what do I believe? What you believe is the right thing, and what I believe is the right thing, right? So you could say, I believe this book is accurate. I'm studying out of this book. I believe it's accurate. And the person you trying to persuade could say, I don't believe that book. So that book has no relevance to me. So now we're going around the corner. Everybody's trying to say, well, here, I'm going to show you something that acknowledges that this book is legitimate. Then the other person say, well, I'm going to give you something that's going to acknowledge this book is illegitimate. You know what I'm saying? You're going to go around and around. So you have to be able to agree on, when you having a religious discussion, everybody has to agree on some terms, right? Certain terms. And we are so, shout out to Brother Marcus, by the way. We are so, what's the word? All over the road that I don't think we could have that discussion at this point. I think at this point, what you believe is what you believe. What I believe is what I believe. What everybody believes, whatever. But let's not use that to separate us from working with each other. Let's not use that, because we've been using that. And let me tell you something. The Jews and the Gentiles will get together and they'll say, hey, I know you a Jew. And this will say, I know you a Gentile. But we got an opportunity to take this mine over from these Africans. They don't even know how much gold they got in that mine. How you know how much gold? Because we saw it in our satellite. We saw it on our satellite in the air. We saw that it's gold in that mine. They sitting on it like, they you know what I'm saying? They cutting coconuts open on them at the opening of this mine, right? But it's gold in there. So let's work together to get them out of it, right? Let's get them out of it. Let's buy the land from them for cheap, and then let's start mining it, right? They did the same thing in Venezuela. They did the same thing in Brazil. They did the same thing in Chile. They did the same thing in Argentina, right? These people don't even know they're sitting on billions of dollars in coal, billions of dollars in gold, billions of dollars of silver, right? Billions of dollars in steel. They don't even know they're sitting on it. Let's buy the land up for cheap. Let's start a civil war between them. And while they fighting that civil war, we're gonna be we're gonna be extracting the gold. We're gonna be extracting everything out of there. They won't see us because of what they're watching is the civil war that's going on. But what am I saying? What am I saying? I'm saying, shout out to Big Rick Slaps, by the way. Shout out to you. Thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate you. Don GQ said the Bible is not a religious book. It's a history book. It's a history book of the past, present, and future of true Israel. I hear you, brother GQ. I hear you. I hear you, brother. But what I'm saying is the reason why we don't go into deep discussion, deep dives on religion here is because we got so many people that's involved in so many different religions. So how we gonna all agree on one thing, right? We not. So why let that stop us from trying to do better for our people? That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Some people agree it is a religious book. I mean, it's not a religious book. It's a history book, right? And some people say it's a religious history book. And some people say it's just a religious book. So it depends, man. It just that's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to take nothing away from the Bible. I'm not trying to take nothing away from the Quran, nothing away from the Torah, nothing away from none of these books. What I'm saying is I'm not gonna sit here and you'll never see me having a panel of people with we're gonna go over we're gonna discuss the Quran, we're gonna discuss the Bible, we're gonna discuss I send you to Bolo for that, right? Bolo's gonna talk to you about it. Because if you really feeling that, if you really want to hear more about the Bible, you can go over there. If you want to hear more about the Quran, you can text me. You can get in touch with me, right? If you want to hear about the Hebrew word, we can get in touch with you, Don Q. We can get in touch with you, right? So that's all I'm saying, brother. It's not, it's nothing against no religion. No, I'm just saying I've seen religion stop us from working together while white people don't let religion stop them from working together. They don't let religion stop them, right? Black people will let religions, sororities, social groups, we let all kind of classisms stop us from working together, right? And that's crazy. And meanwhile, we are complaining about having to work for somebody else when we putting ourselves in that situation by the dysfunction of our disloyalty, disunity to each other, especially financially. Shout out to Big Rick Slaps, man. By the way, if you haven't already subscribed to Knowledge Relationships, get on over there so you can see Big Rick Slaps and Be Easy, that dude over there on Easily Rigged, man. Easily Rigged. Got to check him out, man. Check him out. Sister Sophia said, we be talking to water cooler too much, huh? Sometimes. Don GQ said, behold, I'll make them of the synagogue of Satan, which say they are Jews and are not, but do lie. I get you, bro. I get you. But like I said, that's why I won't even go at Vagoda, man. I'm not gonna even discuss religiously with Vagoda. If you notice, every time I talk to the Vagoda, it's about the facts, right? And see, so this, yeah, man. Hey, Big Rigs. He can't say that I didn't hit him. I hit him early this morning. I emailed him directly and gave him the link, so he knows that we out here. Donkey said, Revelation 3:9, behold, I'll make them of the synagogue say, which say they are Jews, but are not, and do lie. Yeah, I hear you, Don. Man, hey, man, Don, I hear you, bro. But like I said, you know what I mean? It depends on, everybody's not going to, revere the book like that. Everybody won't. And so that's where I send you to people that they can really get into it for you, right? Right? Bolo, you can listen to the minister's tapes if you want information about the Quran, or you can listen to you can go to the ADL YouTube page and get information on rabbis that you want to listen to, right? Yeah, I know you hear what I'm saying, Don GQ. I'm just telling you why I don't go into it here. I don't, because I don't want to, I would be playing the minister more here, but I don't do that, not because I'm ashamed of him. He is the reason why I'm here. But the reason why is because I don't want it to appear as though this is a religious thing, and it's more of a people thing here. It's more of a people thing, and we trying to get the people. And so if I Good. Now, if somebody asks me, hey, you know what? I want some more information, and I point them to you, Don GQ, and I point them to Bolo. I point them to who wants to really get into that word. I point them to it, right? I'm just saying I don't do it here because our people are so messed up that they will get turned off by religion. They so wicked now that religion will turn them off, right? All of us, we got some wickedness in us, right? We living in a wicked world. Sometimes even myself, right? I got to look at myself and say, why, Clarence, why did you do that? Why did you think that? Right? I know you do, Don GQ. I know you do, man. I know you do. I'm just showing you the strategy of what we doing here. I know you do, brother. I know. But yeah, man, sometimes I got to look at myself and say, Clarence, why'd you do that? Why did you do that? Why did you think that way? Why did you have that feeling? What's going on with you? I gotta think about it, right? Cause man, we all got some wickedness on us, man. We gotta some kind of way we gotta figure out a way to we gotta figure out a way to get it off of us, right? Ah man. So y'all, Whoop said some stuff, man. She should have said, or better yet, she should have said it in a different way. She would have had a better response than what she said, right? What's happening with your man? Oh man. So Whoopi Goldberg, yeah. So they try to drag her back into it, right? Because why? This was gonna sell papers that Whoopi Goldberg is at it again, right? So let's dive into what she said about. She said that you can't see a Jew, right? You couldn't see the Jews, right? In other words, you can't look at them and tell they Jewish, right? But white people can look at each other and tell each other's, tell each other's different, right? That's like us, man. We black people, right? We can look at it. We can look at an African person. We can look at a West Indian person. We can look at a a Puerto Rican person. We can look at a Brazilian. We could tell. We could tell this person different, right? But a white person, I just see a Negro, right? But white people can look at each other and say, "Oh, this is a Jew," right? And it don't help that Hitler made the Jews wear those yellow stars, right? The yellow stars of David. You had to you couldn't be out and be Jewish without having one of those on, right? That was so that Hitler's drop squad could come and get you, right? If you haven't seen the movie Drop Squad, man, that's a movie Spike Lee made where the drop squad was going through New York, getting people that was picking up people that had their brains washed and trying to reinvigorate their brains into a black consciousness, right? And they called them the drop squad. They would just pick people up off the corner, right? Pow, snatch them up, right? But anyway, so Hitler had drop squads, right? Where they would just go around beating up Jews, where they would go around beating up German people that was against the Nazi party first. They beat them up first. Then they was beating up the Jews as well. When they got such a stronghold where people didn't even stop them from doing what they was doing then, they would go beat up the Jews, right? Shout out to Dale Long, Black in the Building. Hitler knew they weren't the real Jews. He showed, I don't know Don GQ, because he show was on them like they was, man. He was show on them. Well, I don't know if he was on them like they were, but he show was on them for whatever reason. Whether he felt they was real or not, man. You got to admit that, man, that was not too cool what Hitler did to them, right? You know what I mean? Because in that vein, then they could say, well, hey, it wasn't that bad what you guys went through over here in America. That wasn't that bad. The trip, you know what I'm saying? The voyage, they call it a voyage, right? But it was actually a kidnapping, right? They called it a voyage, right? But you know what I'm saying? So we gotta be respectful of everybody's situation, right? We gotta be respectful of their situation. Even though we may not agree with them philosophy wise, we still got to respect their situation, right? Until somebody can prove that it didn't happen. I believe there's so much evidence that it did that I believe that it did happen, right? And I know that Europeans have been known to be very, very vicious. So I am not surprised that something like that happened over there. Not at all, right? Got a very, very vicious history, right? So so I'm not like, oh well, I can't believe that. No, that never happened. Man, you look in their history. There have been some very, very vicious moments in their history, right? Um, so, but anyway, moving on. So what do y'all think? Was it about race? Let me put the link out, man. But now, if Pagoda comes up, I want y'all to promise me that if you think you can't hold your water, I want you to get off the stage, okay? Because I know that I could talk to Pagoda. I don't have no problem. He's not gonna gaslight me. But if he comes up here, I want you guys to say I'm gonna just pull you down. Matter of fact, not even if I'm gonna pull you down. It's just gonna be me and him talking. I'm gonna pull you down if he comes up. All right, but that's the link out there. If you think, man, any of y'all think that Whoopi was right what she said? Was Hitler about race? Was the Nazi Party destruction of the Jewish population of Germany? Was that about race, or was it about man's inhumanity to man? Was it? I don't. I agree with her on the. I agree with her on what it was. She had one point. Shout out to Sister M Mills. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Glad to see you. I agree with her on one point. What point was that I agreed with her on? She said it wasn't about race. It was man's. Okay, so I agree with the man's inhumanity to man. Agree with that, but that's not limited to that. So I don't want to limit it to that. I think she was limited to that. I don't agree with that. I think that it was not only was that it, but it was also the fact that it was definitely about race and probably about religion as well. Probably because in a situation like the Nazi Party, what they were doing, they was find any kind of way to separate from the Jewish people, any kind of way, religiously, what do you call phenotype wise, skin color, facial features, whatever. They was trying to separate, right? Right? Even though some of these Jewish people had German names, right? So what, right? They didn't care. They did them bad. They did them pretty bad, right? That's about the closest I've seen to what happened to us. They did them pretty bad. Pretty bad. But anyway, let's finish up with Whoopi Goldberg. Let's see what else she said.
On The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil.
Mhm.
This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish.
After public pressure, she apologized.
But it is indeed about race, because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race.
The View had the Anti-Defamation League on the show to explain the history of persecution the Jewish people have faced. But the Anti-Defamation League did not call for Goldberg to be canceled.
I don't believe in cancel culture. I like the phrase that my friend Nick Cannon uses. We need counsel culture. You know, in the Jewish
So Nick Cannon was another one. Shout out to you, Marcus. Nick Cannon was another
What up?
one to apologize, man. Holy smokes. Right? And you have to profess your undying love to the Jewish community, right? Nobody comes and says, hey, it's my undying love to the Latin community. This is my undying love to the Black community, right? Brother Marcus, what's going on, man?
What's up, bro? See, how you doing, man?
So far, so good, man. Haven't had you on the show in a minute, but I seen you in the streets. Seen you in them streets, man.
Yeah, man. I mean, I'll be in the chat. I'll be helping you moderate for your, for your chat, trying to pull the plug in and stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I want to say again, happy holidays again. Hope you had a good Christmas if you celebrated, or if not, you help the kids out in the communities, and you'd be posting stuff on content out there. So you're active, man. I
Trying to
gotta
be.
give you your props and your flowers for that. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you, man. What you got to say about the Whoopi, man? Whoopi anti-Semite? What do you think?
Oh man, it seems like anything anybody says now has to be somehow viral. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
even if it's like independent thought or independent thinking, it has to be somehow put in a way where it villainizes somebody, right?
Uh,
And I think, that is something that I think she made a very good point when she said it's what humanity has done to each other since existence when it
right.
comes to violence and wrath and historically, right? So it was crazy, like what happened to black people in slavery. Y'all couldn't hide that. They would target you guys. You couldn't, you couldn't hide your skin. You couldn't hide the patch or the tattoo of a Star of David or like a marking, right?
Right.
And when I look at the Jews, what they went, I'm sorry, the small hats, because you can't even say that word on YouTube.
Wow.
When
Okay.
you see the targets they went through as well, it was sad as well. It's very tough to swallow because the gas chambers,
Yeah.
all the starvation, cutting people off. I think one of the movies that captured it really great for even though we don't have time machines, like there was a movie called The Pianist with Adrian Brody. Have you seen that movie?
No.
Well, it captured kind of like how they would cut them off from the cities. They would not let them shop in grocery stores.
Yeah.
They'd give them like throw bags of potatoes at them so that way they could eat and feed their families and like bread. They weren't allowed to like do any of that kind of stuff, and they had to find ways to make money in
Yeah.
order to exchange. And they like labored them, so not that different from how they treated y'all, right? Which is messed
Yeah.
up, sick,
Or
wrong.
they did that to the Polish people too, man. They went in and took over Poland, man.
I think that was what like it was like the Slavic um community. Is that what they're called? Is that like a reference to
Yeah.
history?
Probably, yeah. From the Caucasus Mountains. Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember back to the subject, not to go too far off, but um you know she it's true. It's like I don't think it was that it was racist. I mean, think about the guy who was running that group. And then you had Joseph Goebbels, who was the guy leading the propaganda for that evil German group. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you.
And then you have like the illustrations, like they would put big noses on them, right? They would try to categorize them as like these
Right.
vermin. That's what they would call them, vermin.
Yeah.
And so there were other words they made for classes of people, and then like you said, divide them, conquer them, and then
No.
subjugate them, pull them away from their homes. So again,
But
not
see,
that different from what you guys went through back in history.
yeah. Yeah. So you when you try to start a movement, you have to have a bad guy. You have to have a boogeyman, right? And so Hitler, his movement started in the 1920s. His movement started even before then, really. But when they signed the Treaty of Versailles, Germany started trying to Treaty of Versailles. He
Right,
blamed
right.
he blamed the Jewish people for that situation, Jewish merchants for that, right? Jewish merchants putting pressure on the government, saying they wasn't gonna make no money if
Because
they
they
didn't.
were good. Because the German people were going broke right after the First World War, or something like that.
Yes,
Right,
yes.
right.
And then embargoes and everything didn't help, right? And then they had to pay all this money for they had to pay reparations to I don't know, I think it was Spain or something. They had to pay all this money in reparations. It was killing them. They had inflation and they had like 22% inflation. I mean, everything was just bad for them, right? So what he did was said, okay, these people are the problem. If we get rid of them, just like they've always said about us, right? If we just get rid of these people, this thing will go over just right, right? And so but it took what? It took him almost 20 years to get it rolling, right?
Yeah, to because the machine he was prepping, it was like a bigger machine, like a bigger picture to
Yeah,
something
he was
far
just an
worse.
editor of a little newspaper back then.
Well, because you got to think about it. If you have if you control the politics, you control the influence. You then control a lot more. Hindsight 2020, right? You control the money, the militaries, the access of powers.
But if you
Um,
control the resources, Marcus, if you control the resource, if you can,
no, yeah,
if it,
that's
if
what I
you
said. Like the military and money and the influence
exactly,
and
that's how he got
politics
in.
and endorsements, advertisement.
That's how he got in, right? Because he was never elected, right? He was never elected. He just got in. He was appointed as he was appointed by the chancellor as the not vice chancellor,
Hmm.
whatever the name of that position is. He was just
Right.
appointed out of this clear blue sky. Hey, we're gonna appoint you to this position. You got no experience. We're appointing you here, right? Because why? Because he got so much of the. He has so many followers in the Nazi party. He has so many. He was so strong, and they saw what was coming. So they said, well, we better work with this dude because the business community is working with him. The business community outside Germany is working with him. He's got access to a lot of different stuff. So we need him as an ally. So they tried to bring him in, right? And then so how did he become chancellor? The guy retired, or he either died or retired. I forgot. He either died or retired. So that just automatically made him chancellor. Then guess what? Guess what one of his first things was to do? No more elections right now. No more elections right now. You know what I'm saying? And by the way, I have control over everything now. So you know what I mean? So now everything's
And what
set.
is that? That's called a dictatorship.
Exactly, right? But it's not, but he was telling the whole world, oh, this is a democracy. Everything is going good. Why? Because they were still on sanctions. They were still supposedly on sanctions. You know, when you're on sanctions, you're only
Right.
supposed to get materials you can use for certain things, right? So they telling people, oh, we building roads, we doing this. So we need to steel for that. But they taking a portion of that steel and they building tanks with it. Taking a portion of that stuff and building weapons with it, right? Oh, we be building this big freeway, the Autobahn. We building this Autobahn. It's going to go through the whole country, and it's and so that's how he was able to hide what he was doing until finally it wasn't wasn't no way to hide it no more, right? And they just had to start taking what they could take, right? Took Poland, took all these other countries in Europe, right?
He was trying to take over Russia too, right? And like Russia kind of gave him
Well, they
pushback.
had to. They had to,
Yeah,
Mark. And the reason why they had to is because they had they knew back in they lost the war in officially in 1945. But what happened was in 1942 they realized they didn't have enough rubber, they didn't have enough steel, they didn't have enough gasoline, they didn't have enough oil, they didn't have enough something else. They a lot of resources that was in Russia that they needed that they didn't have, and they
yeah,
knew
because
Russia
because they,
had.
cause they, 'cause they were scarce, right, in the market.
Yeah, and well, they was getting cut off. They was invading everybody, so they was getting cut off. The allies was cutting them off from doing business with other people, right? If you do business with them, we ain't gonna do business with you. Okay, so they cut everybody, just like Biden is doing right now. You do business with Russia, we ain't gonna do no business with you. So everybody pulls back, right? So now you so okay, since you can't purchase what you're trying to do, you got to take it, right? And so Russia was the closest place to take it. So Russia had all the stuff, but see what they did was they went in there, but they didn't have enough steel to make a railway to even get the stuff out, right? It's crazy, man. They didn't even have enough steel, and so the Russians were smart. They destroyed the oil rigs that they was trying to get, so they could only get a little bit of oil. And after that, they didn't even have barrels to put the oil in. I mean, it was a bad plan that just wasn't going to work. But I guess he thought. But they knew this in 1942, but they still kept on. Millions and millions and millions of people died, right? All these Jewish people, all these German people, all these people, not even the German people, French, Italian, English, all these people died. Millions and millions of people, Americans. For what? In the end, he put a bullet in his dome, right?
Well, that's what they claim, right? Allegedly or something like that, right?
Allegedly. Well, I mean, you know, when you
Well,
do it,
whatever people believe in the theories, right? Because some say he went to Spain, Portugal. They say he went to different,
yeah, yeah,
you
I
know,
have.
and there were several deserters of the military branch, or they went to like Argentina,
Yeah,
Brazil. Some like went to islands.
yeah, but the man, them Jews are like Scooby Doo, man. They will find you. I don't care where you run. They'll find them, and they'll find them like 95 years old, 100 years old. They find them down in Argentina, sitting on a plantation. They will go get them and bring them back.
I know. I was like, they lived all their good years free. So what's the point, almost, right? Sometimes,
Yeah,
but
but you know what? I think that they just, you know, in their minds, because right, what are you gonna do? This dude 95 can't even probably hear or talk or nothing, right? But I think in their
it's gonna
minds,
cost money to take care of him in prison.
right, it's gonna cost more, right? It's gonna be taxpayers gonna be paying for it. But I think in their minds, it's a form of like a victim statement. It's some form of justice, knowing that he ain't just out there walking around, right? He has justice caught up with him. Even at this point in the game, the justice has caught up with him, right? Now the question is, are the rest of us willing to be like that, right? Now the rest of us gonna be the same way when justice catch up to us, right? So we'll see. We shall see. We shall see. But yeah, man, I don't think she was trying to be anti-Semitic. I just think she's just not that well versed. She's not that well read. So when she says things, because she talks, when you know what, Marcus, when you in a small circle, your vocabulary stays with the circle, right? So you're only going to talk about things in this circle. That's why it's good to get out and talk to different people and or listen to other conversations, right? Because once you
Right.
listen, you can pick up other words, and new ways of delivering information, right? New ways of disseminating information, new ways of delivering it, right? But when you sit in the same circles, right? And then you sit and your circle is very small. And then on top of that, you're sitting around people like Whoopi Goldberg. I know I could take you to her house right now. I know exactly where she lives, right? She lives 2 doors down from uh not the guy that did Star Wars. What's the other guy? Not George Lucas, but God, what's the other director? Steven Spielberg. 2 or 3 doors down from him. Across the street from
Oh yeah,
Edith.
didn't she film a couple movies with him?
Maybe. And he lived right across the street from Sugar Ray Leonard. I mean, I know I used to work up in there, up in Bel Air, so I knew where all these people lived at, man. Right next door to Marina, Rita Moreno. All them people lived kind of like on the same block, right? But my point is, if Vince Scully lived on the corner, I remember all those people's houses, man. And so anyway, my point is that it depends on how you look at it, and if your circle is so small, you won't. And you got like people like that. You got people telling you yes all the time. Yes, 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 yes. Right. So how are you gonna learn when everybody's agreeing with you all the time? Right. That's why I love y'all dudes, man. Y'all come over here. Sometimes y'all agree with me. Sometimes y'all don't. Right. I love it because it makes me think about it. Say, man, okay, this is how the younger cats are looking at it. Okay. Yeah. You know what I'm saying.
Yeah, it also helps to have the internet and like platforms like YouTube. You can search stuff too that pick pick from try to resource your stuff that's credible, right? Try to get the resources that are credible. Take the time to take notes, jot down, ask the people. That way you can get like a look of it, like saying, hey, you can peel layers back and stuff. It's like an onion, right? Like an onion,
Yeah.
you find more layers in onion. So, and
Yeah.
sometimes those onions make you cry.
Yeah. 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 Let me see what Vaughn said. Vaughn says, Brother Clarence, I agree with you, but we would have to take in account that people always scrutinize your words, turn and twist them to mean something other than what you intended. Yeah, they do, Vaughn. But here's the thing, though. You, as a Whoopi, knows this stuff. Okay, Whoopi's not like you or me, Vaughn. She knows. She's been in the game a long time. She's been through a lot of controversy, so she know how they could twist her up if she wanted. So she should present well, but she can't. See, my point is she can't present well because she got such a small circle. When you got such a small circle and they always telling you you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, you're right. Then when you talk to the broader audience, now they go, "What? That's crazy. That sounds crazy what you're saying, right?" You go, "What? What are you talking about?" Right? Like she didn't even understand what was going on, right? You know, but the Jewish people like, "Hey, nah, man, we could tell each other apart, right?" It's like me or you, right, Vaughn? We go to let's say we go to Japan, right? And some Indonesian people walk through, right? And or some Chinese people come. We start speaking Japanese to them too, right? And the Chinese person be like, I ain't Japanese. What's the matter with you? Chinese.
Mandarin. Speak
Right?
Mandarin.
And like Dave Chappelle said, well, to the untrained eye, y'all look the same to me, right? Right? And so I think that's where Whoopi was coming from, right? So I think that's how the Jews took it, or the Jewish people that was listening to her took it that way, right? Like, what you mean? You can clearly see the difference between us, right? Y'all ever seen that Star Trek? The old Star Trek, right? The old Star Trek, right?
Talking about Captain Kirk, Star Trek.
Yeah, Captain Kirk Star Trek, right? And it was this planet, right? And everybody on the planet was touching up against each other, right? Nobody could sleep, and they ate their food standing up. They did everything walking. You had to keep moving because if you stop, the whole planet would stop because there was so many people on the planet, right? You had to eat and drink, and you had to do everything kind of moving. They was all touching each other, right? They had a population problem, right? Because people wouldn't die, so they had this population problem, right? So but they had two people that was fighting against each other, and one had they was both had black and white on, but one had a circle around the eye and one had a not a circle around the eye, something like that, right? Some small difference like that. And so Captain Kirkland was like, why are y'all fighting? Y'all the same, right? Y'all ain't no difference between y'all. And the guy with the thing around his eye said, hey, you can't tell the difference between us? He said, I got this thing around my eye. He don't. And they was like, that's it. But see, you know what I'm saying? If you the untrained eye, you don't see it, right? We don't see it. We think all white people gonna identify as a white person, right? And most of the time they probably will until they start splitting hairs between each other. Then they'll say, okay, well, I'm actually not white. I'm Jewish. Or I'm actually not white. Oh, those the rest of us consider Jewish being just an alternate form of whiteness, right? But the white people don't consider, or they may not consider it, or Jewish people, they may not consider themselves that way. But that's what they see. It's just a lapse of understanding, right? That's my thinking. But anyway, Marcus, what do you think before I go? I'm gonna finish this Whoopi Goldberg thing off. So what do you think, man? Oh, he must have stepped out. All right, we're gonna finish this.
No, my bad. I'm here. My bad. My bad. No. Yeah. Like I said, I don't even think it was that serious, and I don't think it was that too far off to understand what she means. Because even I understood it, and then again, hey, I'm not beyond reproach. So if you want to correct me, anybody who's in the chat or anybody who comes up, if that's not what she meant, or you want to give your perspective or opinion, but I think overall, I think she said what man has done to man. So I'm thinking, is she just talking about gender, like us as men, how we can be violent and testosterone and muscle and stronger and stuff, the stronger sex, and we fight each other like between men? Because I see women hit children, women and men too. So, but what I mean is, does she mean as in humanity, like the constant tribalism in a way of war, like the art of war, and like Sun Tzu type thing, like.
I think she. Well,
Yeah.
I think she meant that basically,
like it's inevitable in a way.
well, I think she was more getting at this is my opinion. I think she was getting at the fact that there is really no huge racial distinction, meaning that there was no facial or external features determining the person's differential in race, right? It wasn't really no major external features, right? From her vision, I think that's the way she looked at it. Well, whereas, so that's why she came up with the fact that, well, see, what we had to deal with is different because you're going to see right away that we're of another race. Whereas the Jewish people, I think from her understanding is that, you can't see that right away. And like I said, it goes back to the whole, if I saw a Japanese person, I was in Japan, saw a Japanese person, and I'd be speaking Japanese to them. Chinese person rolled up to me, I'd
I was
probably
like,
be
bro, I was born in California with you.
right. Yeah, like, man, what you doing, right? You see that Sanford and Son episode where he went to Hawaii, right? And so he's talking to the
Oh.
Japanese dude in the next cot. He's like, hey, he's telling Lamont, hey, Lamont,
He's like, dude, I'm from Fresno.
right? He's like, hey, man, I'm from the NYC. You know what I mean? And I hate knuckleheads that try to wake me up when I'm trying to relax. Right? But at the meantime, he's yelling at him, right? Not only is he talking English to him, but he's yelling, hey, right? Like he don't speak the language, but yelling's gonna make it
Yeah.
better, right?
Yeah.
But I think where she was coming from was that it's not plainly visibly obvious what race this person is, or is there that they are a different race, right? So I think she said, well, it's got to be more to it than that, or maybe even less than that, because if it was just, well, I feel like it was about race. I do. I feel like it was about race. I feel like they consider the Jewish people not the same as but it depends on the way you look at it, whether you feel like they're all white people or these are this white people and the Jews are a whole nother class of different kind of people, right? But
They
from
didn't
my
even look at them as people, I think, either, right? Like in the illustrations when they would do like the drawings of them, like they'd have them as big noses and brats and stuff like that.
they didn't, and it was it's unfortunate, but I think that's the way Whoopi looked at it, like, or you can't plainly see, right? Like you can't plainly see that this person is of this other faith, right? So therefore, that's not that is bad, but it's not as bad as this racism situation. So I think that's where she was trying to come from, but she just fumbled the ball. She fumbled it, in my opinion. Let me answer Von Bryan's question. Von says, question, so would you say that Jewish is a community of people and not a race? I would say it's a race, but what I would say is it's a group of people having a similar hereditary background. However, is faith based. That's what I would say. Now, if I had to decide whether they were Caucasian or not Caucasian, they are a special kind of Caucasian. They are a Caucasian, right? Because the books I've read, you have two kinds of Caucasian. You have the Gentile, there's a general type of Caucasian, the Gentile. He's a general type of Caucasian. And then you had a special case, which is the Jew, right? Who is a special case of Caucasian, right? So, in my opinion, they're both Caucasian, right? What's the difference, right? Because most of us, we look at people, either they're good or they're not good, right? Their race don't come into it unless something else happens, right? But most of us will just say, hey, this person is a good person or they're not a good person, right? Most of us don't come out the gate like, oh, this person is of this faith or this person is of this color, so they're automatically not going to be a good person. I don't think most of us are like that, right? Some of us are. Can't deny that. Clarence, you trying to say all black people are all great? No, they're not. Some of us are like that. So I can't lie and say we're all not like, but most of us, I think most of us are willing to give everybody a shot, right? We sure give everybody else a shot. Now, whether we give black people a shot, that's a different story, right? Emil says, I remember that episode. They both had one side of their face painted black. Yeah, that's right, Emil. That's what I'm talking about. You remember what I'm talking about, right? And everybody on Enterprise was like, what the hell's, what? We can't tell the difference, right? So Vaughn says, so in other words, those of us who are running around here claiming to be Hebrew Israelites is faith-based, correct? I believe that is faith-based as well as hereditary as well. Do you follow? Because most of these books, heredity is very important, right? That's why they give you these long family trees, right? Because heredity is very important according to these books, right? So, and the father actually determines the nationality in most cases, right? Right? Father pretty much determines the nationality, right?
Yeah, that's
So,
true.
yeah, in most cases, right? So therefore, we'll follow down these family trees, right? Because they usually, if you look in the Bible, they usually say this is the son or the daughter of this man. This is the son or the daughter of this man. It's the son or the daughter of this man. Sometimes they have the woman, but most of the time, if you look over the whole book, most of the time it's the son or daughter of this man, son or daughter of this man. All right, let's see. So Vaughn says, oh, see, Vaughn's hit me, Marcus. Wait a minute. I'm going to retract that last statement. I don't want to end up
Leave them at the restaurant.
man, you gotta, man, ain't nobody watching us, Vaughn. You gotta retract this. We waiting on one person, our favorite Jewish fella, our favorite Jewish friend. We waiting on him to show up, and then we can start going into this stuff. So see now what I'm gonna tell him if he don't show up. What I'm gonna tell him is, don't bring it up no more. Don't bring this up no more. We don't want to talk about it. I told you. I sent you an email. You could pop in here anytime you get ready. We could discuss it. So we don't want
Talking
to.
about V, right? You talking about V?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
I
okay.
sent an email this morning. Say, hey man, we're
Yeah.
gonna talk about
At
this.
first, in the beginning, when you were talking to Big Rig, I thought you were talking about Rico. I was like, Rico.
No. Rico's in the DR right now, so I didn't expect him to be out today. You know what I mean? So, I sent them all.
Shout out
I
to
said,
Uncle
everybody,
Rico. Shout out to Uncle Rico.
yeah, shout out to Rico, man. Rico's a good dude, man. Good dude. But he's a hard pill. He's a pistol, but yeah, definitely a good dude, good-hearted dude, man. Okay, y'all. So let's finish up with Whoopi Goldberg.
Faith, Don, we have a concept called shuvah. And shuvah means redemption. It means all of us have the power to admit when we do wrong and to commit to doing better.
But ABC still suspended her for 2 weeks. Now ABC's next move is unclear after these latest comments published on Christmas Eve. The company has yet to respond for comment. Tonight, Stand With Us, an Israel education organization calling on Goldberg to educate herself and others.
Well, I'm a daughter of Holocaust survivors, so I'm very sensitive to all this. This is about understanding what anti-Semitism today looks like and how dangerous it really is.
All right. Question for everybody. If I disagree with a Jewish person, am I anti-Semitic? If I just have a difference of opinion, because it's been whittled down to violence, from violence to calls for violence to threats to and all of that. Okay, I'll take anti-Semitism on all those levels. But now when we whittle it all the way down to, I can't just disagree with you. I can't disagree with you. If I disagree with your opinion, I got to get fired. I'm not calling for violence. I'm not threatening anyone. I'm not doing anything violent or trying to get other people to be violent. I'm just expressing my opinion. I don't think that this Holocaust thing happened the way y'all saying it happened. I'm expressing my opinion. Am I anti-Semitic because of that now? You can't even have a difference of opinion? Well, Vaughn, that's the thing, man. All she did was say her opinion, and she said this lady right here is saying that's anti-Semitism. Maybe I heard it wrong. Maybe I heard it wrong.
Verbal violence. I heard that on a panel not so long ago. Verbal violence.
Verbal violence. All right. Well, maybe I heard it wrong, brother. Let me play.
Daughter of Holocaust survivors, so I'm very sensitive to all this. This is about understanding what anti-Semitism today looks like and how dangerous it really is and how it's escalating around the country and around the world.
We've reached out.
Okay. How it's escalating, right? So people having disagreements with Jewish people is escalating around the world, right? I'm not talking about violence, right? They got every right to stand up and stomp out violence against the Jews just because they're Jewish. They got every right to do that. So we're not talking about that. We're talking about you just saying, I disagree with you. I don't agree with you on this point. I don't agree with you that, you know, you this or that, whatever your point is, position is. Just disagreeing with them, that's anti-Semitism? I don't think so.
I don't think people should be canceled either just because they make a statement and they believe. I mean, unless the statement is ensuing violence and hurt towards a group or other, right?
Agreed. That's what
But
I feel too.
if it's their perspective, I don't think they should be shunned, shamed, ostracized, attacked in a verbal, mental. Right.
We should discuss it, right? I mean, Marcus, if you come up here and say, Clarence, I don't think slavery actually happened that way. I think this should. What am I gonna do? Hey, we got Council Marcus. We got Council Marcus. Yeah, we're gonna pull him off of James channel. We're gonna pull him off. We're gonna cancel. I'm gonna follow you around all over everywhere you go.
We're gonna take away his blue wrench. Take away his blue wrench.
Yeah, take away his blue wrench. We gotta cancel. And if you have Marcus on your channel, then I'm gonna go after you, right? So, I mean, why can't we at least discuss it, right? Okay, tell me why, Marcus. Tell me why you feel that didn't happen, or vice versa. Hey, Marcus, I don't feel that the Aztecs had running water and an opulent lifestyle. I don't believe that. I don't believe they had 1 million people surviving and living every day.
I don't. Right? I wouldn't tell people unsub from his channel. Unsub from his channel right now. I wouldn't tell people that.
Clarence is anti-Latin.
Don't donate. Don't donate. You know.
Right. I mean, we should at least discuss it, right? But I'm saying this is the point, Marcus. A lot of times in their circles, they don't have to even discuss it. You just get the label. Hey, you're anti-Semite, and I beat that up. So many different occasions, the word anti-Semite. I done beat that up and beat that horse to death, right? Where you can't call black people anti-Semite. Well, you can do what you want, but you're not using the word properly, right? So, but that's a whole nother case. But let's just say you are using the word. You are saying people that are against the Jewish community, right? Let's say that it is true, and you could label somebody blacked out, and it will be correct, right? At least you should talk first. Right?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I believe so.
First, and then when it gets to the point where you can't have another conversation, and then maybe somebody starts threatening somebody or something like that, then I could see the word anti-Semitism being thrown around. But
it's kind of like today's day and age of the modern viral clip. For a few seconds, you'll see something, and it'll base off your emotions. And then if you're passionate, if you're emotional, if you're erratic, if you're mad, if you're sad, it kind of empathizes with you, it rationalizes in a way where your emotions get the better of you. Like, let's say, for example, dogs, and I'm a dog lover. It might make me feel a certain way, right?
Right.
And then, long story short, the dog was actually attacking the children. And you don't know that because you just saw a 20-second clip. But if you put the whole 2 minutes of the video, you'll see a kid was just playing in the park, and then a stray dog with no collar ends up attacking the child, and the child ends up in the hospital. But you just saw the guy kick it because he was defending his child.
Yeah. Yeah, I was like a cartoon I was watching one time, man, where this dude was sitting at the park. The dude was sitting in the park reading his paper, right, sitting on the park bench, and this lady was next to him, changing the baby's diaper on on the bench, right? So she was changing the diaper on the bench. She reached back up into the stroller to get something, a diaper or something, powder or something, right? And the baby was kicking and kicked her in the butt, right? So she just turned around and hit the man with her purse, right? Bow, right? And the man was
Oh
like,
wow.
"What happened? Right? What happened? What I do?" You know. But
Oh
like
wow.
you said, that was from her perspective. She thought the man did it. She didn't even investigate and ask him, "Hey, did you just hit me?" He could
Yeah,
have said,
and you know
"No."
what that's called right there? That's called context.
Context. Vaughn, before you come up, before you get in the mix, Vaughn, let me see what Emil's is saying. No, that is not anti-Semitic. Do we hear Caucasian people say black people should stop using the race card? Yeah, they do. But see here, and Emil says we always are told we should get over slavery. We always are, right? We always are, right? And that's the thing, man. I'm just saying, what's going on? I thought we was looking for equality here. What's happening here, right? And then it's always us running to grab the Jewish people's hands, right? I get it. We not pushing for bad stuff to happen to them. No, not at all, man. Live your life. Go ahead, do your thing. But
Eh,
when we get in trouble, it's like we looking around like we're the only one in the pit, right? There's not really too many people that's like, I'm here to stand with my black brothers and sisters, right? It's just us and Marcus. That's it. We just us in the pit,
Oh man.
man.
And even then, I'm like, man, give me a blue wrench.
Let me pull Vaughn into this. Vaughn, what's going on with you, man?
Hey, what's going on? Man, listen, this is
What's happening, my
definitely
brother?
what is going on, brother Marcus? Good to see you on the panel today, brother.
Blessing us today, man.
Yes,
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 sir.
sir.
Yes, sir. But wow, it's amazing how you can't, speak your opinion without being crucified.
Yeah.
As if your opinion, is not your own. These are our opinions. Now, I don't believe that Whoopi Goldberg is in any way trying to be hateful,
No,
or trying to be in some type of way undermining. I don't believe that.
no.
She's just simply stating how she sees it.
Correct.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
believe the same thing. Yeah.
And so, should we shut up and not voice our opinion? Or do we have freedom of speech where we can speak, with liberty? Not that a lot of times freedom of speech does not um, come along with consequences. Sometimes
Yes.
when you want to say what you want to say, you know what I'm saying, you have to suffer the consequence of that
Yeah.
statement.
Yeah.
Whether it's right or wrong,
Right.
sometimes people will take it and misconstrue it some type of way to mean something other than what you sent it out to be, you know. And so in this case with Sister Goldberg, you know, hey, I don't see her speaking in any hate speech. Do you know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things about the Jewish community that as far as their beliefs that I totally disagree with. You see what I'm saying? As a Christian,
Right.
you see what I'm saying? But at the
Definitely.
same time, that doesn't mean that I am going to sit up and demean you, or you see what I'm saying? Disrespect you in any type of way. But if I'm simply stating my opinion, why am I being canceled for that? Now, me, maybe through my ignorance, I always thought that Jews were a community of people, but maybe I'm going to put my foot in my mouth like Goldberg did. But you know, I didn't really realize that it was a race of people.
Well,
And
they
so if
consider that.
if that is the case, due to my ignorance, then I would like to be brought to some type of an awareness as to that. No, it's not a community, it's a race. You see what I'm saying? But hey, like I say, I don't see anything that where she said was listen, sometimes we tell the truth, Brother Clarence, and it is offensive to other people.
Yeah.
But it doesn't negate the fact that it was the truth that we told. You see what I'm saying? So, hey, I'm just me.
Goes back
So,
to the truth hurting.
You really can't
The truth
you really
hurts.
can't cancel me because I was never on all that platform and stuff. So
yeah. Well,
Yeah.
I mean, shout out to
I
the
made
Great Pill
I made a
Podcast.
comment in the private. Well, my bad. I made a comment in the private channel, and I always thought being from that community meant like a different type of style of culture, belief, spiritual, religious. I always thought that's what it meant, in my opinion, but I could be
Does
wrong.
does supposed to, and so but it also has heredity attached to it. They consider their heritage, meaning the bloodline, as also a part of the Jewish heritage.
okay, and just
Bloodline.
like the royals do, right? Just like
Correct.
the British or whatever you call them,
Right.
the royals, as they say.
That's why it's very rare that you'll see
It's a
Jewish
bloodline
people.
thing. But now, are the British people Caucasian or are they British?
Yes, of course they're Caucasian, but
Okay,
but
so is British? I'm sorry, let me just say it again. British is a race of people. Am I correct? Or am
no,
I?
no.
Okay.
I thought British was like a
Oh,
geographical location.
okay. So no, but some people are British.
Right.
Well, I mean, and then remember historically, if you remember,
So I don't know. I
there
need
was
an expert to come up here and help me. I just
well,
need help with this
when
conversation.
if you remember in the
Vaughn putting the
in the
bait on the hook. This Vaughn putting the bait on the hook, man. All
I
right, go
know,
ahead.
I was like, God damn, Vaughn, you come out with the subliminals and everything.
Wait, listen.
Yeah,
I
you put
tried
the
to
bait
say
on the hook and wiggle it
Rumpelstiltskin.
around.
Listen, I said Rumpelstiltskin 3 times. Now he was supposed to appear. See how the story goes?
Vaughn, you have disrespected the Jews 3 times. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, and I think also when it comes to bringing that example of British, I think there was a lot of, if I'm not mistaken, Indian people because of the partition, right?
What partition?
There's when it came to the great partition,
Are
I
you
think it
talking
was like
about Native? Are you talking about Native Americans or Indian people from
um
India?
Indian people from India because I remember
Oh, okay, okay.
there was many who were there that were from in the British colony. I think that's what it was called back then.
Okay.
And I think that was like when like people were like, oh well, we're finding different cultures of different types of people that look different, but they're from those lands and they were raised there, they were born and raised there. But so it's just interesting how a crockpot mix of different types of people is interesting. It's unique.
Yeah, but one thing has always been clear wherever the English have gone. They've always set up classism. Always. Always set up classism. And then within classism, they may have colorism in there as well, right?
Yeah.
There was a movie I saw about this English dude. I forgot the name of the movie. And one of you guys, I'm sure, have seen this movie, right? Where it was an English kid and he was playing, he learned to play cricket. He was a cricket player. He couldn't speak no English, but he was a cricket player. And he had dreams of marrying the white, uh, I guess the lord of the land, the overseer or whatever. He had dreams of marrying her, and he would have dreams dancing with her, kind of like a Beauty and the Beast type of situation where he had dreams, but he never spoke. He couldn't speak, right? He couldn't speak the language, so he never said anything. But ultimately, he finally realized that was never going to happen because of the classism and the racism on top of that. So yeah, man. I mean, they always have that issue, and they always had a distinction. Now, were we the only ones that were slaves? No. White people have been taking each other as slaves for thousands of years, right? I mean, and they've been doing chattel
Vikings.
slavery.
Hello, Vikings.
They were doing chattel slavery. Now, what we were doing wasn't chattel slavery. We were doing just with slavery of the day, which was you capture your the enemy's people that's left alive. You capture them. You take them as instead of just euthanizing all of those people, you take them as slaves. Let them work in the country for a few years. They show their loyalty to the country, and then they can become a citizen of the country, right? That's how slavery worked in our time. You ain't no slave for your whole life. You're a slave. You captured. You're a slave. You show yourself loyal to the country by doing your servitude for a few years, and then at the suggestion of who you were working for, you could become a citizen, right? This happens all the
40 acres and a mule.
well, I don't know about the 40 acres and a mule, but you definitely can become a citizen where you can move around and you're not a slave and this and that, right? So that's how slavery went in Africa back in the day. Now they try to conflate everything and say, "Yeah, well, slavery is the same." No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, because the Romans and the Greeks had slaves like, "You're my slave for your life. You are my piece of property." That was a European construct. That didn't get to Africa until the Europeans brought that mentality down there, right? That's when they started saying, "Hey, I didn't know somebody would do this for their whole life. Well, let's just do it." Right? And so they started doing it. The Egyptians, the Ethiopians, they started doing that stuff. All right, let's see. The Great Pope says, is being British a culture, British a country or a culture? British culture has its roots in the United Kingdom, rich history. I'll bet Great Pope said the people and the four countries, England, Wales, Scotland, and Northern Ireland, that it made up, which with each their own unique tradition. Yeah, man, because the English and the Irish are still fighting, man. They're still fighting out there. Grayfield says a slave was a slave. No, bro, not in Africa. No. A slave was a slave for a period of time. That's just a tradition how they did it back then. Chattel slavery is a whole nother issue. That is a European construct, and they brought that thinking process into Africa when they started trading with the Africans. They brought that construct in where I own this person is my property for life, right? Not only is he a piece of property, but any children that he has is my property as well. They brought that construct in.
Hey, Clarence, did you want to repost the StreamYard link? Because maybe some people might want to come through.
What's that?
Oh, did you want to repost the StreamYard link? Because maybe some people might want to come. I don't know if you have it pinned or not.
Post the link. I'm sorry, Marcus. I didn't understand what you're saying. Okay, I got you, brother. Let's Great Pill. You want to come on up? Let's see. There it is. All right. We're gonna finish up with Whoopi. And then we're gonna cancel Marcus, y'all.
Yeah, right. I'm ready.
All right, y'all.
Out to representatives for Goldberg, who has identified as Jewish in the past. We haven't heard back.
And Nyla Charles joins us now from Los Angeles. Nyla, there's been a lot of anti-Semitism in the headlines lately. How does this play into the reaction that we're hearing to Goldberg's comments?
Yeah, Aaron, just to be clear, the woman I spoke to from Stand With Us didn't categorize Goldberg's words as anti-Semitic, but she did say they are careless. She says what Goldberg said feels like she is minimizing the Holocaust and that it could create a dangerous precedent. Aaron?
Nyla Charles with us tonight in LA. Nyla, thank you.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
So they were careless, huh?
Well, that's what she said. I'm gonna show y'all something else. I'm gonna show y'all something else, man. Let's see. Let me see. Let me find it.
It's just crazy, there used to be a time where you could just speak your opinion,
right?
Without going through all of this rigmarole. But nowadays, you can't even say you can't even say it. It's just like, man, what's going on, people?
Well, it's certain people you can't disagree with. Now, us, they have a whole channel called Fox News. that can talk about a whole channel.
Okay.
They can talk about how bad we are. They even got black people to do it too. Yeah, they got Fox O. They got a
Yeah. Oh
whole
yeah.
network.
I've been watching.
Yeah, they got a whole network
I've
just for
definitely been
us,
watching, man.
the wokesters, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That kills me right there. The wokesters. Now, that's just short of the niggas. My.
I mean, that's right up. I mean, that's 2 seconds before the ninjas, right?
Yeah, these quote unquote wokesters.
All right. So now these people ain't gonna be as nice. Okay, they gonna really tear into Whoopi at this point. So we're gonna watch these ladies on Fox News.
Well, wait a minute, brother Clarence. Before you hop on that,
Okay.
do you believe that possibly maybe she, based on her prior experience with that topic, do you think maybe she should have just left it alone?
I would have.
Or does she still have the right to say again?
Well, I would have. If I was her, I would have just left it. I would have said, I said what I said then. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't matter what you say. They're going to take it and try to turn it into something, right?
It's also sometimes they look at it as how you said it too.
Yeah, but I mean,
so now and see, that's where I'm not in an understanding, because I didn't really hear what she said and how she said it. I missed that clip of her actually saying it. Because if we listen, if we just read what she said, it comes off a little different than if I'm listening to her actually saying it.
I'll play it again for you, Paul.
Oh, okay, cool.
I'll play it again for you. Oh, let's see here. Where did she say it here? Okay, here we go.
In a new interview, NBC's Nayela Charles has the story.
Tonight, Whoopi Goldberg making controversial comments again, reiterating statements from earlier this year that the Holocaust wasn't about race. The Sunday Times of London quoted Goldberg as saying the Holocaust, quote, wasn't originally about race. Also saying, quote, they did that to Black people too, but it doesn't change the fact that you could not tell a Jew on a street. You could find me. You couldn't find them. That was the point I was making. The Times said when the reporter reminded Goldberg that Nazis identified Jews as a race, she rebutted, the oppressor is telling you what you are. Why are you believing them? They're Nazis. The article already invoking backlash and deja vu from some critics on social media.
Okay, wait, hold on right there,
from
brother.
A Holocaust survivor and author who said,
can you put it on pause right there, brother?
Yes, sir.
Okay, now that whole statement of when she said you cannot recognize a Jew on the street, what do you think that she meant by that?
Well, I had said earlier, I think she meant it like Dave Chappelle had a joke that he said about if he was talking to one Asian person and a whole nother Asian person came up, he probably think they were related or the same, and then the other person be like, I'm not Japanese, I'm Chinese, right? And he was like, oh well, from with the untrained eye, you all look the same, right? Everybody looks the same from coming from my end, right? And so I think what she was trying to say is that the Nazis are white, Jews are white. They would have no way of knowing who's who. I don't agree with that one. I think that just like Black people, right, look like us, we would know if we saw an African, we would know that person was African.
Okay.
Right now, a white person probably look at both of us and say.
So you're saying Jewish people have a certain look. Now, from what I understand, I
I'm
know they're
saying that they would be able to
differentiated by their
recognize
nose.
each
I know
other.
they're differentiated by their noses.
Well,
growing up, that's how I was taught to know the difference.
Well, I definitely
because they had a certain type of nose.
Well, I would definitely say that the Aryan would definitely be able to recognize a Jew, and the Jew would definitely be able to recognize the Aryan. Now, whether we as Black people would be able to recognize that, if we saw both of them hanging out, we would be able to recognize which one was the Jew and which one was the Aryan. We may not be able to do that, but those two would be able to recognize that situation among each other.
So do you think that that particular part of her statement where you could not recognize them on the street. Do you think that was the major part that kind of, got people in an uproar as
No,
far as the Jewish community, or was it just her whole statement?
I think it was
Period.
I think it was the part where she said that uh um you know they're not a race. I think, yeah, well, I guess you're right. It's probably the whole thing, because it all ties into each other. I think they just felt that it was a minimizing of their experience, right? And so I feel like that's what got them all in an uproar, because they felt like you minimizing it, right? It'd be like if, like Vagoda said, if he came over here talking about, well, that ship ride you guys were, that ship voyage you guys did, they called it a voyage, right? But it wasn't no voyage, it was a kidnapping, right? We was kidnapping, right? And so and locked up in solitary confinement, right? So but if they were trying to minimize it and saying, oh, it wasn't that bad, right? I've heard white people and black people say that slavery wasn't that bad, right? Right? But you wasn't the one out there in them swamps getting bit from the snakes and picking cotton and tobacco and sugar and all the rest of that stuff, right? You wasn't out there doing that, clearing them swamps, you wasn't out there doing it, right? So it's easy to say, oh, they was having a good time out there, really. Okay.
Wow. Well, listen, if I was to be honest, basically I'm up here because I would like to learn from this conversation, and
Mhm.
I don't have a lot of trafficking with or interactions rather with Jewish people. You know what I'm
Oh, okay.
saying? I
Yeah.
believe that Vagoda recently, was kind of like the first interaction I've had, going back and forth or having a conversation with a person expressing their Jewish opinions. You
Mhm.
know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So yeah, so I'm definitely up here to kind of figure out, what is the indifference? Why is it such an issue? Because I just really don't see where she said anything that discredited that Jewish people.
Well,
You
I
know what
could.
I'm saying? But maybe they felt that she minimalized,
Yes.
their existence. So if that's the case, you know, yeah, I think we should be careful with our verbiage. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm kind of,
But
I don't know, man.
Von Bryant, I must disagree with you. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Van Bryant, I want to say something to you, Van Bryant.
Okay, I'm
This is
listening. I'm
your fourth
listening.
time disrespecting the Jews. 1, 2, 3, 4.
I was like,
Well,
I was like, Mayday, Mayday. This sounds like
uh,
MASH right now.
listen, I'm gonna be honest with both of you. I really had flashbacks of Vagoda at that time. When
He'll be
Marcus
along, man.
started, and I'm
He'll
like,
be here.
wait, how did he
He'll be
get on
here.
the panel? I don't see him anywhere.
He'll be along. He'll be along. He'll be along. He'll either hit me. I've been checking my email. He haven't even responded to me. But he'll be along. He'll be along. I got faith in him, man. He'll probably, when
Yeah,
I'm
I
wrapping up,
hate that
that's when he'll be along.
that I'm not as researched as I feel I should be in this topic. But at the same time, listen, we definitely have to be mindful
Yeah.
as to what we say and how we say it. Unfortunately, it kind of sucks to me, and I'm going to tell you why.
What?
When it comes to things like comedy, come on. There was a time when comedy was just that. You know, and now it's messing with the comedian community. All of this canceling and everything is so scrutinized to where you can't even tell a good joke now.
Well, I
You
was
know,
watching the video, man. I was watching the video.
yeah,
This
because
is
if
a
you go
Hunt
back,
series.
I'm sorry, go ahead, bro.
I'm sorry. Let me just say this. Throw this out there real quick. I was watching a video the other day, man, where this trans person was fussing at a person in the drive-through. And you know what they were fussing at him for? Because this trans lady handed the person a card that said, I don't know, George, let's just use the name, George Lucas. It was a male name, right?
What do you
And
mean? What do you mean card? I'm not understanding.
a credit card to pay for the food, right? They're in the drive-through.
Oh, okay, I see.
Got to pay for the
Okay,
food, right? So they hand
I
the
get it
person
now.
the card in the drive-through
I
to
get
pay
it.
for the food. So the person comes back with the card and says, "Here you go, sir." Because probably could obviously see it's a man, but they're dressed like a woman, right? Now, the trans person gets in a rage and asks for the manager and has the manager come out and is filming the whole thing. So the manager comes out and says, "What's the problem?" So the trans lady, who is actually a man, says, "Hey, you need to have some more trans tolerant training here. Why would you address me as sir? I'm a trans." So the Pope brother, man, the Pope brother was from Mexico, and he didn't barely speak that much English, but he was trying to. He said, "Hey," he said, "Man, what do you want us to say?" He's like, "What do you want us to say? I mean, how would we know to address you as ma'am? How would we know that unless you told us that in the beginning, right?"
But Clarence, on the when the worker got the card and it said the person's name, was it a man's name?
Yeah.
I think that's where the person was going off of.
Right. So that's what the guy was trying to tell her, or him, or whatever, right? The guy was trying to tell him, "Hey, this is they just have your name on the card. They
It
just
says
handed it
Joe
back to
Bob
you."
on the card. Come on, what are we
Right,
supposed to do with that?
right. And so, I mean, that's what they do to me, right? They say, "Hey, here you go, sir." Right. So, uh, so the trans person took it as an offense. So now, but I'm trying to tell you how sensitive we are now. Now you can't even say sir or ma'am to nobody no more, because you don't know if you don't know if they're trans or not, right?
The way I was taught, if you use the term sir or ma'am, is a term of respect and to understand your elders and to speak
Well, we
to.
was
Thank
all
you.
taught, Marcus.
And
We
that's
was
the way
all
that
taught.
I was taught. And I would
We was
tell
all taught.
anybody that. Vagoda had a problem with he said, "Don't call me sir. I can't do it like you all do." But he
Right.
was like, sir is a disrespectful thing, And so I had to explain to him,
Sometimes that's a military thing. Sometimes.
That's not in our culture.
Yep, that's true.
Sir means that we're showing you a certain amount of respect. Yeah.
Sometimes if you say sir to a non-commissioned officer, they'll say, "Don't call me sir. I work for a living." Right. Right, Marcus. Then sometimes they'll say that, right?
Right. Yeah, it depends, right? Like, because like for like you said, NCOs, like staff NCOs, like you just no, I'm not the officer rank structure. I'm the enlisted. So,
Right. Right. So maybe that's where he was coming from, but he never explained himself, right?
Mm-mm.
He never explained himself. So, but the thing is, here's the whole point, fellas. We should have a little more compassion for the other person, right? You can't just fly off the handle and say, "You doing this, right? You doing this with." I was watching another video where this dude walked up to this lady and was trying to get her attention, right? She was like, just right?" So the dude, she was like, "Hey, what do you want?" Right? By the time she got up to her, he was trying to get her before she got to the car. So she's like, "What do you want?" Right? And he said, "You know what? Forget it. I was gonna help you with your flat tire, but forget it. You go ahead and deal with it." Right? And he walked away from her, right? But her whole thing was, he trying to talk to me. I ain't even trying to see what he talking about, because I just know he trying to talk to me. But he was trying to tell her that her tire was flat, right?
Wow.
But she wasn't having it, right? Because she was so. And I'm saying that we so caught up with, not thinking about what's going on, or jumping to conclusions. To now we at a point now we can't even say sir. Can't even say sir to somebody.
Yeah, I'm noticing. I'm like,
Can't
what's
even
that
say
about? I
man.
was brought up to say, "No, ma'am, no, sir."
Right? Shout out to
That's
what he
just
said.
my culture. I'm just saying,
Right, but now we in this situation where now we can't even do that. So, or you can do it, but you're gonna be ridiculed for being respectful to somebody. That the trans person was going off.
So
Proprio was like, what you
basically,
want me to do?
so basically, Brother Clarence, we're to understand that Sister Goldberg is undermining, the severity of the Holocaust by making these statements.
Correct. I think that's their position, that
Wow.
she is not being sensitive to the damage that was done.
Okay. Now, is that because she didn't say that, hey, I think that it was a horrible thing that happened. This occurrence was just, it was terrible how these people were treated, and it was unfair, and it was not right. Can you preface your statement by, putting that out there, or is that where the confusion lies? I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
I hear you, but I don't think that's what it comes. I think that if you look at, well, let's just take a closed example. Let's take Vagoda, for example, right? Shout out to Vagoda, man. Shout out to the Tel Aviv crew. Shout out to Vagoda, right? Let's just take Vagoda. Shout out to Von Erich, by the way. Let's just take Vagoda, right?
Okay.
Okay, so Vagoda, he is one who most of the time feels like he can't be told anything other than what he already knows, right? Like if you tell him something, he's not here to learn. He's here to teach, right? He's not here to exchange. He's here to deliver.
Yeah,
see,
that doesn't make for a good conversation.
Not ever, right?
Right.
So I think a lot of them, I'm not saying, well, I'm just saying many of them feel that the same way. Not all Jewish people, but many of them do feel the same way, where they feel like they are at a level where they can just deliver the information. And if you have other information, it's not relevant to what they're telling you.
I am delivered.
I am delivered. Don't make me do it, Marcus. I'm gonna do it. And Vaughn's gonna see Vaughn's hand.
Yeah, I know, my bad. I just want to see a little bit of the wrath of Vaughn for a little bit. Let me see a wrath of Vaughn.
Look, I am over that one. I'm over it.
Oh man. So yeah, but I think that for a lot, because their internal doctrine has told them a few things that probably gave them the impression that they are the gatekeepers of certain information, that therefore nothing else is relevant unless it runs through their way of disseminating stuff. Unless it runs through their channels, it's irrelevant. Not saying every Jewish person feel this way. So I don't believe every Jewish person feel that way. Some of them do. I used to work with a couple. Some of them will sit down and listen. We could talk, but I think for the most part, I feel like they have, many of them many times feel like they have a superior, I wouldn't say intellect, but they have a superior teaching. Now, do they follow their own teaching? No, they don't. Well, whose teaching do they follow, Clarence? They follow the Hebrew Bible, right? They follow they use the Hebrew alphabet. They follow the Hebrews. They follow the Hebrews' way of life, right? Well, Clarence, how come you don't call them a Hebrew? That's the question. That's the one question I'm ready to ask Vagoda. If you follow the Hebrew Bible, you follow their way of life, you follow their God, why aren't we calling you the Hebrew? That's a good question, isn't it?
I mean, for me, it is. Like I said, I'm trying
That's
to be.
a great question.
Listen, I'm up here to be educated tonight.
Me too. I want to ask him that question today, but he'll be back. Don't worry, he'll be back.
Yeah, I'm also looking to get my GED right here too, so I'm ready.
Yeah, right. Okay.
I asked that question, me too, because I'm always open. You know what? My thing to myself is, Clarence, you could be wrong. That's what I'm always telling you. You know what? You could be wrong, Clarence. You may not be right on this instance, right? And
and none of us are above reproach. You know what I'm saying?
Right?
Come on.
Ask Sahel
let's be
about
honest
me,
about that.
Shout out to Sahel, right?
Yes, sir.
I can be wrong sometimes, right? so
It happens.
It happens, right? So you know, but I think her biggest the thing where she messed up the most is when she the way she said it. I don't think she meant anything. Excuse me. I agree with Yvonne. I don't think she meant to take anything off of it, but I think the way she said it and the way and understanding their sensitivity. Shout out to Risa. Glad to have you in the building, sis. Their sensitive and not
Risa.
recognizing their sensitivity towards anything that's said about that period in time. If you don't say it and they have a problem with the way you said it, you in trouble. You're in trouble. Like I could say something crazy right now and go viral, right? We can make this thing go viral, right? Whether
Now,
I
brother.
believe it or not, right?
Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Because I'm talking about this very touchy topic, right? Everybody's like, don't say this and don't say that and don't say that. And I'm like, if they take me off, they take me off, right? Or they kill the string, they kill the string, right?
Now, let me ask you this, Brother Clarence. Do you now the statement you just made?
Mhm.
Do you think that also applies to us as African Americans, or however we want to call ourselves, Black people? You know,
As far
that
as what?
sometimes we fly off the handle based on what an individual said concerning us.
Oh yeah. But I think but I think we do, but I think there's much more sympathy for those people than for us. You know, that the people that you know, and I think we get used most of the time, right? Like say it'll be a white person or whatever that they're trying to get rid of anyway. So they will get us to be mad at them, and then they will under the guise of whatever issue that they have with us, they're able to push that person out. And that's in my opinion, right? Because if we have a problem, if we have a problem with them, and we say, oh well, this is a race issue, right? Then they're able to push us out. Then they're able to push that person out. But I don't.
But my question is, do you think we're just as sensitive when it comes to how people say what they say in regards to us as a race?
I think we're as sensitive. I just don't think we're as strong.
Okay.
You understand what I'm saying?
Okay.
I think we're as sensitive as that. But when it comes down to giving money to organizations that will take the forefront, they slowly teaching us by showing Black Lives Matter and some of these organizations that have had. What organization is not going to have an internal problem? When you have people working in your organization, you're gonna have problems, right? You're gonna have people in your organization that that they're gonna make mistakes. They're gonna do stuff, right? Right.
So since you brought it up, right? Because I was waiting for somebody to think I was gonna say, oh, they're gonna bring up BLM.
Right.
Do you think it was right or fair for a person to say, just because I don't rock with BLM, but I understand, I agree with the message, they still call you an Uncle Tom or a traitor in a certain way? Do you think that was right or fair for people that look exactly like you, or they're from similar areas or neighborhoods or suburbs or whatever? You think that was fair for them to just classify you as automatic traitor or Uncle Tom just because you didn't want to support that organization, but you understood the sentiment and the message behind it?
I think it depends on how you look at it. My personal opinion.
That's a good question.
Yeah, my personal opinion. I feel like, you know what, rather than go to the public, you should go to the organization and voice your concerns, because Jewish people don't do that. Jewish people don't come out into the world and say, well, I don't agree with the ADL on this, I'm over here. You'll never hear that.
But you know what, Brother Clarence? A lot of times when you just go to the organization, it's not heard. But when you address it in public, when you address it in public, see, now that's when the organization has to give an answer. Oftentimes, organizations don't give an answer when you just go directly to them, or they'll send you a little email, or they'll blow you off somehow. But when it's made an issue in the public eye, that's when they tend more to, hey, we need to make a statement. You know what I'm saying?
We got to talk to HR and the PR right now.
Yeah, we got to pull everybody in on this because we don't want this going down the rabbit hole. And you know what I'm saying?
But I hear you. But let me talk about the BLM situation. So in that situation, when you're talking about these black organizations, right? See, what happens is, in my opinion, see, the Jewish people understand. Yes, I could go against this organization for. You think the ADL ain't had nobody bad up in there? You think the JDL haven't had nobody bad up? Of course, they've had people embezzle money and all kind of different stuff in there, right? So, but they're not going. The Jewish people are not going to say, "I don't rock with the ADL because of this. I don't rock with them." If they don't, if they have a problem issue, they're going to go directly to them. Why? Because of the bigger goal is to stand united. That's the bigger goal, right? For us, the bigger goal is to point out the problems, but we keep losing. You know what I'm saying? Like, we showing that we have a disunited front, so it's easy for your enemy to flank you when your front is undivided, right? I forgot that movie, man. That movie where they was at war, right? And was it The Last Samurai? Where they hit him so hard.
Oh, they talk about Tom Cruise when he's the samurai?
Yeah, man, where they hit him so hard on the line that everything just started imploding, right? And just the whole line fell apart and everybody started running, right? Because they didn't have a line tight, right? And so I'm saying that's us. We have a good moral position, but because we letting this internal strife keep us divided, right? If there's a problem with Black Lives Matter, we'll take care of it over here. We'll take care of it inside. We don't need you to say nothing to them. We'll say something to them, right? It's like your child is out there, right? Your child is out there and gets caught in is out there, and somebody sees your child do something wrong, right? And they just decide they're gonna just spank your child. No. You're not spanking my child. Send my child home. I'll deal with him. And then everybody, next thing you know, everybody on the block is spanking your child whenever they want to, right? And then you like, man, they like, man, that little boy, he ain't nothing, and then you like, wait a minute, what? See, we got to have a united front. We got to say, yeah, BLM, they have problems, right? You're gonna have problems when you throw $90 million at where only 3 people got their eyes on it. You're gonna have some problems, right? They don't know how to do accounting for $90 million. They don't know how to do accounting for that kind of money, right? But they thought, hey, we could just tuck some of this money away, and everybody got greedy, right? Everybody said, man, I ain't never seen this kind of money, right?
Yeah.
All I'm saying is, well, let me finish this. All I'm saying is, we got to just stick together, and we got to, even though we got organizations that have issues, we got to be the ones to go to organizations. But a lot of times, we are willing to run to the press and say this organization is bad, or stand out in front of everybody and say this organization is bad. We are the only people that do that. I don't never see no one else. I don't care what their organization did, right? Look at the Catholic Church. I don't care what you say, but man, you'll never see Catholics come out saying, yeah, that's right, I ain't never going to go there again. No, Only the people that got violated say that. The other people don't say nothing, right? All right, I'm sorry, Vaughn. Go ahead, man. Vaughn.
Yeah, no, wow. I'm kind of lost for words right now, Brother Clarence. So go ahead and finish your point.
All right, man. So anyway, let's finish up with Whoopi, man, because we got another thing we got to get to. I just wanted Vaughn to hear what she said out of her own mouth.
And Goldberg continues to use the Holocaust as her punching bag. Back in January, Goldberg was responding to reports of a school banning a graphic novel about the Holocaust when she said this on The View.
The Holocaust isn't about race. No. It's not about race. It's about a different race. But it's not about race. It's not about race. What is it about? Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
and doubled down on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil. This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish.
After public pressure, she apologized.
Can you pause it right
It
there,
is
Brother
indeed.
Clarence? Can you pause it? Okay, so could we say that same thing about slavery?
What thing in particular?
When it comes to, you know, how Black people were enslaved. That statement she just made, that it wasn't about race, it was about however she said it.
I don't think so.
Okay. Hey, I'm just throwing that out there because this is what she said. And if she puts that out there, then some people could possibly form that type of opinion. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
When it comes to slavery.
That's why I was so.
It wasn't about race.
That's why I was saying no.
It was about
race.
It was about you know, humanity against human, or however she said it.
Well, see, her thing is in the slave situation. I'm Black, you're white, so obviously that race is playing a part in it. From her vantage point, you're Jewish, you're Aryan, you're both white. So how would race? Because
there was no differentiation. So basically,
from
what
her
she's saying,
vantage point,
is that
right?
there was no differentiality in
right. But if you took the
your
Aryan
whiteness or your
exactly, but if you took the Aryan and the Jew, they would be able to distinguish instantaneously which one was the Jew and which one was the Aryan. They would be able to distinguish automatically, right? But Whoopi is saying, oh, well, there's no way to tell between the two, right? The Jews just walking around and they were just deciding. No. They knew who the Jews was. They knew who the Germans was, right? The Aryans were, excuse me, because they all German. But they knew who the Jewish people were, and they knew who the Aryans were.
Wow.
Yeah, they did. Yes.
Well, listen,
oh, go ahead.
No. Actually, I was getting ready to say I would like to hear from you because, you know, I know you have a mouthful to share. and listen, you know, I want to hear it.
Yeah.
So
first, blessing to everybody in the panel and in the chat.
Yes, sir.
I think what she said, she's using race, her interpretation by color. Remember, she said, you know, that's how she's interpreting. She interpreting as far as race. You can be race by color, the way color code system here, or you could be a race by you're Jewish, you're a race, the German is a race, Hindu. They even looked at as a race. You got Hindu that speaks Hindu that's looked at as just a culture and as a race. And I think when she said, because she said that it wasn't race by color, but as Brother Clarence said, they look at German was a race, and then they can look at a Jewish person and see that person is Jewish as a race. And I think she got a backlash when she used the terminology. I think when she said not a race, I think that's what pissed them off, because Jewish people are considered a race.
Okay.
Like I said, it depends on who you ask, you know what I mean? But I think what she was looking at it from the point that you're white and you're white, so therefore, how could you? What's the difference? But there is a difference because, like I said, the Jewish people and the Aryan,
but then there's
very
difference
much
in Asian people too, right? Brother Clarence brought that out earlier. There's different people in the Asian culture. You have Chinese and Japanese,
right?
You know, they can tell each other apart.
Exactly.
You see what I'm saying? So you did make a good point.
Oh, well, we don't know, right? So I think she made that mistake. That was the number one mistake she made. And then the number two was the insensitive way she said it. I think that was another way. That was another mistake she made. And you would expect somebody 67 years old to have a little more, you know, sugar on top of the cake, as opposed to just being like, oh, well, you know what I mean? You expect old Black people from, you know, down south. That's how they talk, right? They gonna kill you, you know, already they gonna kill you, right? You know, that's how they talk, right? You know, but you know, when we talk, we at this point in the game, when you've been around the world and you've been to different places and done different things, you would expect that they would be a little more, able to communicate a little bit their ideas better. But like I said, that's the danger.
Yeah.
That is the danger of living in an echo chamber. That's the danger. When you live in an echo chamber and you only have people around you that say, "You're right, you're right, you're right, you're right, Whoopi, you're right. That what you said, that was right. You're right." When you have your circle that small, and you don't have nobody that's going to entertain the fact, hey, well, maybe Whoopi, there's another way to look at it, right? No, you don't have that, so you get trapped in that, and so then when you get into a place where somebody can now. You get out to talk to somebody outside the echo chamber, you look crazy because you're like, what's going on? I thought everybody loves me. No, they don't. No, they don't.
Hey, and listen, you know what? You need to think it quite strange when all men speak well of you. Come on, something's wrong with that picture.
Yes.
But Brother Carnes, on BLM situation, people didn't say anything for a while with BLM. That woman in California, the people in Minnesota, BLM, they was trying to work with BLM. It's a lot. Look at the interviews. They said BLM will come in and just take over and not work with other Black organizations. So the unity, as far as the unity, it's on BLM side. They wasn't trying to work. It's a lot of people didn't say anything about, because BLM was like, that woman in California, listen to her interview. She said, I didn't say anything for a while until they didn't listen to me. They kept saying this, they're gonna give me this, they're gonna do this, and then they never came through. That's why I'm speaking out.
No, what I'm saying, okay.
And part of the I was just gonna add this real quick, but part of the reason why people also felt very betrayed by BLM is because when they found out certain tax reports, certain cited reports, spending reports on what BLM was, and they were getting the money, it was going towards the rainbow community. It was going towards the Transformers community. It wasn't going towards helping organizations, Boys and Girls Clubs. It wasn't going towards like after reach programs, something like that. No educational, nothing to help with financial literacy. It was doing nothing for them. But what were the three women? What were the three head women at the time doing? Buying mansions. Which, hey, if you want to get a home, that's smart. Invest in property. Build something with that, so that way you can produce jobs. You can produce home shelters. Do that. But when you're buying mansions, usually a mansion is for that one set of people or the group of their family. It's not to really help anybody else. That's why they're not saying.
You're breaking up, brother. You're breaking up.
Done it before. You see certain TV event.
Breaking up, Marcus.
Yeah, man.
My bad. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Turn to the right. Turn to the right.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's a little better. That's a little better.
We can hear you now, brother.
Marcus. Oh, you went out.
He went out.
Okay. Well, what I wanted to say about the Black Lives Matter thing.
Like, well, I'm not saying that BLM is the only organization that got caught doing that, or someone that was doing wrong. There's plenty of other organizations that were doing wrong, right? Which is fair enough to say. Yeah. You know, however, I'm talking about, when we're sticking to the topic, that's why we're talking about BLM. That was the issue where people were like, hey, you had certain people come out and they also wanted to be quote unquote woke and produce that. Remember when everybody was posting a blackout picture and they were putting BLM, and it was celebrities, and then it was just regular average people, general population people doing it. And it was just to feed more into the algorithm to go towards BLM, the contributions, donations. Yeah. And it just translated in money that was never found. So when they did the tax reports and credit reports on it, on all the money and what they were spending on reconfirmation surgery, hormones, medicinal type purposes, where they would change like your hormone blockers, stuff like that. So, and then you find out it was like multi-millions spent and billions almost spent, I think, at some point. So we're in it now.
Okay. All right.
So it was really based upon Black trans lives matter, right? Or and maybe I'm putting my foot in my mouth like Whoopi Goldberg.
Oh, it was just overall in general, like rainbow community activity.
Right. Okay. I
shout out to Brother Bolo. Okay. So what I wanted to say about BLM was that I understand that like I said, every organization has had people come in and make do stuff crazy. Every organization, right? However, I'm trying to say that they will dismantle the organization from the inside, especially the Jewish people. They will dismantle it from the inside. If it's a problem, they're gonna take it from the inside, not the outside. We go to the outside. We go to the people that's causing the problem, or that's got the most to gain from our having a problem. We take our problems to them, and to me, that's how are you going to fix your problems? Going to the person that initially gave you your problem in the first place. Like this person's gonna fix. I'm going to you. You keep punching me in the face. This person came over here and said they're gonna protect me from you punching me in the face, and then I realized that they're not protecting me. They're protecting somebody else. So I go to you and say, hey, the person that's supposed to be protecting me from you is not protecting me. Protect me from that person. That to me don't make no sense. And I think the Jewish people get that. We don't get that. We be like, oh, let's go right to the person that gave us the problem in the first place, and let's see if they're gonna help us fix this problem. Well, when you know what I'm saying, it's like when you get the mafia. Yeah, hey, I'm having problem with with the people paying the bill in the restaurant. I need you to come in with me. You go to the mafia. Hey, come in with me. So when most people know that you own part of this, they're gonna come in, right? And they're gonna pay their bill. But guess what? Now you got to pay the mafia $4,000 or $5,000 a month. If you have one customer, if you have 1,000 customers, you got to pay them $5,000 a month, regardless to what your month look like. You got to come up with their money. And see, that's a deal that we not understanding. That's the devil. That's the deal we making with the devil, right? We gotta instead of just internally saying, okay, let's take this organization down from the inside, right? Which we can do. You can file paper. We can file paperwork, and then when they come to us, just like the Jewish people, man, when they go after their own people, do you have something to say? No, I don't have nothing to say about it. We'll talk about it in court, and that's it. But black people, oh, let me tell you about BLM. Let me tell you. Oh, she got what? This person got a mansion, and that person got a mansion, and this person gave one of the guys had a consulting firm. He had all his relatives working for the consulting firm, and he funneled $10 million through his consulting firm, right? I mean, it was a mess, right? Obviously, right? A mess, right? You can't give 3 Negroes from the streets of LA and Philly and New York $90 million, right? And don't have nobody looking over their shoulder with where this money's going, right? They gonna funnel it wherever they want to go, right? Wherever they want to funnel it to, right? But my point is, this may happen with anybody, but the thing is, we have to be strong, because ultimately, what the Jewish people realize ultimately is that it's better for them to have a united front, even if they got these issues. It's better for them to have a united front than to be disorganized, because you know who they got to look at to make sure to tell their children hey, look at the black community. That's what happens when you turn on your own leadership. That's what happens when you out your own organizations. That's what happens. That's what you're gonna look like if you do that. And so they got us to point to say, don't do that. We got to start getting smart enough to say, why don't they do it? Right? Why don't they air out their grievances? Because they don't. You think the Jewish people don't have grievances? You think the Asians don't have grievances? You think the Latins don't have grievances? Everybody has grievances. Everybody has issues in these groups, right?
Right.
But they don't air them out externally. They deal with them internally, except for who?
And just black people don't. Nah, I think that.
How's that working for us, Fontaine?
No, I don't think that. The situation is, as far as the BLM. First of all, the ADL is a big corporation, the biggest thing, lobbyists, and plus they Jewish. They also got connections with the media. They ain't going to add it out because they got connections with the media that will not bring the story out. But as far as BLM, that would get national news. First of all, one of them was trained by she was adopted by a Jewish family. Then George Soros, as far as them knowing about the account, you think George Soros and those people are going to put money into an organization they don't know how to add or account? No, that don't look like that. No, they don't do that. Plus,
well, Eric, they never thought they was going to get that kind of money.
Yes,
90
they did.
million?
Yes, they
thought they was
did.
going to get that kind of
That
money.
woman was, yes, that woman. I just told you that woman was raised Jewish.
But that doesn't.
She was raised by a Jewish family. One of them, and
well, they
George
did
Soros,
they did a poor job. They did a poor job with her.
If you have you looked at that thing that they broke it down, the investment,
what
Marcus was talking about? Did you look at that? Did you look at as far as that breakdown, as far as what they did with that entire $90 million? Did you look at that?
Not the entire $90 million. I definitely saw where they was funneling a lot of it off. I definitely saw that.
No, you look at that. Look at that thing when they go by that money where that money went to. It wasn't. You could tell that they had a professional accountant, a firm, in their hand. Plus, I told you I just said that the people was trying to do it internally. They was trying to work things out. Wait a minute.
I'm talking about as a community, Von Eric. Not talking about
right. I just told you, as a community, they was working with Black Lives Matter internally. They didn't bring it out They did not bring it out or go to the media at all until things got out of hand. They went. You're telling. Hold up. You're telling the people that Black people to work with someone. But the people that in charge of the organization, you're not saying anything about them. They also need to work with the community. You can't just go into community and just bogart the other people, the other organizations that's in the community, and just say, "Oh, we here to take over," and then you're going to say that we're going to work with you, but do not work with you, and then collect all the money. Have all this up, that's not working with the community. So it got to go both ways, not just the community, but the people, the people that's in charge. They have to work with the community. Now, as far as Black people work together, come on now, we've been raised in a generation. Vaughn Bryant would tell you, y'all both would tell you, Black people work together for a long time. My mother used to tell me, you ain't going to be able to snitch on nobody in the community or anything like that. They took it themselves because we all see things together. Let's be clear. The Black Panther was unified. I mean, unified. And it took the government and many government organizations to divide them. Because that's how we was together. Deacons of Defense. That was an organization. If you want, look at that movie, Deacons of Defense, a Christian organization that was never penetrated by the government. Those people work together. But when you got a whole organization, a whole government with different organizations penetrating you, dividing you, come up with different schemes. Yes, that's going to divide you.
Of course. So my point is, don't let them. That's the only option you got on the table, right? Is to not let that happen. So that's what I'm talking about. Of course, they have to work together. Of course, everybody has to work together. I'm not telling you, hey, we just gonna let them run all over everything. No, if they don't want to work with us, then let them do their own thing. That's on them. We just have to work. We just have to let them go and do their, and they'll fade out because the people will see, people that's giving them money will see that the people don't respect them and they will dry up. Their money gonna dry up. But the problem is we got a lot of our people that still want to publicly back them, even in between what they do, and publicly backlash them. I say don't do nothing in the public with them. If they're not doing what we need them to do, then let's leave them alone. And I'm saying we don't have to go out to the news media and say this is what's going on, this is what's going on until after they're gone. When they're gone, you can do that. But while they're still on the scene, leave them alone. Let's just leave them alone, because I'm telling you, the Jewish people see it differently. They see it differently, even though they have these same calamities happening over there. They look at the bigger picture, which is the bigger picture is if we show weakness on one front, they're coming. So we got to be solid on all fronts. Even if we got a person that fell down on the job, we got to show that we're not going to throw that person out over the boat. We're still going to keep them in here. We're still going to keep them no matter what, even though we want to throw them over the boat, but we got to keep them. Because if we throw them over the boat, then they're going to start coming looking for us to throw everybody over the boat. Why you think they didn't go after Amazon Prime? There's a lot to that.
So you're saying keep Black Lives Matter. Is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is if they're not doing what we want them to do, let's leave them alone. Let's internally deal with it.
I get it.
Let's don't go to the public.
I can go for that.
Let's don't go to the press and say, here, I'm against this organization and I'm against this organization. I'm against this organization. Look at where it has gotten us, where we don't really have no political power. We don't have no power to do hardly anything.
And so, and to me, it's just sad because, in my opinion, that particular organization, Black Lives Matter, it was like they pulled the wool over many of our eyes because we thought it would be something other than what it is today. You know what I'm saying? So
some of us saw it coming.
I don't know.
Some of us
saw it coming, and some of us said, "Wow, there's a sect of people that are promoting us, that are putting our names out there, that are saying, hey, we matter." So people got on the bandwagon.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Only to come to find out, that on the inside.
When some of us knew who was financially supporting it, we said, oh, okay. Keep an eye on this thing before I put, everything.
And it kind of makes you wonder, was that their agenda from the the start?
There you go.
You know what I'm saying? I find it quite strange to believe that you just morphed into that. No.
Thank you.
I believe it was your agenda from the onset. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell y'all something. Huddle up. Huddle up.
There you go.
Martin Luther King. Now we was trying to get rights for Black people, right? We were trying to get rights and some type of reparations for Black people, right? In the civil rights movement, right? It was to get Black people, okay? There was a man in Martin Luther King's organization that wanted to include the rainbow community in this grab for rights. Do you know what that man's name was? His name was Bayard Rustin.
No, I'm just joking.
Bayard Rustin.
I was just joking with the
What'd he say? I didn't even hear what he said, man.
I was thinking of the rainbow because they always take the rainbow and use it for something other than what God intended it for. So
right, yeah.
Lord, you have disrespected the rainbow community 2 times. One, two, disrespects one.
Wow. Yeah. Craziness.
All right, so there was a guy named Bayard Rustin. Go look him up. Bayard Rustin was Martin Luther King's right-hand dude, man. He was right-hand dude, clearly homosexual, wasn't trying to hide it, nothing. Clearly got caught several times by the police, in these out-of-the-way places with young men in his car, right? Doing several different things, right? But Bayard Rustin, was the one that put pressure on Martin Luther King to take it from the Black issue to a civil rights issue. You follow? It wasn't supposed to be civil rights. It was supposed to be Black, it was supposed to be civil rights for Black people.
Mm-hmm.
Bayard Rustin drove it into, mainly he included all these other people, but his main goal was to get add the rainbow community into those rights. Is there anything wrong with that? Well, it's wrong in this.
I think it should just be a separate movement altogether.
There you go. That's what I was going to say. In this regard,
yeah,
because they don't. Nobody else fights for us. right?
You know,
Everybody else has their own movement, right? Women,
right,
the handicapped,
right.
rainbows, Jews, whites, the area. I mean, everybody has their own movement except for us. Our movement is the civil rights movement, right? Everybody else has their own stuff, right? But that's what I'm saying. So anybody can come along and use our stuff, right?
And they
It's like,
conflate the two, don't they?
yeah, it's like
And
on Fridays, right? When when what's the dude that got beat down by by
Rodney King.
no by Debo.
Oh,
Dude that got
I
beat by
look. I
Debo,
was
man.
about
He
to
hit
give
him
you a
and he
list
went flying in
of the
the air.
brothers that got beat down.
What's the dude name? This DJ DJ, what's his name's character, right? Hit him and he went, woo, boom, and he said, you got knocked the F out, right?
Oh,
Right?
you talking about a movie?
Yeah.
I said, right,
DJ
right.
Pooh. I think it was DJ Pooh.
I know. I was about to give a list,
So
right?
remember when he said, well, it's like when he told Debo, he said this is he said it's like this bike is both of ours, right? I just keep it in my garage, right? That's how black people are. These rights are all of ours. We'll just say it's ours, but it's all of ours rights, right? Anytime y'all need to use these rights, come on over and use our stuff, right? So now everybody,
Well,
just
but you know what, Brother Clarence, I do
listen,
believe
wait.
that.
Let me finish, Vaughn.
Go ahead.
So they say, put on one. Just all you gotta do is put on one of these T-shirts that say, person of color, right? As long as you put one of those T-shirts on, you can come on over here, right? And you can use all the stuff in our garage. And I'm like, but if we go to somebody else's garage to get something, this is just for us. It's our stuff. All right, Vaughn, go ahead. I'm sorry about that, man.
No, but what I was going to say is this.
Yeah, Big Rig.
Civil
DJ
rights. When we think of civil rights, we think of us black people trying to make light of the fact that, hey, we're being mistreated. You see what I'm saying? We should have certain rights. You see what I'm saying? And so I believe that the LGBTQ or whatever, if you're black, should have been under that umbrella already. Do you know what I'm saying? Because you're black. I can't see that you're trying to make it separate in a way to where we have our own rights. You know what I'm saying? I believe that it covered all black people, didn't it? Did it not, or no? Or did it only cover
civil rights?
Did it only cover heterosexual black people?
Civil rights?
I believe it covered everyone, right?
Covered
right.
everybody.
So
black,
white,
so
my
red,
question
yellow.
is right. So my question is, why are we trying to make it, why are we trying to separate it somehow with the LGBTQ community, which what they're doing is trying to say, hey, we have rights too. You know what I'm saying? But now on the spectrum of white and black and Asian and all of those different races that are dealing in that community, well, you should have a separate organization. You see what I'm saying? Because the civil rights movement was for one particular thing.
Supposedly.
You see what I'm saying? Start your own thing.
Allegedly, right? Well, I'm trying to tell you, Bayard Rustin was the one that put pressure on Martin Luther King to include everybody else into that.
Well, was he wrong for not doing that?
Who?
Martin Luther King.
I think he would have been better served. Right or wrong, whatever, right? I think he would have been, I think black people would have been better served had this been just for black people. If you're already in the, hold on 1 second.
Okay, well, Brother Bon Eric, he took a pause. What do you think?
Well, I was trying to see when he be better served if they was. I think.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to figure it out too. But Brother Clarence is gonna listen. Brother Clarence is gonna fix it now. He's
right.
He's gonna fix it. I'm just waiting for him to fix it. But basically, my point was this.
All right,
black people should have all been under the umbrella. All black people,
all
right?
Black. Right.
But when you add Asian, white, Korean, all of these people that are part of that community, LGBTQ, then yeah, you should have something separate because this particular movement was for this particular thing.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know, so everybody can't jump in on the bandwagon on that, but you can be a part of it.
Right.
You can help promote it.
Right.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Right.
But like I said, you know, so I think we as Black people would have been better served being on one accord with just us Black people, you know, being at the front of the line and being able to have what we have coming to us, right? But instead, we started including everybody else. So now the stuff is for us, is for anybody that can prove that they are a person of color. What does that mean? What is a person of color? What does that mean? Oh, you're not a straight white male, so now you're a person of color, right? I mean, anybody could, and even,
that's what I was
white people can say, I'm Indian, I'm 10% Indian, or this, whatever, right?
Now,
whatever,
when you say better served, you know, and I'm just gonna be the advocate right now, but and no offense, brother Von Erich, but when you said better served, Von Erich had a question about that now.
Okay.
He wanted to understand what you meant by that.
Okay.
Yeah, better serve. Yeah. What do you mean?
I'm being a little advocate right now, but that's okay.
I told you, man.
Moving the conversation forward.
Vaughn came out looking for a fight. Vaughn got his gloves on already.
Moving the conversation forward.
Remember when you used to see the dudes at the school, the bad boys at the school? You see when they had them gloves on, you knew somebody was going down, man. Somebody's going down today, man. They had them gloves on. You're like, oh man, the little knit gloves that they used to wear.
Right.
All right, man. Vaughn came out with the gloves on. All right, so what is meant by what do I mean by better served? What I mean by is that I think we would have been able to secure more political power, and we would have been able to show that we would have been able to secure more resources. Get up here, Bolo. You can have some fun too. I didn't put the link out. I'll put it out again if you got time, brother. But yeah, man. I think we would have been better served because we would have had more. We would have had a better line to resources, and so it would have put us in a position where people had to work with us, and we would have had to work with them. Like we would have to learn business. See, like this position we in now, we still got to go to this person for a job. We still got to go to this person for electricity. We still got to go to this person for water. We still got to go to this person for food. We still got to go to this person. We still got, like Dr. Colley used to say, 30 million pairs of hands. And we got to go to this person to, go to the toilet. 30 million pairs of hands. We got to go to this person to get food, get our sustenance. You know what I'm saying? So we could do it. So what is meant by that statement, 30 million pairs of hands? It's 30 million of us, and we can build whatever you want. Man, if we got brothers that's so smart, man, that they can design something and build it, and you ain't gonna have to check back in with that thing for 50 years, right? But we've been diverted, right? Like Negro said, we've been diluted. Our efforts have been diluted. And that's what I mean when I say better served. I think that, yes, we have small gains that we could say, yeah, that's good, right? We able to get better jobs and do other little different things, right? Not saying the racism completely gone, but
Oh, so I thought you meant better served, but when it came to brother Martin, we would have been better served if he allowed the LGBTQ community.
No. They already did. When they made it civil rights, they took it away from calling it the Black movement, and they made it a civil rights movement.
Okay, so everybody should be under that umbrella.
They included everybody in that, right?
Okay.
Pretty much everybody that's not a straight white male, they included into that under that umbrella, right?
Okay, but you're saying that there was a conflict between Martin and this brother,
right?
Where he did not want to.
Martin started off following the original movement, which was to get rights for black people. He was brought in to lead that movement. Bayard Rustin, his right-hand man, put pressure on him. We can't just do this just for black people. We got to do this for everybody. So he put the pressure on him to open it up to make it civil rights. Right? I would agree that all of us are going, white men are going to kiss black women and black men are going to kiss white babies, right? White people are like, oh, they got to throw up in their mouth, right? Right.
I see that picture of that.
Right?
Listen, I see that. When you said that, I'm reminded of that little picture of the little black girl that I think she was made to kiss Trump, or Trump was trying to kiss her or something.
Right.
And she wiped her face and made this face. I said, "Oh my God,
get off me, man!"
Did you see that, Brother Clarence?
No, but I've seen.
Oh man, I laughed at that.
I seen the same thing happen to Clinton too. Man. Get off me! Get off me!
She wiped her face like you put a germ on me and turned her face up.
Now that's why I got to get credit.
I think it was started off like that from the jump because of the lawyers and Thurgood Marshall and them. Yeah, because Jewish people helped start the NAACP. They were surprised, and they felt it would have been a better marketing or better organization if you say civil rights would include.
I understand that, but Martin Luther King was not connected to the NAACP. He was doing this movement that was moving outside of the NAACP. This movement for black rights was outside of the NAACP. Yes, they was trying to be a part of it, but it was independent of them. They all started coming together.
When he first started off, or after?
Yeah, when it first started off, man.
Oh, like this. You talk about like okay, yeah, he was. I see what you're saying. You said because that's
murdered, man.
Right, yeah, that's true. That's
so they wasn't starting off like, hey, let's conclude everybody. They was like, no, this got to stop.
No, that's true. That's true. Yeah,
this has to stop happening to us.
Yeah,
now, when
you talk about like that's what his mother and his father was doing.
So yeah, Bayard Rustin was the one that was getting the money from the lawyers and getting the money from the NAA and all these other different. He was getting the money and he was saying, "Hey, we got to include everybody, man, because we getting money from all these different stuff."
Well, I will say this, right? I will say this. Thank God for those individuals during that time that had the courage to stand up and make some type of difference, in spite of their imperfections, in spite of their shortcomings,
right?
They kept pressing toward a mark, they kept pressing toward that goal. And so, listen, I'm very appreciative to that, and I would love to see more of that today, you see? But, unfortunately, we man, I don't know what's going on with us today. It's
like I said,
just kind of crazy.
It's been diluted. It's been like what you said, Brother Vaughn, when you said the agenda and how it started, and when you say got to investigate that because it seemed like it was an agenda from the beginning. Yes,
sir. Yes, sir.
Like it was always a political thing. Right. It was initially, in my opinion, this is my opinion. Initially, it was started out to make it look like it was to go out and bring awareness to different things that were happening to black people that were improper, right? That was the initial, but what it was actually
stop killing us.
It was a political organization. That's what it really was, a political organization. It really is a political organization, and I had no problem with that. If you with Black Lives Matter, do your thing. Do your thing. I mean, I just say, hey, don't air them out publicly. Air them out private. Go to their meetings and air them out. Right? Go air them out, or we'll just tell your people, hey, leave them alone. Stay away from them. Because once they see that the people ain't with you, they're gonna stop giving you money. They're only giving you money because they think you got influence among the people. Once they see that your influence is dead, they're not gonna give you no money. It's like a people that's like on YouTube, man. Okay. You ain't gonna get nobody try to sponsor you, and you ain't got 200 subscribers. They're not gonna sponsor you, right? When you show that you got influence over a major group of people, then they gonna start coming to you, right?
Well, what has this organization done for us as of late? I'm just curious because I haven't heard anything.
They started off good, Juan. They started off good. They were bringing awareness to different situations that was happening all over the country, and they were able to galvanize Black eyes on certain situations. Right? They at first, but as they got more corrupt, that wasn't the issue no more. Right? What they started
So
doing.
now, what is it? They're just kind of like, going off into obscurity now. Like what's going on? Because I don't hear anything about Black Lives Matter movement at all.
They got their money.
Some of these people about to go to jail, man, because they took some money, man, and they took a lot of money that they wasn't supposed to do, right? They wasn't supposed to take.
That's bad, man. It's like we're always trying to, man. It's like we set each other back, and I don't understand the purpose of it.
But that's the agenda.
Y'all. This is the thing that we do as Black people. We have this ethereal thinking process about these people that start these organizations. Oh, they're so pure. They're such a good person. They don't make no mistakes. And if in the face of high temptation, they're just gonna, because they got good intentions, they're gonna just go past it like nothing. And nothing could be farther from the truth. The higher you go in these organizations, the more they coming at you, right? Minister Farrakhan said they'd go so far as to go to another country and they will go and raise a child. They'll raise a girl from a baby all the way up, and they know what you like in a woman, and they will raise this child up just to be the kind of woman you like, and they would tell her. Y'all ever seen the movie Little Nikita?
Yeah.
Right? They will raise a child up. That dude looked like he was American, talk like an American, walk like an American. But underneath all that, he was a Russian, right? That's what he was under all that. He had been raised to be this American person just so that he could get information and send it back to Russia, right? So I'm
wolves in sheep's clothing.
There you go.
Exactly.
They would raise these women up. If women is what you like, they will raise this woman up and send her to you. He said they'll send her to you. Or if men is what you like, they'll raise a man up and send it to you, right? They do whatever, and they will hit you from all, as you go up that organization, they hit you all over. Remember we were talking about Martin Luther King the other day, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we
I see that both parties was right on that.
Okay, so at the lower end, we was talking about the people, and he was talking about Martin Luther King and what he had on his plate. See, lower end, you dealing with a lot, but they ain't sending women to you on the front line. They ain't sending women to you. They ain't sending notes to your house. They ain't threatening your children. They ain't doing all of that at that level. When you get up to this level, now they coming for you. Now they focusing everything on you, and now they coming for you, man. They attacking your finances. They attacking your relationships. They telling people, if you keep messing with Martin King, we are not going to have you working here no more. You fired. If you don't buy your ice from good old Bill instead of the black man you've been buying ice from, you fired. Your wife ain't gonna work at my house no more. Right? I forgot that movie, man, when Shaft was an Iceman. Y'all in the chat, y'all know that movie. Shaft was an Iceman. He was a black Iceman. And everybody was telling Shaft, it was right around the civil rights movement, and everybody was telling Shaft, I can't buy ice from you, man. My wife worked for Miss Pearly, and Miss Pearly said she fired if they don't buy ice from old Jim Bob. And
I can't remember that. I can't remember that movie.
I forgot the name, but
you're talking about Richard Roundtree.
Richard Roundtree, right? You look it up, Richard Roundtree. I forgot the name of the movie.
But I know when you say Shaft, you talking about.
Yeah, right. The original Shaft.
Talking about.
I was there, Lieutenant. You know anything about that shootout last night? I was there, Lieutenant. Right, that Shaft, right?
Yeah, you talking about Shaft? I know.
But what you talking about as far as Martin Luther King, as far as the level he was on, he.
In other words, Von Eric, let me explain to you the way I'm looking at it. He was at this other level of, yes, they all, everybody, right? We all acknowledge that just everybody that was participating in the movement was getting stuff happening to them, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
They all were
let's
dealing.
not make light of that. This
Right.
is the
So
truth
we're
too.
not saying that. What I was saying was, now when you're the focal point of the movement, now it's a whole,
you're under more scrutiny. You're under a great deal of scrutiny.
It's like saying the pastor at the church is the same as the people in the pulpit, in the pews. No, the pastor's going to be held to a higher standard. Pastor's going to be held to a higher standard, and he's going to have more things coming. He's going to have more women coming. Pastor, can I talk to you in your office, please? Pastor, I got a problem. I just love men, and I love men with all kinds of men. You know, men kind of like you. Pastor Vaughn, you just my type. Can I come over there and sit on your lap, Pastor?
Lose here, devil.
Yeah, that's true. I think that is true.
Lose here, devil. Lose here, devil. I have sinned.
Lose your wicked hold.
No.
Yeah, that's. I believe that when you on a certain level, like Martin Luther King, especially at the end, especially towards the end of his movement, right? He was at a high level, and y'all know the Bible. When you're in that position, look at what happened to Moses. Moses was so burdened that he even asked God to kill him.
Heavy is the head that.
Right, all this burden on him that he even asked God, you take my life. But God took some of that burden that he had, his burden spirits, and put it on his brothers so they could share it. So yes, absolutely. When you're on a position like that, you got people pulling at you. Martin, can you come here? Can you go here? Can you do this? Can you do that? Then you got people, jealous people in the organization that want your position and think you should not be there. So you got all these people pulling and all these people that you taking care of. Yes, absolutely. That when you're in that position. But what New Growth was saying was absolutely right also, because let's be clear, when Martin first started off, he had people protecting him. And the people that was protecting was deacons of defense. And that's a good movie. Watch that movie. They protected him with guns. But the people said that one of the Lord, his right-hand man said, listen, we can't do that because your core of your movement is non-violence. So they stopped King from carrying the guns, but he still had protection. Remember, let's be clear, they shot King far away. They ain't shoot him up close. They shot him far away. So let's also, when King was starting off, he was going around fundraising at dinners while people was in jail getting killed on the streets. He was doing, remember Coca-Cola, Ford, Ford got a museum with the Rosa Parks, got a museum of the bus that Rosa Parks was on. They still making money off of the movement. So King was, just be clear, King was protected. King was politically protected also. Remember, when he came out of jail, he didn't have, his head wasn't knotted all up. His clothes wasn't, a lot of his clothes were still on the way he went in there nice and came out nice because he was politically protected. But yeah, look at the footage. He wasn't beat. He got beat
down a couple times.
A couple of times.
But you know what? I could also identify with what Brother Clarence was saying too, as to the level of scrutiny that this brother was under. Because listen, I mean, anytime you have your phones being tapped, you see what I'm saying? You have the government involved in scrutinizing you, FBI, CIA. You're a threat to the whole country.
But so was the other people.
That's crazy, man.
Wait a minute. The FBI.
That's a heavy weight. That's a heavy weight.
The FBI just didn't attack. Just wait a minute. The FBI didn't just do his phone. Do you know by him being in a position also, other people was being killed.
Exactly.
That's
why I said that. And that's why I said we can't make light of the fact.
I'm not saying that. Remember, I said both parties are right. I said Brother Clarence is 100% and Rico is 100% right, but New Growth is right also 100%.
I agree.
Because
with his point as well.
Yeah, because Martin Luther King kids went to school and stuff like that. There's a lot of people, families died. They died. They was killed.
Yeah,
So they
we
lost
all
their
agree
whole.
on that,
They lost their whole. Wait a minute. They lost their whole family. So Martin Luther King was politically connected by Robert Kennedy. He was politically connected. So he had people. You know, Robert Kennedy was sending the National Guard. But they wasn't protecting the other people. The KKKs was protecting, getting other people that wasn't just regular people. You know why? Because they felt the more people they killed, or the more people they killed out on the street, like that. Like remember that white woman that drove from Detroit all the way down? She was killed. And remember those two Jewish guys and the black guy? They was killed. They felt, well, if we can't get to Martin, we get to the other people. So it will be less people. Now, when Martin Luther King, at the end of his career, when he started, this is what really took him out. When he was able to gain all race of people, when he did his poor people movement, just like Malcolm X and Fred Hampton, when he went to that level, they got to kill you there. He was able to do all race of people, bring them all together by high numbers. Fred Hampton and Malcolm X.
We all agreed on that, Von Eric. You are live stream late, brother. We already agreed on all that. We agreed that yes, both things can be true at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That Martin Luther King was definitely singled out by the FBI, but by the U.S. government. I might as well say, because I don't think it was just the FBI. It was a bunch of different alphabet boys after him. But we also can agree that the people on the front lines, they was also feeling it too, right? So we all agreed on that already. But let me get New Growth in here. New Growth, what's up, man?
Peace and love. Peace and love. What's up, y'all?
What's going on, brother?
Not much. Just hollering at y'all, listening to the conversation. It's deep, man. It's so many layers to it, man. Like the Black Lives Matters. I knew it when me personally, my feelings, my emotions, I knew it was something up from the get-go, right? But a lot of people and unfortunately a lot of us are so distraught and alone. We just want something to attach to. We want something to hold on to. To me, I don't see as any different than the souls. I mean, that wasn't paying attention at New Birth when rest his soul, Eddie Long got, a lot of the things was coming out, people were still in support. It was just like I'm blindly following something that made me feel good or something I believe in. But like the Bible said, my people perish due to lack of knowledge. I'm always gonna check with you, big brother Vaughn. Ain't that right?
Yeah.
So when you don't have
which Vaughn?
Either one, both of y'all a little more astute in the Bible than me. But either one, it's just like we have to learn certain things, and that's unfortunately, that's what I'm gonna start getting into. Is just I'm gonna hurt feelings, right? A lot of times we build up, models of people that we love, that we hold and we treasure for good reasons. They're great people, right? But we have to show the whole aspect of them, right? Just like we show the whole aspect of everything else, because there's a lot of things that went on. I love Martin Luther King. I love Malcolm X, but Malcolm X didn't say these things about King from nowhere, right? A lot of things he was saying were in truth, like the Southern Christian Leadership Movement. If you look at the paperwork and if you dig deeper, they were funded by a lot of governmental movements to push a certain type of agenda. Yeah. And on the flip side, if you look at the Nation of Islam, Elijah Muhammad was funded by a lot of sick people, right?
Of course.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, but nobody talks about it, right? Yeah. Nobody. I've never heard people talk about this, and I'm like, am I crazy? It's not the disrespect. So now I'm bringing that up. So when we look at Black Lives Matter, we see the sick people that funded it, right? Like my boy Von Eric, man, you out here, you jumping in the water. I like you, man.
The difference
you
is
said George Soros.
You
get
George
serious,
Soros, right? But let me make the distinction because I was there. So that's why I can say about the nation because I was there.
Hold on. Let me. You were there where?
In the nation.
You weren't there when it was happening, brother. I mean, you heard.
No. What I'm saying is, I know the history. I know the history.
Me too. Right.
Even still, even up till today, where some people support us, and it's a questionable alliance, right? So that's why I'm saying. Let me say the difference. The difference is when they started getting money from all these other groups, they changed their direction of what they was trying to do. Right? I believe in the nation, we still talking our talk and walking our walk. Okay, you want to give us money? Cool, we'll take it, but we still gonna walk our walk and talk our talk. You know what I mean? Whereas these other people, when they get money, that's why I was talking about the civil rights situation. Martin Luther King wasn't in front of it at first. They brought him in. It was this a movement to get better for us because of what was happening to us, right? Then
you saying the civil rights movement, because the civil rights movement was made up of several groups. It was.
What I'm saying, I'm talking about when it was just reverberating, getting started, right? It was the people coming together, meeting in churches. It wasn't no name for it or nothing. It was just us trying to get better rights for us. We was thinking about how we were going to go to the government, and the pastors was getting together, meeting, trying to decide how we going to deal with these issues, right? Then it started growing. Other people started coming and started growing. Then you had the NAACP, Korshnick, and all these people start coming in, right?
Well, that's not necessarily true, but I'm not, because Martin Luther King, he started out as the minister. He was a minister in Birmingham. That's what I wanted to talk to y'all about yesterday. We got so emotionally charged, but yeah, he was in Birmingham when this house got bombed, right?
Okay,
when this house got shot up.
But I'm saying that to say that you talking
about, because the first movement that we can officially put our hands on is what? The bus boycott. That's what is classified as the catalyst for the civil rights movement.
They brought him in to be over everything. And so as he came in, all these other people started coming in and putting money in it.
That's not true.
These other people start putting, that's not true?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's not true.
Where did they get the money to do the Selma March, the March on Washington? Where did that money come from?
Say it again.
Where did the money come from to do the March on Washington?
A lot of places, right? But a lot of it came from the government. Like Brother Von Erich was talking about.
Bro. I just said that.
But no, you said a lot of people, a lot of groups. Like the group was bought in for a reason, right? Like if the government comes in, just like the Black Lives Matter movement, like to me it was so obvious when the election time came up for what's the guy name that's in there now? Biden. It was so obvious. I would go to white people houses in gentrified neighborhoods with Black Lives Matter. These were the people marching, right? It was so obvious that they commandeered our movement for their purpose.
But I'm saying the same thing happened with the civil rights movement. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Right. After the grassroots were making.
That's what I'm saying. It was already a grassroots movement when Dr.
But the grassroots movement was funding the movement then. So that's what I'm saying. It was.
But I'm saying it was at a low level. It's just like the Black Lives Matter movement you got right now. It was when they had a budget of $1 million when they started out, right? Or a couple million. The Soros brothers gave them a couple $1 million. They got them.
But no Soros gave these black people. See, that's what I'm saying. Soros has funded a lot of wicked things in our community. He's funded a lot of whack politicians.
You got to let me finish, though, brother.
But I'm just giving you an example. If you're gonna say it started out pure, it can't start out pure.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? Did I say that?
But if you make that analogy,
no, New Growth.
Go ahead.
Did I say that?
That's the impression you gave. So I'm sorry, because if you saying that it started out like the Black Lives. Go ahead.
That's the impression you took. You didn't let me finish. You interrupted me. So how could you find out exactly what I'm talking about? Right? All right. So what I'm saying, I never said that it started out pure or nothing. What I'm saying is Martin Luther King wasn't involved in the beginning like that, like in the leadership role. He was just part of the, people that was trying to participate. He was brought in to be in the leadership. When they started getting more organized, he was brought in. He was brought in, and then that's when the people money started flowing into the organization because he was involved, and more money started coming. And then that's when Bayard Rustin. So I said, well, we got to start including other people because we getting all this money from all these different places. We can't just say it's about black people anymore. We got to say people of color, minorities, whatever, right? We got to say all these other different things. But it started off, hey, us black people, we should have the right to be able to not be accosted everywhere we go, and just because we're trying to sit down, right, at the lunch counter, which, I have my own feelings about that. But this, in my opinion, was the issue, right? It was issue with our safety when we were just going out to try to just live our lives. Okay, so that's all I was saying, was that he wasn't in the front of it from the beginning, because it wasn't no front man in the beginning. It was just the people on the ground doing and working and doing and suffering and struggling. It was just that. And then as it got more organized, that's when they said, we need a front man for this. He's our man. He's smart. He's young. He don't care about the old way. He want to do the new way. Let's put him in there. And they put him in there, right? They installed him there. And so when the people saw him there, he started gaining traction, right? He started going around talking to different people, going out telling them, hey, no, we want to include everybody. That's when they start throwing money at him, right? Not at him personally, but at the organizations, right? That was actually to try to fund some of the stuff that happened and get the word out, not actually give money to the people. I'm sure they gave some of this money to the people that was caught up in different things, but moreover was trying to, for their travel and their stay and, their meals and whatever, right? Try to take care of his family as much as they could, right? So that's all I'm saying. But brothers, we got to get to this. We got to get to this video, man, because y'all got to see about Whoopi, man, what they say about Whoopi. Now, we saw the first thing, right? We saw the first thing. Let's see what these people got to say about Whoopi on Vaughn's favorite channel, Fox News.
Here we go again. Whoopi Goldberg again apologizing for making incendiary remarks about the
Incendiary? What? No, wait. What's that mean?
Holocaust. But let's start at the beginning. This is what she said earlier this year that ultimately got her suspended from The View.
Let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man.
Okay, she then doubled.
Wait. Did you see that? Did y'all catch what just happened there? Anybody?
What's that? No, I didn't catch that. What you said? What you caught?
When we looked at it on the first video, when Whoopi Goldberg said the Holocaust is not about race, Joy Behar says no. Right? She clearly said no.
Oh, I thought she said, "Oh, it's not about race."
No, she said no.
She posed it as a question, right?
Yeah, I thought.
Then she posed it as a question.
Oh, okay.
She said no, and then she said, "Well, what is it about?" Right? And so,
I thought when she was shaking her head, I didn't think I'm thinking I'm getting the same opinion that Vaughn Bryant is getting.
Well, we'll go back to it. But I just caught that. I just caught that. Okay, yes, I could be wrong. All right, y'all, let's move on, because we got to see these incendiary remarks.
Down that same evening.
Incendiary.
I feel, being black, when we talk about race, it's a very different thing to me. So I said that I felt that the Holocaust wasn't about race, but I thought it was a salient discussion, because as a black person, I think of race as being something that I can see when you talk about.
Wait, Brother Clarence, you really got to go back, because what they're doing right now is clipping what she said. Prior to this, what you're showing, it showed Joy Behar saying something. So you got to go back to another clip to where she said it, and then they showed Joy Behar. Yeah, because
Ultimately got her suspended from The View.
Yeah.
Let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man.
Okay, she then doubled down that same evening.
I feel being black, when we talk about race, it's a very different thing to me. So I said that I felt that the Holocaust wasn't about race, but I thought it was a salient discussion because as a black person, I think of race as being something that I can see when you talk about.
Okay, remember what I told y'all. Remember what I told y'all, right? That's her 1940s, 1930s mentality, right? That's her mentality, right? Race is something you can only see. If I can't see it, then there's no difference between you, right? Remember what I said, right? One of us looking at a Japanese person, then looking at a Chinese person, we probably speak the same language. We try to speak the same language to both people, right? The Chinese
But
person.
hold on. That's not a different race, though. I mean, I exactly understand what she's saying. There's only several races in the world.
No. They would consider each other a different race of people.
But they would have a false definition of it. I can consider myself a little girl, but we know that's not true.
But Brother Clarence, listen, I'm sorry. You really bypassed the part where Joy Bayer said something definitely after Whoopi Goldberg spoke.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Well,
Listen, you may have to go back a little further. You may have to go back just a little tiny bit further.
Well, not that go
on the same thing. Let me go back to the original video.
What I understood her to say in response to Whoopi was, "Oh, really? Is that what it is?" It gave that a little bit to me. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so I'm gonna play it from the other one.
I'm feeling the same way Rob Bryan is feeling right now.
Okay.
Yeah, so you got to go further back than what you actually did, like, because they're showing her making this statement.
Okay, so what I'm gonna do is play. Well, I'm gonna play Whoopi on the first one, and then I'm gonna play her on the second one. All right, I'm gonna play her on the second one. But but let me clear this up with New Growth real quick. So on New Growth, when they consider now, you could consider them race, and you could consider them a race, but what it is people gonna consider what they're gonna consider, and most people consider a race connect that to the bloodline, right? They connect the nationality and the race, connect that to the bloodline. So if you have the bloodline that's connected to a nationality and or a race, well, you're going to be considered the race of whatever the father was in most cases, right? So that is what I think the Asian person would be going under, right? They would be like, I'm not a Japanese, and the other person, I'm not a Chinese. They would be like insulted, right? Why would you consider I would be? Look how different we look, right? You'd be like, wait a minute, you guys look the same to me. What?
Those are nationalities, though, brother. That's not race.
Because I was going to say, are there different races?
The same thing you saying in nationalities based on the landmass. I'm saying they would say race based on the bloodline.
But they would be wrong.
Okay, well, you saying that they would be wrong, but they might say they were right. And so who's to say which one of you is right? If they consider themselves
you say having the discussion, and we can just have any definition to what
Asian. You know what? You gotta have an agreed upon definition of what a race is, right?
And I thought we did.
Right. Okay. What is the agreed on definition?
Both parties would be right, because if
what's the agreed on distinction of a race? What defines one race over another race? What is that?
It's we going by the scientific thing back in the day. They were Asian.
Well, whatever you want to go by.
Okay, that's what I'm gonna go by, though. That's the first thing we had. We can redefine. I can go by the new generation. Ain't no such thing as gender or anything. So that's what I'm saying. A lot of this is crazy.
New growth. Let me get back to you. Hold on 1 second.
Go ahead.
Always Marcy says Whoopi is a racist against white people, and because Jewish people look white, she doesn't think of them as a race among themselves. I explained this already, Always Marcy. I explained this already. From her perspective, she's from the old school. If I can't see it, it ain't there, right? So to her, I told you the same thing happened on the Enterprise, Captain Kirk, right? where the people they was dressed in all black, and one side of one face was black and one side and the people on the Enterprise like, why you guys fighting? You guys are the same. And one guy goes,
Clarence is breaking these TV shows.
Well, I'm just saying, man, because everybody can relate to the TV shows, right? You may not be able to relate to the topic.
Not Captain Kirk.
TV show, right? So I don't think, and if you feel like that, always Marcy, come up here and prove that Whoopi is a racist, because I don't think she's a racist, right? Because there's a very clear definition of racist. So that's very clear, and I don't think that Whoopi Goldberg has anywhere close to having the power to be a racist. But
okay, so when we say what is your nationality,
yes,
are we also speaking on what is your race? Is that the same thing?
No.
Because you have some Australians.
No,
Right.
You see what I'm saying? You have some Panamanians or whatever you call them,
right?
Panamalians or however you say it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So are we relating nationality? Because Brother Negro brought a good point out now.
Yeah.
Is nationality race?
Yeah.
No, not in my book.
Right, there you go. And Brother Negro said that. It depends on who's defining it. Because he said that's why he made that. I can use the new generation as how they do it as far as gender. So you would say, we're not saying, first of all, we're not saying that you're wrong, Brother Clarence, because you're right, especially in the way you define it, especially when you say she's going with an old mentality. So we can't say that you're wrong, because like you said, you have facts and you got
and I'm not trying to be right. I'm just trying to say, I'm trying to cover all the bases. You know what?
Yeah,
Some
no,
people
I
think
get
of
it
this way. Some people may think of it that way. So
right, but we're bringing out some good points. So
right.
I mean, think about it this way, though: a Kenyan and a Nigerian.
Correct.
They're African.
Both people, they both are African, right?
Right.
But they might they might not like each other, right?
Right.
Somalians in South America, South Africa, they might not like each other, but they're still Africans. I can't go all of a sudden and make South Africans a definitive race because they don't get along.
So
That's
how do
their
we
problem.
differentiate nationality and race? So that's a good question.
And a lot of
that's a
times
very good question.
And that's what Brother Clarence was breaking down, in my opinion, about the bloodline of the father who breaks off, and we go off and make something new.
All right.
We make something new. This is Japanese and
Hebrew as well.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. So when we get into race, we overcomplicate race. Race is very simple, right? But when we start defining everybody as a race, like Jewish as a race, right? This is a race. These people are a race. Latinos are a race now. And all of it. Come on, man. We playing these games and it's diluting it. Like they used to say back in the day, it's that stepped on. It ain't pure no more. Everything stepped on.
And I know just what he means by that.
I hear what you're saying, right?
Watch out, Von Eric. I'm gonna tell you, preacher, man.
Look, I know exactly what he means by
I hear
that.
what you're saying, man. But listen. Just because I call milk milk, and I say milk is milk, but they may call it leche where they come from, right? And so I have to be sensitive to that fact that they will say leche, right? So I mean, we all gonna look at it the way we're gonna look at it, right? And so to get a better understanding when we're communicating, I may have to put it in a way where you could understand it and relate it this way. So if they say, hey, Jewish is a race.
Okay, but Brother Clarence, you said something earlier, and I agree with what you were saying, because you made a good point. I believe I was saying something about
I heard you.
Culture, and I brought up Hebrew Israelites, and you said, well, that's faith based.
Right.
Okay. Now I get what you're saying. Now I was under the impression that Jewish or Judaism was faith-based.
I'm saying it's faith based, plus they are very connected to the bloodline. The bloodline means a lot. That's why you don't see a lot of Jewish people marry outside of the Jewish bloodline. Oh, I converted.
Yeah, but in all honesty, are they actually that pure? Let's be honest.
I don't
because
know.
some of them went over to the titty bar when they wasn't supposed to. See what I'm saying, Brother Clarence?
Mm.
And see, now that line is tainted. That line is tainted. So
And
I'm just
think
saying.
about it, brother.
I didn't mean to bring up the
Vaughn,
titty bar
What
again.
is
I'm
wrong
sorry.
with Vaughn in the titty bar, man?
I don't
Vaughn,
mean
Notice
you
Vaun
said
got a lot of titty bar references. I'm starting. I don't know. I gotta keep my eye on Vaun. I gotta keep my eye on
Vaughn
Vaun.
in the titty bar, and you
Vaughn
Figaro.
got a lot of titty bar references, man. Y'all notice that? I didn't want to put him out there. I didn't want to put him
Vaughn
out
the titty bar, you and Figaro.
I'm just saying, but you know, all
First one
listen,
go by, let the
some
second one go by, but
yeah.
it's getting ready to kind of start to stack up on him.
But I'm just saying, is the line that pure though?
I don't know.
You see what I'm
That's
saying?
what I'm saying. That's not my call.
Because a lot
brother.
of us say we're black, and
Vaughn,
you could be
Vaun,
as black
earlier
as
you
me,
just
but you know, there's some white involved.
Vaughn, you
Well,
asked
they
the
have a
question
clear
earlier.
definition
You
of
said,
black. Clear. It's a clear definition.
Right.
If
Clarence,
you have
Vaughn
that
asked the question
8% of your
earlier.
blood is black, you're black. Clear.
Yeah.
That's a clear definition. Now, what does it mean to be Jewish? Can you convert? Are you Orthodox? What does it mean to be Jewish?
It also
And are
depends
you
on
really Jewish if you convert to Judaism? Sammy Davis Jr. converted to Judaism, right?
right. But
If they still
But then
consider him Jewish, could he
Vaughn,
marry? Could he marry?
Vaughn Bryant asked the question earlier. He said, are these people white when you was talking about Jewish? And you said, of course they're white.
yeah, but they,
Right? You
yeah, right.
said that exactly. You said, of course they're
what
white.
happened?
The Jewish
I said,
people,
are they considered Caucasian?
Of course, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
to who though? Because we go to say he is not European and he's not white.
Right. He's
So
probably not.
that depends on so that depends on
Not he what he meant to say was Aryan.
okay. So
I
but
think that's
okay,
what he
so
meant to say.
but I'm just saying it depends on the law. Okay. Peter the Great, right? He had
Right.
a Ethiopian called Abraham. It's a sculpture all in Russia. He pretty much built as far as he was a carpetbagger. It's another name for it, but the way Russia got its dominance in the landmass is a lot has to do with this Ethiopian guy. But he was a slave. And what Peter the Great did is made his blood royal. And that's when you got Alexander Pushkin. And that's when you got the queen's husband directly from him, his line, his bloodline. The second royal family in England come from his bloodline because Peter the Great made his blood royal. So it depends on the culture. It depends on the law. It depends on many things like New Growth and Vaughn Bryant. And it depends on who is looking at it and what law they're going by and what definition they're going by.
Of course. Okay, can we get to the movie, you guys? Let's get to the movie. All right, this is Whoopi Goldberg. This is the first time around.
Then and apologized, but she just made similar comments again in a new interview. NBC's Nayela Charles has the story.
Tonight, Whoopi Goldberg making controversial comments again, reiterating statements from earlier this year that the Holocaust wasn't about race. The Sunday Times of London quoted Goldberg as saying the Holocaust, quote, wasn't originally about race. Also saying, quote, they did that to Black people too, but it doesn't change the fact that you could not tell a Jew on a street. You could find me. You couldn't find them. That was the point I was making. The Times said when the reporter reminded Goldberg that Nazis identified Jews as a race, she rebutted, the oppressor is telling you what you are. Why are you believing them? They're Nazis. The article already invoking backlash and deja vu from some critics on social media, including from a Holocaust survivor and author who said Goldberg continues to use the Holocaust as her punching bag. Back in January, Goldberg was responding to reports of a school banning a graphic novel about the Holocaust when she said this on The View.
The Holocaust isn't about race. No.
Did you catch that?
Wait, why did you stop it?
Did she say no in agreement?
I think he got to it and then he stopped it.
Wait. I stopped it because she said no. She said the Holocaust isn't about race, and somebody on the panel, I thought it was Joy Bear, but it doesn't.
Well, we don't see that. But
it's somebody on the panel said no.
Okay. All right. All right, Brother Clarence.
The second time when we watched it on the second
Listen,
video,
I digress.
laughing at, Von Eric? What you laughing at, man?
I think he's laughing at me, but I digress.
Yeah, man.
Bob Brock got let that bad boy go. You like, yo, why you stop?
Yeah,
Wait,
man.
because I thought the Joy Bear part was gonna come on.
Von act like he paid for the movie. Easy one. Easy.
Okay, all right. I'll pull it in a bit. I'll pull it in.
All right, y'all. We're gonna watch the rest of it.
Already invoking backlash and deja vu from some critics on social media, including from a Holocaust survivor and author who said Goldberg continues to use the Holocaust as her punching bag. Back in January, Goldberg was responding to reports of a school banning a graphic novel about the Holocaust when she said this on The View.
The Holocaust isn't about race. No. It's not about race. No, it's about
a different race.
But it's not about race. It's not about race.
What is it about?
Because it's about man's inhumanity to man.
And doubled down on The Late Show with Stephen Colbert.
I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil.
Mhm.
This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish.
After public pressure, she apologized.
But it is indeed about race because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race.
The View had the Anti-Defamation League on the show to explain the history of persecution the Jewish people have faced. But the Anti-Defamation League did not call for Goldberg to be canceled.
I don't believe in cancel culture. I like the phrase that my friend Nick Cannon uses. We need counsel culture. You know, in the Jewish faith, Don, we have a concept called shuvah. And shuvah means redemption. It means all of us have the power to admit when we do wrong and to commit to doing better.
But ABC still suspended her for 2 weeks. Now ABC's next move is unclear after these latest comments published on Christmas Eve. The company has yet to respond for comment. Tonight, Stand With Us, an Israel education organization calling on Goldberg to educate herself and others.
Well, I'm a daughter of Holocaust survivors, so I'm very sensitive to all this. This is about understanding what anti-Semitism today looks like and how dangerous it really is and how it's escalating around the country and around the world.
We've reached out to representatives for Goldberg who has identified as Jewish in the past. We haven't heard back.
All right. Did you hear what you need to hear, Vaughn? Now I'm gonna move.
I guess her mannerism to me, displayed that she kind of disagreed.
Okay, let me move to the next one. We'll move to the other one. And we're gonna see, and we're gonna start it back over again.
Year that ultimately got her suspended from The View.
Let's be truthful about it because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man.
Okay, so then double down that same evening.
I feel being Black, when we talk about race, it's a very different thing to me.
Mhm.
So I said that I felt that the Holocaust was about race. But I thought it was a salient discussion because as a Black person, I think of race as being something that I can see. When you talk about being a racist, I was saying you can't call this racism. This was evil.
Mhm.
This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish.
Very, very ignorant comments right there, right?
So is race based on skin color?
I think that coming from where she come from, I think that was what normally. I don't think it's definite. I don't think that's the definite, but I think that most people jump to that conclusion, Vaughn, right? Because we got light-skinned people in our family, right? We got damn near white people in our family, right? And you would swear that was a white man unless you knew that was Uncle Jim, man, or Uncle Bob, right? But you would swear it was a white man. Well, I mean, down in Louisiana, especially, right? Louisiana, Texas, maybe even Georgia down there with New Growth, right? Where you got people that have
that passed.
What are they passing, right? And so you don't so at first glance, I think what we use at first glance to try to make we try to find these separators. Your skin, your eyes, your hair. We try to look for these separators to decide what lineage you might have, right? And then we're gonna treat you accordingly. If we think you got a good lineage, then we're going to treat you a certain way. If we think you got a less than good lineage, then we're going to treat you another certain kind of way, right? I think that's how we do it. Now, how do we define it scientifically? Is phenotypes, right? Like pretty much what New Growth was trying to allude to was phenotypes, right? Where, you know, you have mongoloid and caucasoid and is it negroid? I don't know, but it's pretty much 3 different kinds of phenotypes, right? And then phenotypes come from out of those, right? But well, I'm not even gonna go into that discussion because that's
going to be. But I see I see I see both sides in the story, and I see what
you always see both sides. God dang, man. You always see both sides,
right? Because
even one side, just this one time, Von Eric.
No. I think what she, especially when she said, and even New Growth, see when you said,
hey, don't even quote me. Just look at what Sister Annie just said in the thing. I mean, a lot of this stuff is we just not paying attention to.
Right.
Just what's life. I mean, on your senses, it sets it up a certain way. Right.
And did you hear when they said the oppressor defines who you are? When she said, you see what I'm saying? So and even this, German, it's a lot of Germans that do, but the ones that can point out when they say Jewish, it's because they was taught, like brother Brian said earlier, he was taught that you look at the nose. But let's be clear. When she said identify, remember Jewish people changed their name so they wouldn't be identified as Jews. Because you couldn't just look at a Jew and just say, "Oh, that's a Jew." Okay, well let's just say to people, it's some Jews, but look at the action, what they did. It's because they knew that they couldn't be identified. That's why they changed their name. Even the England, the people in England changed their name. What they did, it's blatant. What's I forgot the name, but they changed it because
assimilation.
And no, the royal family. They changed their name because it was a German name, especially on the father side. It's a German name.
Yeah, but Von Eric, that doesn't negate the that doesn't negate the millions of Jews that were identified and were put to death. That doesn't negate that.
No, I'm not saying that.
But identified on the streets of Germany.
But you know, a deep thing about it, though,
you know what? I don't think any of us are making light of what took place because
of course
it was
not
a terrible thing.
Of course,
yeah. But what I'm saying is, I think they among each other would be able to see the distinction. I think us on the outside looking in might not be able to see the distinction.
That's because
their distinction came from.
You got to cam up. If you can cam up and I can see that you're a human being, I'll let you in.
Their distinction came from the hard times that they had.
I got to see that you're a human.
Right.
If I went through this with somebody that's the same race as me, of course I want to separate myself from this evil thing. See, but we got to look back at it. A lot of Hitler's philosophies.
That's better. Okay.
A lot of Hitler's philosophies came from America. See, and America was based strictly on race. No.
Didn't come from America.
No, a lot of his hate, a lot of his a lot of the people that
it was
he
supported by America, but it didn't come from America.
The color code? You talking about the color code system?
No, I'm talking about a lot of his philosophies. A lot of philosophies of purification.
He learned how to integrate it into the culture. I think America, he was able to.
He didn't understand eugenics.
But I think his hate, was it's very clear that it came from a long time before.
It's one thing to hate somebody. Like I can.
I'm gonna bring you in just a second, Marcy.
Yeah, it's one thing to hate somebody. I can hate my brother across the street. I can hate you. You know that the Bloods and the Crips out there, they hate each other. But to look at somebody and say that they're inferior genetically, mentally, and all of the things that he implemented came from the eugenics movement.
Wow.
The eugenics movement.
The eugenics movement. Anyway, I'm just saying he wasn't able to articulate it properly.
Yes, but the eugenics movement was able to give him the blueprint. Thanks Margaret Sanger for a long time. So that's what I'm saying. So when we look at it and they look at it as a race thing, when we say the Nazi was racist, a lot of it was coming from the things that he learned strictly from America's racial struggle. That's written.
Listen,
I mean, we can have a different of opinion, but you can't tell me. Okay, cool.
I'm gonna agree to disagree because I think a lot of his philosophies. This is just my thinking, New Growth. It's just that I believe that he had a lot of that in his heart already, and America just gave him the mechanics to be able to do it better.
That's what I mean.
Okay, so we say the same thing. We say the same thing.
Okay,
right. I'm just trying to say I don't want you because I don't want the thought process to get out there like America was the one that gave him the idea of doing what he was doing. He already had that in his mind already.
No,
so
you take what I say, and I think a lot of times you kind of underestimate your audience. Like, I'm not saying anything that they saying. I'm not trying to come out and say Hitler was this because it is, and you say I don't want the thinking to get out there. No, I'm just opening up the conversation.
No.
It's their responsibility to learn and figure out what I said. But I'm not saying anything I'm not saying anything like Hitler got everything from this. No, that's not what I'm saying.
I didn't say you did.
Because both of it is facts.
I'm trying to clear it up for myself. It wasn't even about the audience. I was trying to make sure that wasn't what you were saying. That's all for myself. Okay, let me bring Marcy into the conversation. Marcy, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine.
Hey, good evening, Marcy. Good evening.
Hi, guys. Hi, guys. And I hope I can say what's on my heart and that you guys don't get mad at me or anything.
No, we won't get mad at you as long as you're being respectful.
And by the way, if you don't want to be,
we won't get mad at you.
By the way, if you don't want to be on camera, you can also put your avatar up.
Yeah, you can put your
avatar up. That's what I was going to do.
Make sure.
We just wanted to make sure that you were. Yeah, we just wanted to make sure you were.
Yeah, just want to make sure you're a human being.
How do I put my picture
just
up?
turn your camera off. There's a button that looks like a camera. You just touch it.
Yeah,
and
there you go.
Oh well then.
Oh no,
see, now I should have shut up. Now that's
my
fault.
You should have just your fault.
I shouldn't have said nothing. You know, I repent. I repent right now. In front of God and everybody. It's my fault.
Brian.
My fault. I know. Man,
now she gonna think. Now she gonna think.
It's just not.
Oh, here she is. Here she is, gentlemen. Here she is. She's back.
Do you see a picture? Do I have my picture?
No, we don't see a picture. So
okay, let me turn my cam off like that.
There we go.
You're good. So we were talking.
Okay. So anyway, here's what I want to say about a lot of things. And I watch a lot of videos with Black content. I just love it. I don't know why, but I do.
All right.
When I was young, now I'm old. I'm going to be 70 in October.
Holy smokes. Good for you, Marcy.
Huh?
I said, good for you.
Yeah. So what I wanted to say is when I was 3 and 4 years old and I started Sunday school, and I'm just going to tell you the truth of everything about stuff. When I was 3 or 4 years old and I started Sunday school, and I'm a Christian, my very first memory book, or my book of, Bible verses to learn, was pink. And on the front of the page, it had Jesus standing there, and it had a little white girl, a little black girl, a little Chinese girl, and I can't remember all of it. But the one thing I knew as a very, very young child is that we were all children of God. And I was never brought up to think I was better than anybody. My parents raised 9 children. None of us have any thought in our mind that we're better or that, that we were different. I didn't even know there was a difference. Really, I didn't. And I lived during the time that they started busing kids into our grade school, Black kids into our grade school. And I was so excited. I wanted to make friends. And now as I watch a lot of videos, and maybe I'm wrong, but I watch a lot of videos, and a lot of Black people said they were taught very young that white people were evil. Now, I mean, I've heard them say that many times, that they were just taught that. And I was like, why? Why were they taught that when I was never taught that about Black people? I don't remember my parents. In fact, they would have probably washed my mouth out with soap if I ever said anything bad.
Well, can we clear that up for you, Marcy? I think
Sure.
you got 4 guys that can probably clear that up for you real quick.
Okay. Okay.
Any one of you guys want to answer that question?
I just wanted to. Can I ask Marcy a real quick question? I know you was talking about the picture. when you
answer that question. Okay.
Go ahead, sir. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'll ask when you.
Okay, let me answer the question.
Okay, go ahead.
Real quickly, Marcy. You know what?
Okay.
You can have a swayed opinion, especially Black people in the South. You can get a swayed opinion when a lot of vicious violence is coming your way, just for going to vote, just for going to try to eat somewhere, just for going to go, just trying to live your life.
Right.
And you have one person in particular constantly getting in your way. You know, obviously at some point people are going to say, okay, this is somebody you got to look out for out there, right?
Uh-huh.
So you can understand that, right?
Right. I can.
Okay. So
I guess I
that's
don't
where
see it from that side because I never saw that side.
And there's also a lot of Black people that would say the opposite of that, where they would say it doesn't matter, it's just that one white person, it's this white person, it's that white person.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I also, you said that where you was raised and how you was raised, and blessed be upon your parents and your family for raising you under a righteous way.
That's rare at that point, yeah.
Right. So and it also depends on what area you was raised in, because they went by a certain sector. You know, certain towns and cities and states.
I grew up in St. Louis.
Okay, so St. Louis are probably in that area. Y'all probably had in that area. Y'all didn't go for that. You know, some areas that you go to, slaves was not allowed, and once they touched the ground, they was free. So it also depends on what area. So now, if it was now on the Black side, when you say Black is evil, what Black people saying white people is evil, they responding off of which we call PTSD. They had went through things that a white person did do something to them, because there were white people that looked at Black people as beneath them. They looked at them at a certain way. Not all whites, but it was a lot. And the Blacks that does feel that way, that they feel that whites was evil, it's because they reacted off of emotions of what they went through. And it's like they still see it in their mind. So they still angry inside. So yes, should we think all white people's like that? No, but I can see their emotions taking control, which cloud their judgment, and that's why they think that way.
Definitely. All right, New Growth, you had a question for Marcy?
Go ahead, real quick. I just want to say that I don't even have a friend. I never had a neighbor. I knew nobody that ever talked bad about any race. That's why I'm so shocked to hear this, because from my view, I don't understand. I mean, I get what you're saying about the back part of it coming forward. I get that. And I understand that part. But it's like Whoopi, I'm sorry, Whoopi has not had any racism against her. That lady's multi-rich, had a successful life that most white people will never dream of having. But that doesn't make us angry at her because she has it. I just wanted her to be appreciative that her ancestors fought just to read a book. And now kids don't even understand how their ancestors died trying to learn to read. I mean, I know Black history. I mean, I lived through those 50s and 60s.
Hold on, Marcy, hold on one second. Wesley Curry II, if you want to talk, my man, we're right here. We're not going no place.
I won't stay on here.
Talk. If you really want to talk,
I won't stay on here.
Come up here.
You can stay on.
We have stay whatever you want. You can stay. I mean, I'm just, sometimes we have people that's trolling us, and we're not the ones that's going to be, hey, we're going to be fighting with them. We're going to ask you to come up and let's talk about it. Right? Okay. All right, Marcy. So sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'm done. I'll wait for a question now.
Yeah. How you doing, Marcy? Again, this is New Growth. I'm 45.
Shout out to Brother Sim.
And I like you, I've studied a lot of Black American history, right? So and I'm figuring, like, in when King died, how old were you? Probably.
I was probably in like 4th, 5th grade, same age, same time President Kennedy died.
Okay, so you didn't have a lot of y'all didn't watch a lot of TV growing up, or
no, we only had like 3 channels.
Right, because I mean, in that time you were alive when a lot of the race riots, the summer race riots, and the mega Evers were getting killed, and the
Right.
blacks not being able to
Right.
vote. So a
Right.
lot of these things, I mean, and it's not a detriment to you or your family. I think the heart was pure, but when you talk about a system, racism is based on systematic
Gotta show me
oppression.
you a human being, Wesley
You
Curry.
know, it's
Wave
not
to
it's
me,
not
man.
just
Come
based
on,
on.
give me a wave. Wave to
But
me.
how?
Wave your hand.
But
It's
how do
not.
we get? How do we
No,
get
hold on. Let
past
me.
it?
We have to.
Oh, there you
We
go.
have to accept it, because, like, when you gave a perfect example. You said, "Hey,
I got you. I got you. You're already on the stage, Wesley.
you said you made a perfect example. You say, when I went to church, I had a picture, and it was Jesus, and it was this black kid, a white kid, an Asian kid. I just wanted to ask you, and this is not to be disrespectful, but it's just for you to understand how you are viewed, how you revered. What color was What color was Jesus?
I think he was like a brown.
Oh, really? Wow.
Very good.
That's unusual. That's very
That's
unusual.
very accurate. Very accurate.
That was very unusual, because when I grew up, I used to see white Jesuses in my house. That was the thing. Jesus was white. It was never any question. Right.
Yeah,
So, and that kind of gives you a stigma, a mental state of, hey, this is
I just go by the
superiority.
region. I just go by the region where he was born and what people look like in that region.
I agree with you. I agree with you
So
totally.
I don't think that Jesus was blonde-haired, blue-eyed, white. No, he was dark-haired, kind of like I'd say more towards a black hair, like more of a kinky hair, and he had brown eyes. That I don't know. Yeah, I get what you're saying. But that's not what I've ever been taught.
Wow. Well, you're blessed. You need to get out there and tell that story.
Listen, I really appreciate her.
Yeah. I appreciate your honesty. Mercy, appreciate your honesty. I'm gonna move over here to Wesley Curry, because Wesley Curry had a lot to say in the chat.
Well, I can wait too for my comment.
Oh, you got a comment?
Cool. Well, I just wanted to address the young lady that's on. What's your name again?
Marcy.
Marcy.
Yeah, Marcy. Listen, I am so grateful that that you joined the panel. You know what I'm saying? And you bring a different light to the conversation, and I appreciate that. And you did pose a question about whether or not you were talking about when we were taught at a young age that white people were evil, and why was that? And hopefully, I don't know, between Brother Von Erich and Brother Newgrove, I know they gave you some explanations. Were you satisfied with their explanations?
Yes, I really was. I mean, I know it, but sometimes I need it brought back.
And you know what? And I really didn't want to. Hold on, is somebody talking?
Speak here when I speak here.
Hold on, sir.
I got him.
Well, you have to put him on mute.
I muted him.
Okay. So anyway, let me just finish this really quickly with Sister Marcy. Listen, you are welcome here anytime. You know what I'm saying? Because we're a group of people that like to get an understanding.
Even if you don't agree with us. Even if you
don't agree with us, it's okay. We're not gonna ostracize you or as they say, cancel you.
Well, I don't walk in
as long as you're as long as you're respectful.
That's all we ask.
That's all we ask. And I appreciate your courage to get up and say, hey, I want to speak to this situation. But yeah, when I was younger, I had no idea about slavery and all of these different things, because it wasn't taught in the schools that much, and my parents at the time didn't speak on it.
Hold on, Wesley. I'm coming to you right next.
It was basically like when the movie Roots came out. I don't know if you all remember that.
Yeah.
But it caused a lot of us to look and delve more into our history. And when we saw some of the heinous things and acts that were committed against us, it made even me myself, even though I didn't go through those things, it made me angry on the inside. How could somebody consider me less than when we are all God's children?
Right.
And I know you mentioned that about God's children. How can you see me less than you? You see what I'm saying? And so there was something so incorrect about it. You see what I'm saying? And so at one period, and I'll be honest with you, at one period in my youth, I just about hated white people. I didn't want to hear nothing. I didn't trust any of them, until God kind of opened me up a little bit to understand that no, all are not bad. All are not good, But it's the same thing with my culture. All are not bad. All are not good. You see what I'm saying? And
Yes.
so when we have that type of knowledge of each other's existence, then we learn how to coexist. So anyway,
I
I'm
know
going
it
to
just
leave
makes
that
me
out
so
there.
sad. It makes me so sad.
Yeah, and it makes all of us sad. But you know what? I believe that there is going to be correction, and even though it still looks kind of topsy turvy, even now, still, a
Right.
lot of it is either subliminal, a lot of it is under the rug, some of it is blatant,
Right.
But these are crimes against humanity. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so there's a God that sits higher than humanity.
Vaughn.
Oh,
Can I
I'm
just
sorry.
put the love
I didn't
fest
know
on
I
hold?
went. I didn't know I went
Yeah.
over. Go
No.
right
Let
ahead.
me put the love fest on hold because let me handle this situation with Wesley Curry. Because he had a
Gotcha.
lot to say in the chat. I want to clear that up real quick, and then we can get back to the love fest. All right, Wesley, are you there?
Hi.
Hello?
Yeah, I'm here. How are you doing?
All right, so far so good. What's going on?
What's on, buddy?
I'm in Huntington, West Virginia.
Okay.
I just had a couple of spiritual matters that I believe it's important for you to hear about.
Okay.
The second coming began when Jesus said, "It is time." And Satan emulated his voice and said, "Sad and delicious." And Jesus poured of his spirit on all flesh on January 4th, 2003. That's that feeling of Christmas Day that you all have had for over 18 years. That's where that is from. The latter rain pouring down on your souls. It is not from the indwelling of the Spirit. It is not from anointment. It is not from you being baptized. It is from the latter rain pouring and wetting your souls.
Wesley,
that is how that
great.
feeling was given to you from Jesus.
That sounds great, Wesley. What does that have to do with the topic that we're talking about?
Well, Jesus gave it to me to shut it to you.
Okay, thanks a lot. Anything else?
On October 10, Satan pulled a fire down from heaven.
Mm-hmm.
And he put that fire into the minds of everybody on earth. Jesus allowed him to do it. Jesus loosened the footstool, Satan. And Satan spoke in your minds in the same way that Satan perverted the minds of Muhammad and gave Muhammad all the lies of the Qurans. Well, a lot of the Quran was given to Muhammad that same way. When Satan said, "I will turn and toss you violently like a ball."
Okay.
And Satan did the same thing on March 31st, 2020, saying,
Can I ask you a question?
"Don't tell the vision." And this is written in scripture.
Can I ask you a
Now,
question?
I just want to know the dates. I just want to know, how do you come up with these dates?
Before we get to the dates, Vaughn, let me ask you a question.
Okay,
And out of the mouth of the dragon, and out of the mouth of the beast,
Wesley,
and out of the mouth of the false teacher,
well, you just have
I
to put him
saw an
on mute if he's
unclean
not gonna
spirit like a frog.
Wesley, I have to ask you. I have to mute you, man, because you're not being respectful to me as the host. So I had to mute you, unfortunately, right? We can have a conversation if you want
and he's still talking.
We can have a conversation if you want it. But if you're not going to respect me as the host, then we're not going to be able to have a conversation, right? And I'm gonna have to pull you off. Okay.
I don't think he's listening.
I have a question for you. You're talking, Wesley, but nobody can hear you. Okay, I'm gonna tell you what. Are you, Wesley? Are you prepared? Are you prepared to be respectful to me as the host? Wave your hand if you are. If not, I'm gonna have to pull you off the stage, Wesley.
Well, you can't do no more than that now.
I mean, what can I do, man? I offered to talk to you. I'm willing to have the conversation with you. But if you're not gonna respect me as the host, then
well,
that's
good.
probably
He took his
it. Now,
I'm
Marcy,
just trying to, where did he
Marcy,
get
are
the
you
dates
there?
from?
I'm here.
See, now I'm not saying only white people do that. Black people do it too. But you see some of the things that we got to deal with, right? Where we just like, hey, we just trying to have a conversation, and this man won't even be respectful to us in this conversation, right? So this is some of the things that why and so on a larger scale, violently that happened to them, where to some of our people in a lot of our people actually in the past, where they would say, hey, this is not gonna work. You know what I'm saying? You got to look out for this person because this person's gonna get you, right? You got to watch out for them. and it's
Yeah.
just for your own personal safety, right? Hey, you got to
Yeah.
watch out for this person because they're gonna get you. They got me. They got your grandfather. They got
See,
this.
I feel more of that now. I'm really afraid of black people.
You're afraid?
I am.
Why?
Because I know how much they hate us, and I see a lot of videos where they'll walk up to old ladies sitting on the street and hit them in the head, and
You know who black people hate the most?
themselves, I think.
Other black people, right?
Yeah.
We're the biggest. We're the biggest. Wait.
This conversation is going somewhere totally.
You going.
This is going way somewhere.
No, but I think that
Wait. I need you all to listen to me. Black people do the most violence to each other. That's a fact. So that's not me jumping on black people. That's just a fact. So that's like me saying black people do the most violence to white people do the most violence.
No. You said it's a fact coming from where?
Coming from statistical.
Okay, who did those statistics? Who did those statistics?
Look at the crime statistics from the.
Okay, but you're talking about numbers. It's funny how the people who control the statistics, you're going to believe why you is not there. You're going to believe statistics that you're not there. Come on, brother. We can't just say people use
until you bring something better. When you bring something better, then I'll believe that. But
no, the better is all race do
2 + 2 is all I got to go on. You bring something better than 2 + 2, and I go with it.
No, brother. All race do things to each other in that race. It's just not, black people do the most violence to black. No, every race do violence to each other. It's been like that throughout history.
Von Eric, did you just hear me? You just wasn't paying attention because you got all in your feelings. I also said that white people do the most violence to everyone just because of the numbers.
Okay.
Because of their numbers. They do the most violence to everybody. Themselves and everyone else.
When I said that, I didn't mean to offend you. I was meaning like I watch a lot of videos where light-skinned blacks are made fun of by dark-skinned black. That's what I was talking about, not blacks in general.
See, we want to talk truth. We talking truth.
But can we be scared of the Karens? I'm scared of white women the most. You know what I'm saying? Because if I'm on the street, and we have a disagreement, it seems I watch a lot of videos where y'all say, "Help! He's attacking me!" Right? We can't get into the ignorance, sister. Right?
Right.
If you're gonna consume that, you said you Christian. What you consume is what you become.
Exactly.
Right? It's plenty of videos out there. There's plenty of videos out there with black. I seen a black man the other day over here in Atlanta saved a white woman with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation who had a heart attack at Walmart.
Right. I see good things too. I'm not saying that.
I know you didn't say that. That was the problem.
No,
so you
I
more
didn't
scared
say.
of us than love us?
Okay. New growth. You got to let her finish, man.
Go ahead.
Keep interrupting her.
Go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
All right. Go ahead, Marcy.
I was just going to say, I didn't mean that. He said, do you know who hates black people the most? And I said, black people, not in black people not liking black people, as in they hurt each other by hating each other because of their skin colors. I hear that all the time on videos about a light-skinned person not like. There's a girl that does a lot of videos. I can't think of her name, but she really goes into she's very, very, very dark skinned. She's a dark skin activist. That's it. And she goes on and on and on about how when she was little, because she's dark skinned, when her aunts and them come over, they wouldn't bring her gifts because they gave them to the light skinned kids, but not her. That kind of stuff is what I meant. I wasn't trying to make it sound like all black people hate black people. That's not what I was meaning.
No. You didn't. In your defense, you didn't bring it up. Brother Clarence brought that up. I'm talking about. You said you were scared of black people the most.
I am more now.
I mean, we don't have tanks, sisters. We don't have atomic bombs. We're not cutting your Social Security, right?
Well,
we didn't put
you're right. You're
so you scared us the most?
I'm more afraid of liberals than I am even black people.
Thank you. See, we got something in common. See,
that's where I'm afraid of.
I got your back.
Because I think they're trying to make us hate each other, and I'm not going to fall for it. I'm not.
Right.
There you go.
Okay.
Right.
So,
I'm not going to hate anyone.
Well, let me just say this. I think that when it comes to this fear-based topic of I'm fearful of this particular individual or that one. I think you just need to be aware of your surroundings, period. Whether
Yeah.
it's white, black, red, green.
Yeah.
Because see, negativity and harm comes from all different types of aspects of life. So if you're just focused on just one aspect of a nationality that could be harmful to you, you're doing yourself a disservice.
There you go.
You
There
see
you
what I'm saying? Because
Well,
you have to be aware. Listen, you have to be aware of your surroundings because listen, all black people are not good and all black people are not bad. But then listen, all white people are not good and all white people are not bad and
right.
all Asians. And I could continue on with that
Right.
conversation.
I know what you're
So
saying.
when you're in the street, you know what I'm saying? I would say
Yeah.
just be aware of your surroundings, period. Well,
And at the end of the day, Marcy, I
the
do
devil
respect.
comes in any type of form and fashion.
Right. And Marcy, I respect your fear. If that's your fear, that's your fear. It's not me or anybody else up here to judge that. Like Brother Clarence said, we can't get in our feelings about how you feel. Right.
Right.
But our job as ambassadors to our community is to let you know that hey, you might you might be fearing the wrong one because we've been fighting for a long time. So you know,
And plus, what you said,
we can tell you who the enemy is.
Right.
We ain't the one that giving you less pay.
Right. And what you said, New Growth, what New Growth has said, very important. He said, if you keep watching and what you're watching can determine your outcome of your decisions. And it's like it was a person, a young white kids in Florida beating up homeless people. They was all black. Should I say all whites are this?
No, but I can understand you being angry about that.
Right. With baseball bats beating.
And I can understand you being very angry about that. I would be.
Right, but
As
I
a white
don't. But I
person.
would do. But we don't want to say. We wanted to go back what Von Bryant was saying. Are all whites evil? No. Are all Asians evil? No. All blacks evil? No. It's good in every race.
Right.
And what he said is very important. You have to look out with your surroundings because you're looking at just one race, but the race that you in can do the most damage to you because they're closer to you. So you have to like King said, make a judgment of a person's character. Look at the discerning who are you talking to and what that person is. Because like Paul Bryant was basically saying, the sheep comes in many different ways in sheep's clothing. So you have to what New Growth and Von Bryant just said was much wisdom words that can help you as far as making it determined. There's much wisdom in this.
Well, I have to be a little bit honest. I'm really low on an autistic spectrum. And so I was born afraid of everything. I couldn't let anybody near me. I was afraid of the mailman. I was afraid of Santa Claus. I was afraid of my cousins, my aunts, anybody. And now that I'm getting older, I'm kind of reverting back. It's not just black people. I'm kind of afraid of everybody right now.
Okay.
And I just I don't even leave my apartment. The only time I ever leave here is to go to the doctor. That's it. I live in fear all the time and I pray all the time about it.
Yes.
I don't understand. I don't understand why I'm afraid.
Let me just share this with you, my sister. You know, this God that you serve, and I know that you have faith in him. You know, the scripture says that he did not give us the spirit of fear. He said, but he gave us it's of love, power, and a sound mind. So you have to understand, listen, you know, fear is a tactic of the enemy to get you to distrust God.
But how is he doing that to me at 6 months old?
But see, listen, we were born in sin and shaped in iniquity.
I know.
Right?
I know.
So come on, the devil has been warring with us even while we were yet in our mother's womb, right?
I know.
So you have to see. So God didn't give us that spirit of fear, you know, but of power, love, and not only that, but a sound mind. So now I just
love the way you guys are talking. You guys have made me feel so much better about that.
And listen, I'm glad to hear that too, because I want to encourage you tonight to understand that this fear that you're feeling is a tactic of the enemy, because you serve an almighty God. There's none that could whip him. He is almighty, all powerful, all knowing. See what I'm saying?
I
and he's
know that.
everywhere at the same time. So listen, you know, when you feel fearful like that, you really need to tap into the Spirit of God. Ask God to come in on the inside, because you know it's kind of a natural thing in so many ways, you know, because you know fear, we all experience fear. You see what I'm saying? But
Yeah,
it's not the fact that we experience fear, it's what do you know about fear. See what I'm saying?
I don't. I don't even
It's
know
a,
why I'm afraid.
oh, yeah, it's because the enemy wants you to be afraid and uneasy. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
But but
yeah,
but
that
the
makes sense.
spirit of, but listen, the Spirit of God comes in to settle that spirit. But you have to be open enough to let him in that space. Now, how to do that, that's a whole nother topic and a whole nother question. But I'm just saying, you know, understand that
I will.
this fear is not of God. It's not of God, it's of the enemy.
And Sister
You
Marcy,
see what I'm saying?
have you ever hung out with like black family in your lifetime? You ever been over to cookouts or the
Yeah, I
Bible study?
have.
You know how we get down. We be jumping. We play spades. We keep knocking on. So we passionate people, right? So when you up here
Right,
with when you up here
right.
with us five right now, we might get a little louder and none. It ain't no
Yeah,
harm. That's just how we kick it, right? So
yeah.
don't be afraid of us, right?
Oh, I'm not. I think you
You
guys have been
right,
so respectful, and I
right.
appreciate that because I
And
like learning more, and I love listening to you guys. I was listening for a long time before I even typed anything.
that's
Um,
beautiful.
And see, that's
I
the
just,
beauty of the stream, is that individual like yourself, you know,
hmm
felt comfortable enough. And see, you overcame a fear. Look, you're on the panel with all of these black gentlemen. You see what I'm saying?
yeah,
And
I
you've
am
already
not
expressed
black.
that you had a fear of black men. And see,
yeah,
so now God sends you to this channel for this particular reason. It's so
yeah,
that you know that you don't have to fear us. You
Right.
see what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah.
But you do have to differentiate good character and bad
Right.
character.
Good. And I'm just wanting to let you know, Brother Ron, I'm not black. I'm multicolored. No, I'm just
Oh, you
joking.
know what I mean. You know what I mean. I
I'm
know
just
we're gonna
joking.
get caught up in semantics. I get it. I
I'm
get
just
it.
joking. I'm
I
just
get it.
Well,
joking.
I mean, when you guys were talking about race versus nationality, that's why I put that up there. I said, "You see my picture? What nationality am I?"
Right.
Now, nationality is more hard to distinguish besides race, right? That's the
Right,
hard thing.
right.
Nationality can go on like somebody might be Asian. He said, "Well, I'm Philippine, or I'm South Korean, so those are nationalities inside of the
Right,
race of Asian." So, I mean,
right.
at the end of the day,
And I'm mostly Norwegian, but that doesn't make me different from any other white person or any other black
well, you
person.
know, Norwegians. I mean, it's a stereotype that y'all like black men, but no, I'm just playing. I'm just playing. Let me
Well,
stop playing so much. I'm silly.
I've been married to my white husband for almost 50 years,
All right.
That's
All right. Good for
beautiful.
you,
That's
Marcy. Good
beautiful.
for you.
and
Good
I
for you.
love him more today than the day I married him.
That's right.
Good
He's
for
my
you.
That's
best
beautiful.
friend.
That's
Good
good.
for you. Always look for the good in people, Marcy. Always look for the good.
Okay,
Even
okay.
wherever
Wow.
you go, just look for the
Uh-huh.
good in people. You know what I'm saying? The
Yeah,
colors and all of that, and the religions and all that. Don't.
yeah,
I have learned. I'm 54 years old. I have learned that let that stop you from getting to know somebody who's really a good person just because they got a different religion or different color or
right,
whatever
right.
it is. It's
Mhm.
really. It's not. It's unfruitful. It's
I,
unfruitful.
I respect all religions. I respect all nationalities, all races. I just do. I
Yeah.
don't get not doing that.
Right. Well.
And I lost my mom and dad when I was 23 years old, and I'm not gonna let anything change what they taught me growing up.
Right. Right on. Good
You
for you.
know,
Wow.
Good for you. Good for you. Well, we trying to educate some people here
you
on both
did. You
sides of
helped
the
me a
street.
lot, guys. You guys helped me so much. Thank you so much. And I'm gonna go ahead and step down now. And
Okay.
I just thank you guys. You guys were awesome, and you've helped
Well,
me a whole
thank
lot.
you. Thank
Okay,
you for
Thank
Marcy.
you,
Thank
joining
you
guys.
for
the
stopping
stream.
by. Marcy, can I ask you a
Yeah,
quick question?
sure.
How did you find the channel?
I told you I watch a lot of I think I put in Whoopi's name actually to see what was going on. And then I
Okay.
seen your thing and I thought I'm going to go listen because you said, is she anti-Semitic?
Okay.
And that's when I just started listening. I listened to you guys for a long time before I said anything.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
And then I thought
All
I'm going to try to go up and see if they'll talk to me.
Of course we will. Okay. Of course
Wow.
we will.
Thank you guys
Beautiful.
so much.
Beautiful.
You guys are so kind and you really helped me see things in a different light tonight. Thank you so much.
All
God
right,
bless
you
you.
say bless.
Yeah. All right,
Okay,
Marcy.
bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey,
All right, I'm gonna pull you down, Marcy. All right,
Oh,
that
see,
was Marcy. That
Wow.
was Marcy in the house.
Respect,
All right,
Beautiful.
y'all.
respect.
All right, y'all.
That was
Can
dope.
I talk now? I mean, I know it's my show and everything, and you know, you guys out here
It's God's show.
It's
trying
Al's
to
show,
change,
man. We
trying
done
to change the world,
we done
one person at a time.
I know we gonna see over
One
here.
white lady at a
We
time. Y'all trying to change
we
the
got a
world,
place
right?
over here called Figueroa, and the guys come over there, man. I'm telling you, bro. You know what I'm saying? They busters out.
And don't forget me with the titty bar, right? Don't forget me.
Well,
Yeah,
brother,
with the titty bar.
well, brother, I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I would
man.
like to
Oh
talk,
man,
but if anybody else can
we got to
talk
do
besides
something,
me,
man. I think we got to do an
Man,
intervention.
we
from
look,
all
we
of
went
them.
all the way left in 2
Right,
seconds.
and if Brother Clarence break up another movie or a TV show, I
You
am
know I'm
done.
gonna do it,
I'll be
dog.
like my
You
boy
know I'm gonna do
Cisco
it.
and Ebert. This
You know
boy
I'm gonna
about
do it.
brother Clarence gonna break up Kool-Aid commercial soon, man. I'm
No, I'm
telling
gonna
you.
do it. I'm gonna do it.
Wow, man. But you know what? Look,
Eric,
look.
you have disrespected the Jews 2
But you
times.
know what?
Oh no, no, no.
I thought he would have showed up by now, but he didn't. He didn't show up. He haven't emailed me. He hasn't showed up. So next time we bring this conversation up, I'm gonna say, you know what?
He was on Bolo channel this morning. I think he got
That's something, man.
This morning?
Yeah, I think he got kicked. Did he get kicked off, Brian, this morning?
He got kicked off. Oh, I remember he
Oh
ran
man,
off.
he was
ran
doing
off
better,
Monday.
man.
Oh,
Wait,
was
what-
it
I think that he because I
He
had
was on
left.
what
He was
channel
on,
was he
he
on?
was on Bolo
He was
channel
on
this morning,
Bolo TV.
and
Who
I
got
think
kicked, who got
I
kicked
think-
off?
yeah, I think because I went up for Golda.
Oh, Vagoda. Well,
I didn't see it today, but I saw when he was on there and he was with talking to Bolo, and then him and Bolo got into it. Remember I was talking earlier on Tuesday, they was moving furniture over there. That was him and Bolo.
Oh, that was Tuesday. I'm sorry, I got the dates wrong.
It was
yeah,
Monday.
I missed
It was
that
Monday.
episode.
Okay,
but,
I got the dates wrong.
because I was talking about it on Tuesday.
Oh, okay.
Talking about it on Tuesday.
well, you know what? We would have to all be honest that you know there's only so far we're going to go with a conversation, and especially me. You know, I'm going to shut it down. I'm sorry. You know what I'm saying? If you're going to just keep on talking over and doing all this stuff, I have to stop it. You know.
Well, I
it's
mean, that's
only
eventually what happened was Bolo kind of just ran him off because he was just like, "I'm never coming back here again." Right?
Yeah,
Bolo's like, go in, right?
Was he breathing hard? Was he sighing hard?
Yeah, man, he was getting, yeah, man, because what the point of
you know,
contention
Bolo
was,
can go in now, man.
real
Bolo
quickly,
can go in.
the point of contention was that Bolo was saying, "Hey, if you don't believe in Christ, you're not going to heaven according to this book." He was just telling him, "This is in the book. This is how the book is structured.
Right.
If you don't believe in Christ, you're not going to." And he said, "Does the Jews believe in Christ?" And Vagoda said, "No." He said, "Well, there's your answer. He said, Vagoda started out saying, "Am I going to hell? Because I don't believe in Christ." He said, "Well, the book says if you don't believe in Christ, you're going to hell." And then so then Bolo explained to him. Bolo said, "Not only you, I'm telling this to my children. I'm telling this to my wife. I'm telling this to my mama. I'm telling this to anybody, white, black, red, yellow, Jew, Christian, Muslim, whoever. If you don't believe in Christ, you're going to hell according to this book." That's up. You're telling me I'm going to hell.
Well,
What's
the word
the matter with you?
listen, you know, I'm the first to say the word is hard. The word is definitely hard. You know,
and
I'm the first to
I
say
got that. You know, I got that from Big Riggs because Bolo said he sounded like the Count from Sesame Street.
Oh, that's not right. That is not.
Eric, that's what 2 times you've talked about the Jews. 1, 2.
That is disrespectful.
Listen, I thought that he sounded like Boris and Natasha from
that's what I
from
thought.
Bullwinkle.
Right? I thought he sounded like more like Boris. Right?
Yeah.
But,
I am not
Boris.
getting that. I'm not getting that with y'all.
Yeah, I thought Vagoda was getting kind of better, man. You know. I think
Well,
he
he
was
is
trying to.
here. He is here
Okay.
because
Well, he has
we
to
like
learn
I
too.
was
You know,
telling
there's
Don GQ, we don't I don't center it around religion. I could, right? I could be playing ministers tapes and all, but I don't do that on purpose because I'm not trying to have it to be where people say, oh, well, that's a Muslim channel or that's a Christian channel. I don't want it to be that. I want it to be a channel for people trying to do things better, improve. That's what this channel's about. I don't care what your religion is. I don't care what your color is. If you about trying to make things better for us and as a people, and then have that permeate out to the world, then cool. I'm with you. If not, cool. You don't have to roll with us. But that's what we about. We got to take care of our people. Our people are the ones on the gurney. Everybody else is sitting in the, you know what I'm saying? Like in the what do you call that? The ER room. Everybody else is sitting there with a thermometer in their mouth. We're the ones on the gurneys out like this, right? So we got to work on us first. So once we get ourselves together, then we can get out there and start doing the work of everybody else. Big Rick said, do the Pagoda Girls voice one more time. Big Rigs, you have disrespected the Jews 3 times. 1, 2, 3 times. Big Rigs.
Risa said, hell no, he on 10 over here all the time.
Risa said, yeah. Man, I got an email, man. This person feelings was hurt. And I know they didn't say no names, but I know who pooted them out. I know who pooted them out.
Oh shit, Brother Clarence, you read email?
Yes, of course, brother. I can read a little bit.
When I be dropping books and facts, this message hasn't been open yet.
You sent me last. I look up what you sent me. I look up what you sent me, brother.
But most
of the time, you know what I see? I say, God damn, man, we on the same page. I just be like, we're on the same page. What is he doing sending me this? And I know already, and we all on the same page. I mean, it's good information. Like that stuff you sent me about King was good information, but I'm saying, man, we on the same page about this. It's all good. It's all good. All right, y'all.
You start your show, New Grove. You get ready to start the show, right? You get ready to start your show.
Yeah, man. I think I might be a grand opening, grand closing, but you know.
Wait, no. New Growth. I want all that information, but we got to get through. Can you wait?
Okay, go ahead. I ain't trying to cut in.
It's going to be a grand opening.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Opening, brother.
Then you can tell us all about your channel, man. All right, let's finish Whoopi real quick.
Whoopi would later apologize to her viewers right before her suspension.
I said that the Holocaust wasn't about race, and it was instead about man's inhumanity to man. But it is indeed about race, because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race. Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that.
This is my question. I have no problem with her apologizing, right? That's a lot of stuff she said was time-based understanding, right? And at that time, that's the way they thought about stuff, right? So I get how somebody like this could be ignorant. Plus, when you have a big circle of yes people around you, yes, Whoopi, yes, Miss Goldberg, yes, Miss Goldberg, yes, you're right, Miss Goldberg, right? When you're around a bunch of people like that, it's easy to get into an echo chamber, right? That's why echo chambers are so dangerous. Because when you get into when you start talking to the rest of the world, you start looking crazy, right? Anyway, but my thing is, why does she have to do this? Why do we as Black people, when we make our corrections, we gotta always say, I stand with this person, right? You never hear no one else say, I stand with Black people, right? I stand with Black people. I mean, I'm talking about famous people. We have Marcy up here, but I'm talking about we stand with Black people. And I don't even think Marcy said that, right? She said
They said we stand on Black people. We stand on Black people.
On Black people. That is not.
You know what I mean, fellas. Y'all know what I mean, man.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you.
Why don't we see people, right? Right? We don't never hear nothing like I stand with Black people. I'm willing to, stand with them in what's going on with them, right?
Well, you hear like I have a black best friend, or I have a black daughter, right? Or my boyfriend was black in college, right? So they give an association. I'm connected with them, but to stand with them that's a hard stance, right?
Well, but you got to admit it's hard to stand with black people.
Yeah, because we carry a lot of baggage.
Yes. So you got to be a
Not bad
goofball like
baggage,
me.
but
You got to be a goofball like me, a weirdo. Be in some type of group like the Nation or the Panthers or some kind of or on your own even doing it, right? You just got to be a goofball because most black people, man, they're gonna make you suffer for trying to help them, right? I've been there, right? You trying to get them information that'll help them change their lives for the better, and they try to spit on you, man. They hate you for that, right? They want to live in their own
but keep it in
reality.
perspective, brother Clarence. Let's take it off because you're kind of harsh on us. I know that's that Nation of Islam in you, but
Man,
I think
that's a lot of
when
street
you
time, brother.
said
A lot of street time.
when the young lady Marcy was up here, she said, I'm scared of black people. First thing you said, who black people hate the most? They said. I was like, damn, is Uncle Ruckus on the show today?
I said, wait. Listen, okay, well, let me explain that. Let me explain what I was.
No, you listen. You explained it. You did
I know
explain
what
it.
you mean.
Wait,
I know what
Yeah,
you mean.
we know what you meant, but you did explain it. You can explain it again, brother Clarence.
Okay, let me do that. Because what happened
for
was
those
she was
who
saying
missed it.
She was
Go
saying
ahead,
that
brother.
she was scared. She said she was scared of black people. She was afraid of black people. And my response to her was, you ain't got to be afraid of us. We're doing the most damage to each other. That's who we really doing the damage to. I mean, you can be afraid of us. I don't say you can't be. You can do what you want to do. But
Right.
I'm saying the ones who really could say, I'm scared of black people is black people, right? We're the ones that should be in fear of each other, right? Because statistically we doing the most harm to each other.
No, I hear what you said. I get the statistic, but you said we hate. You said we hate each other the most.
My response to her was,
And see, here's my thing. I'm not in fear of black people. I'm sorry.
Me
I'm
neither.
gonna have to say that.
Me neither.
I don't care if you're a thug, if you're a blood, if you're a cuz, if you're a crip, if you're this.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? I don't care if you're a thief, if you're a liar. I'm not scared of black people. I'm just not. Now, am I aware of your character? Yeah, I'm definitely that now. See, because I can tell if you're good, if you're right, if you ain't right. See what I'm saying?
What if you
I know
can't
to
tell,
take
Mark?
a different route. Oh,
What if you
but
can't
you know
tell?
what you have to, but see, that goes back to what I was saying earlier, and I'm sure you could agree with this, Brother Clarence.
What's that?
You have to be aware of your surroundings.
Agree.
The enemy comes in all kind of forms, shapes, and fashion. Black, white, purple, green, and blue. See what I'm saying?
Right.
So I'm not just fearful of my black brothers and sisters, but I don't walk around in fear like that.
God
You
came
understand?
down on
Listen,
July
listen.
4th. God came down and sat down where you are, down to the earth.
Listen.
Down to the earth. Every one of you Negroes on here, they know that.
But listen, I don't walk in that spirit of fear like that. You see what I'm saying? I'm a firm believer in, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I'm not going to fear the evil. Now, does that mean that I'm not aware that there's a danger? Does that mean that I'm not aloof, that there is a danger ahead? If God lets me see that, or I'm in a bad neighborhood, we all know how to move in when we get in some type of when we get in different neighborhoods.
Right.
I know I do because I'm from Chicago, and I know some real bad neighborhoods that I traffic in, and I know how to be aware of my surroundings, whether I'm in a good or bad neighborhood.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? But I don't fear white people. And I don't fear black people.
Honestly, if we was on the plantation and Clarence would have said something like that, I'm funny, like, nigga, don't you pick cotton on my side no more, nigga.
Right,
I ain't fucking with you. You done told Massa,
wait a minute.
we the most stealing ones out of them all, Massa.
The cotton picking club?
No,
they can't do that.
You take your butt right over there and stick it
They can't do that.
in the house.
Brother Clarence said we hate each other the most. I said, God damn.
God.
But well, did I lie or am I?
I mean, we got North Korean, we got North Koreans and South Koreans trying to kill each other. We got Russians and all these people. We got white people. We got World War I's and
Well,
twos,
but you know what?
and all of a
But you
sudden
would
we
have to
hate each
find a
other the
little bit of
most.
truth.
Wait a minute.
You
Wait
would
a
have
minute.
to find a
Wait a
little
minute.
bit of truth in
Damn.
what Brother Clarence is saying.
Let me
Because
say
We hate
this.
each other the most.
Wait a minute. Let me say this. Let me say this.
it
And we
depends
hold on,
on
and we say that to
it
a white
depends on
person.
where you're
Can I
at.
can
Though.
I
It
can I say
depends
this?
on
Well,
where you are
we on
at.
my show. We on my
You
show.
better say it. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, I'm sorry, sir.
I'm
so
scared
in
of you.
reference, okay,
Let me
okay. In reference to what she was saying, I was trying to reference to her that, you know what, we're the least thing you got to worry about. The greater situation you got to worry about is your own folks. That's the greater situation you got to deal with, right? We mostly doing most of the stuff to ourselves. Your greater situation you got to deal with is out there. That's the point I was trying to make. But I see everybody was in their feelings, right? So they was like, "Oh my God,
No, we wasn't in our feelings, big brother. No, you just,
everybody
but brother Clarence,
right?
you just
And
talk
so
about
I
breaking
tell you,
codes. You just talked about breaking codes. About we don't take the black minors out there. We take them to the. You telling the white person, hey,
I'm talking
we
about
hate
your
each other the most. You
organizations.
ain't
I'm
got
talking
nothing
about
to
your
worry about.
organizations.
We gonna kill us before we kill you.
I'm talking about your organizations.
But
in
you
the
telling
end,
this
what
to
I
an
was
outsider. Like she cool, but why give that information to her?
Hey, Brother Clarence, do you remember that comedian back in the day? Brother Clarence, do you remember a comedian? What's that comedian that was out that just died not too long ago, like Bill Cosby? What's his name? He just
Dick
died.
Gregory,
There
Paul
you go.
Mooney.
There you go, Dick Gregory. Go ahead, bro. I want to
he
say
died a while ago.
Yeah, he did. I think he did.
Yeah, rest
Go
in
ahead,
peace,
Brother
Dick
Clarence. I
Gregory.
don't want to cut you off. What you saying? Because I'll say something right after you.
Okay, so like I said, my response to her was to tell her that, yeah, we're not what you should be scared of. But I never got there. But that's where I was going. We're not what you should be scared of, because this is a bigger issue that you have. All of us have this bigger issue to deal with.
Right.
If you're gonna be scared of something, but that's where I was going.
I got you.
No, I get it.
Everybody was in their feelings to cut me
Nah,
off.
we wasn't in our feelings, bro.
You know what, listen,
yes, you was.
We went by what you said.
But you interrupted.
Okay,
but
you said we hate each other the most.
Wait. You didn't go by what I said. You went by what I said to a point, and then you interrupted me.
I didn't interrupt you at all.
Yes, you did.
I swear to God, on my life, on my grandma's life, I didn't say anything. I said my mouth was open and my eyes were bucked.
Okay, well, whoever interrupted me stopped me from talking, right? And I yielded so that we would have some type of order. I yielded the fact that because
I feel you.
You know what I mean? But I was trying to make a point that there's a bigger issue that all of us have to worry about, not just us. We got to worry about this issue, but if you really want to be scared of something, if you look at the numbers, that's who you really need to be scared of, right?
You're right.
So that was my point on that. But like I said, I never got around to it. Everybody was like, "Oh my God, oh my God!"
Don't say everybody. You and Von Erich got into
it. Calm down, everybody. Calm down, everybody. Okay.
No, it was me. Yeah. It was
for a purpose. It was for the purpose to tell you that, hey, we're not the major issue. This is the major issue here. But see, I know I don't enunciate it like y'all probably expect it to come out like, "What you say, girl? What you say?" I don't talk like that, right?
Hey,
so
come on now. I'm triggered.
There you go.
I simmer.
Well, listen. Can I say this, brother?
Talk to us like you talk to Sir Hill. You know you can talk like that. Don't talk that bullshit now.
No,
you was
man,
bustering and motherfuckers all that day. So don't tell me you can't talk.
Busters. Hey, busters. Honorable was busters. Shout out to Sir Hill. Go on over and subscribe to Sir Hill Speaks, man. That is a good brother, man.
I thought it was called Let's Talk the Gangster Life that night. I said, what the
fuck? Man, bro.
It let me know you was human. I was able to talk to you after that. I said, this man is human.
Well, none of us are perfect, brother. If you, as Farrakhan said, if you poke most people too hard, the real them will come out. And I just walked into a situation where I didn't know what was going on, everybody's feelings was on the table, and it was just a whole thing. And it took me to the time when we was in the back of the mosque, man. We thought we was gonna have to throw down on some dudes in the back of the mosque, man. We was back there like, man, we about to scrap back here, right?
Look what Sister Eddie said. She said, "Not in your feelings. You were tripping, bro."
I was tripping. How was I tripping?
Those words that you said. Yes, those words that you said, Brother Clarence, just like Negro said, if we was in the cotton field, we would have told you, bruh, you better get over by that house.
No.
Don't you stay out of you take your butt on that porch because you is straight up tripping. That's what. But I just want to say, y'all remember when Dick Gregory was at the conference with I forgot his name from. He's a professor. But he said when people was like, remember, we were saying that
Cornell West?
Yeah, Cornell West. Remember he was saying that Clinton was the first black president? And he said, y'all ought to be ashamed of yourself. He said, Clinton do not know when you behind the wheel of your car and a police pull you over that you got both of your hands on that steering wheel praying to God that you live. That you live. So that not saying nothing against Marcy, but she has to understand some of the things that we have to go through due to the color code system that we're in. Now, does she, blessed be upon to her, because she didn't adapt to that system, but many did, and they still do to this day, because no other race have to pray when they at a car. When a cop pull them over and has to pray, please let me live through this God. No other race.
All right, y'all. So, y'all want to finish Whoopi? Can we finish Whoopi? Because I want to get to New Growth, man.
I definitely was trying to interject, but I was unallowed to. So
come on.
No, it's good. It's good.
Go ahead, Vaughn.
Continue
I
to
want to
listen.
hear.
I'm good.
I like the sound of your tone, man. It just comes.
Don't do that, don't say. I wish I could interject, but I'm not going to interject. Come on, interject.
No. I said I wish I could have. See, just like now, I can't even talk. Just like right now, I can't say nothing. And see, this is like a problem for me because, I'm not trying to yell and scream in my house. Everybody's resting. There's peace going on over here.
Right.
So if I can't interject, then let me just chill. And I have no problem with that. So now at this point, I would prefer for you to just continue, and then perhaps I can interject throughout the conversation later. But I don't want to talk over three different people because I can't be heard that way. And neither can Brother Clarence, neither can Von Eric, neither can New Growth.
One of them people want to apologize, Von.
And to the audience, and to the audience, it just sounds like gibber.
Right.
If you go back and listen to the replay. Oh, who's saying what? So yeah.
Right.
But anyway, yeah. I had some points I wanted to make, but I just had pulled back because I didn't want to. I don't like getting in the conversation that way. I like to leave leeway for everybody to talk.
Start singing, Brother Brian. You got that voice, that Jackson and that. What's that fact? I try to look for him. What's his name? He was a big guy, preacher. What's his name? I try to look for his songs back in the day. Fat guy. You remember?
In the 80s, you talking about?
There's a lot of big guys in the.
Yeah. But this one stood out. He was big.
James Moore.
Nah. Okay, big fat guy. Played the
talking
piano.
about when they had the infomercial and they had him singing on one of them.
You're talking about
played the piano. Always sweated when he sang.
James Cleveland.
There you go. I told you. I tried to I could not remember his name. Could not remember. You remember him, right?
Yes, I definitely remember how I went to his funeral.
Powerful singer. That's what you need to do to entertain. You need to sing like him. We'll shut up then.
I don't know if I want to exactly be like him, but
right, I would
like to be myself.
I got you.
But listen, and let me just say this, since you allowed me to try to share a little bit. When it comes to the young lady, what was her name?
Marcy.
Marcy. Yeah.
Marcy.
You know, definitely it has to do with your surroundings. Now, you know, if you're over here at the what is that, Stater Brothers, you know, some of those stores, grocery stores are in very nice areas. You see what I'm saying? You still got to watch your back. But I would definitely let you know that there is a time to be fearful of Black folks. See what I'm saying? Now, if you're on 109th and Princeton in Chicago on a dark night, see what I'm saying? By
We
yourself.
all gotta be fearful. We all.
Well, I'm just saying. There's a time, you know. But overall, I just don't think that, you know. I was trying to encourage her to understand that it's not just coming from one place.
Right.
So don't look at it that way. You know what I'm saying? It's coming from lots of different areas, you know,
And then it
lots of
came
different
out.
directions.
Then she came out and
Hey,
said that
here's
she had a
Vagoda.
lot of fear.
We can have the conversation now.
Remember, she said, Brother Vaughn, she finally confessed she has a fear of a lot of things, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, like the excitement. And I feel for her, right?
And
Because
she said,
people
that's
have,
why
we all
I
have
tried to approach her
stereotypes.
fear. Yeah, that's
Right.
why I
And that was
fear.
great what you did, man. That was great.
Yeah.
Yeah, both of y'all
You the
did.
man.
Both of y'all
you
did
can
a
hit the
great
link
job.
to come on up here.
Both of y'all did a great job to explain it. I thought that was much wisdom, you and Negro, Vaughn, Brian.
Yeah, and you know what? One thing that I would say is, man, you know, look at the magnitude of what we can accomplish and what takes place on these panels. And you never know who's going to pop up, and you never know how you're going to influence them or change their lives. This woman sat up here and near about cried and said, "You all are so encouraging to me." And I don't believe that it was fake or foolery.
Right.
It sounded very sincere.
Right.
You see
And
what I'm saying?
shout out to the host who allowed it to take place, because a
Right.
lot of people wouldn't even took it to that degree.
And I digress after I say this. You know, Brother Clarence, I never try to overstep you, because I do respect that this is your platform and your show. You know what I'm saying? And so I never want you to be in a place where you feel like, oh, he's just, you know, hey, this guy right here. No, you know, if you tell me to pull back, or if you feel like I need to pull back, even though I'm still trying to make a point,
you know,
I
I'm
have
gonna tell you in a
absolutely no
heartbeat,
problem doing that.
I'll tell you in a heartbeat, bro. Yeah. So don't even worry
Solid, soft, solid bullying. That's what you call.
All right, y'all. We
I'm trying to be good, right?
I didn't
right?
want.
Am I being good, Von Eric?
Yeah, you being good.
All of y'all being good.
I'm
But
being good
give me a second, y'all, because I want New Growth to be able to put out his channel, but I don't want to keep him up too late. But we got Vagoda here, so Vagoda.
Hey man, go ahead and do your thing. I'm chilling. Go ahead.
Okay.
Vagoda, what's going on, man?
Hey Vagoda, how are you, sir?
Good morning. It's 6 in the morning, guys.
Okay. Real quick, Vagoda. Is Whoopi Goldberg an anti-Semite?
Yeah.
Okay. Why?
Why? Because she's spreading propaganda. She's trying to I always say it in English, she's trying to make the suffering of the Jewish people look less. She's trying to put down the suffering of the Jewish people. She's literally lying about what happened in the Holocaust. She's trying to strip me of my identity and my heritage.
Vagoda, what did she say that was a lie specifically?
That the Holocaust was not about race. It was definitely about race. It's
Agreed.
how you can.
Agreed. Okay.
So
that was something that the ADL straightened out, and she apologized about that.
And like you saw, that apologize was bullshit. She said it again.
Why? Why was it bullshit?
Why is it bullshit? Because she said it again and more. She said that the Holocaust was not about race. You know she talked a few days ago in a British newspaper, and she basically almost full-on repeated what she said about the Holocaust, and even more disgusting things. She said that you cannot recognize a Jew in the Holocaust. That's
let's
in that case, tell it to Anne Frank. In that case.
Okay, let's watch what she said on that show.
Okay.
Let's watch. Let's see. Okay.
Let's start at the beginning. This is what she said earlier this year that ultimately got her suspended from The View.
let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man.
Okay, she then doubled down that same evening.
Why did you cut it off? Let's hear what they have to say.
I was trying to make it bigger. Hold on. Let me bring it back. I'm going to bring it back.
Okay. A lot of people here are angry about that woman. And I think that what she learned, the only thing that she learned is that she could get away with it.
Okay, so far she said that the Holocaust wasn't about race; it was about the man's inhumanity to man, right?
Yeah, and that's I think it's very sad that I need to explain why it is about race. I think every person that been into school supposed to know why it was about race.
Okay, all right. So let's finish up.
To man.
Okay, she then doubled down that same evening.
I feel, being black, when we talk about race, it's a very different thing to me. So I said that I felt that the Holocaust wasn't about race, but I thought it was a salient discussion because as a black person, I think of race as being something that I can see when you
can
talk
stop
about...
it for a second. I want to say something. I want to say something to all of you that is very important.
Okay.
Let me remind you all that outside of the USA, people see race as a different thing from skin color, okay?
Okay.
For example, in Germany and in Europe in that time, people saw and still see race as a stuff that is connected to culture, to other features, okay? For example, in here, the Arabs, we see the Arabs as a race. That's how we see them, okay?
Okay.
But Vagoda, are they a race? Are Arabs a race?
For us, yes.
Okay.
Again, in here we don't see race as the same as skin color, okay?
So okay, but let me ask you this before Clarence, I'm sorry, real quick. So according to our viewpoint, you say outside of America, Whoopi Goldberg is American, right?
Yeah, she's American, but
so
you know.
hold on. I didn't ask the question. So according to her viewpoint, it's not outside of skin color, right? So is she wrong because we have two different viewpoints, or is your viewpoint right and her viewpoint is wrong?
I'm not saying. Listen. In the end of the day, the race is a social construct. In the end of the day, okay.
True,
in the end of the day, we're all Homo sapiens. We all one race. Okay, that's one. Second, it's maybe in the USA people see people usually see race as skin color. Like I said, in here we don't see race as 100% as always a skin color. Okay.
See,
and
that's why I said both. That's why I see both sides. That's why.
Yeah, it's not who is wrong with who is right. It's
right.
You know, she's just seeing only the American the American view of it. She needs to see also.
So how
can finish, please?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say that she also needed to take she also need to understand that outside of the USA, and I think even in the USA, people don't see skin color as a race. You know, maybe let me say it like this: maybe the opinion that the connects skin color with race is very popular in even outside of the USA, but still there is other ways to look about it, and she needs to understand it, and that's it. And what she shows us that she doesn't understand what is the definition of race outside of the USA or in general. And you know, she talked again that after people educated her, and mistaken me if I'm not correct, but you specifically said to me that she she took a number of courses about the Holocaust and about that stuff, so she's supposed to know better. Okay, if I'm mistaken, you said it.
I said what?
That she took a number of courses and stuff about
no. She was a I guess I don't know if it's called courses, but she was definitely educated a little better by the ADL.
Yeah, so if she's talking like if she said what she said a few days ago, then I think that's show us that the only thing that she learns that she can get away with it. She can spit in her face and get away with that, and she thinks to herself that she can lie, literally lie, and make a lot of people lie to a lot of people and shit about on our
Well,
what
this
happened
is
to
from a
us.
year ago. This is from a
Yeah,
year ago.
but she said this almost the same thing a few days ago.
But she was trying to explain her position, I think, in my
She
opinion. So,
she was
but
trying
anyway,
to
okay,
speak.
but let me ask you this, Vagoda. Let me ask you this.
What?
If I can't hold you to an American standard, how can you hold me to a Jewish standard and then call
What
me?
do you mean?
I mean, you're holding her, calling her an anti-Semite, holding her to the standard of what a race is, right? She's racist because she's saying certain things from her perspective. You're saying from our perspective over here, we see race as a totally different thing. But you're holding her to that. You're holding her who's never been over there who hasn't grown up over there and learned that culture and that standard. You're holding her to that standard.
First of
So
all, I can. First of all, I'm not just saying that she needs to agree with my standard of race. She needs to. Let me say it like this: when she claimed it's not about race, she mean race period, okay? And that is not the case, okay? And it's not just here. In other places, like in Europe or in the Far East or in Africa, in Africa you have conflicts between a lot of peoples. If I would go, for example, to Ethiopia and ask them what is the exactly this conflict in this, they will, a lot of them will say it's racial, okay? People outside of the USA see, in a lot of places outside of the USA, they see race the things that connects to culture or other features, not just in Israel.
I know,
Okay,
but what I'm
so
saying is you're holding okay, but that's not how we do it in America. That's not well, let me put it like this. That's not hasn't been our experience as black African Americans in the United States. Race had been a significant thing where for us it was solely based on our visual appearance, solely based on that, right? They didn't care if you were from Africa, America, the West Indies, Brazil, Argentina, wherever you are. If you're black here, you're black, and therefore you were subject to the torment that a lot of times that would put on us just because of that, right? And
okay,
as a Jewish person, you can relate to what I'm saying as far as that goes. But at this point, I'm saying uh, you're holding Whoopi to a standard that she never adopted or was never taught as far as what race looks like to her as a person at her where she came up in the world. Race was solely based on the visual appearance, your visual characteristics, your phenotypes that was protruding that the person could see visually, right? The darkness of the eyes, the darkness of the skin, the hair texture, so on and so forth, right?
yeah.
So that's where she grew up. But
Let
you're
me ask you
holding her.
something.
Listen, Vagoda. I want you to answer this question directly.
Okay.
Why are you holding her to a standard that you're not giving her grace for? That's like me holding you to the standard of being growing up in America, right? Me holding you to a standard here when you didn't never come up under that standard. So how can I have to educate you? That's what we do a lot of times. We trying to educate you because I know you didn't come up under here. A lot of stuff that we keep telling you, we know you did. You don't know this because you way over there. So you didn't grow up over here. So we have to tell you this is this is what's going on over here. But I don't hold you to that standard because you're ignorant of that information. I don't hold you to the standard where you should know this, Vagoda. You should know it. It would be nice if you knew it, but I know why you don't know it because it's been hidden from you. You're way over there, and so they're not telling you what's going on over here, as far as we're concerned, and the different things, the misfortunes that we had to be up under here. You may know a little, but I'm talking about as far as how deep the vein actually goes. That's the thing I'm saying. So you hold her to that standard, but we don't hold you to that standard. You see how we don't hold you to that standard? We don't expect you to know everything with us.
I can reply.
You're holding her to that standard. Why?
I can reply.
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, tell me how old she is.
67.
Exactly. I think as a person, as a billionaire celebrity that is 67, she's supposed to know better. Second, I think that she went to school, and in school they're supposed to teach her that the Holocaust was about race. And that's one. Second, she claimed that her name is Goldberg, her stage name. Okay, and she claimed that once she claimed that she is Jewish genetically, and I did a little research, and that is just a stage name she took in order to get attention. So we have here.
The question I'm asking you.
I'm getting to it. Okay.
Okay.
Let's sit tight. Let me get to it. Don't worry. What I'm getting at too, that if she is claiming to be Jewish and she is using a Jewish name, that she needs to know a few things. A few basic things, and she's
you know why she adopted that Jewish name? Just to cut you off real quick, you know why she took the Jewish name?
To get attention.
Because she was a comic, and she would never get on stage. So when she started using the name Whoopi Goldberg, she started getting more gigs.
She didn't do the what's the other guy that you spoke of earlier? Sammy Davis Jr. She didn't do the same thing as him?
I don't know if she converted. I don't think so.
She didn't. She's not. She didn't manage to convert. And in general, I don't know what kind of what the Reformist Jews do with people that are trying to convert and stuff. But in here, in general, it's very hard to convert. You had cases that people that has nothing to do with us try to convert, and they had to wait a number of years even to try to. But never mind that. In any case,
why is it so difficult?
Yeah. What?
Why is it so difficult to convert?
Why? Because we don't want to become a missionary religion like Christianity and Islam. That's why we want to stay ethnic people. If we will let a lot of people convert, then we will be like Christianity and Islam. And we don't.
Who sets that standard, though? Who sets that standard? Who's in control? Who set that standard?
That's what it was always like.
Always like what?
What? I don't know who set that standard, but that was it.
By you not knowing. So you going by something that you was trained your entire life, and your parents was trained. You going by a standard that was set. That standard doesn't go globally for all. Y'all, come on, y'all. You just like I bring it all the time. Just like what's his name? Dr. Ben said, you can't deny me who I am if I've been practicing it for generations to generations to generations to generations.
Who is Dr. Ben?
What's his name, Brother Clarence? Dr. Ben
Yakinen.
Yeah, Yakinen. You can't deny him. He said it. And we can't. You can't. You can't deny, say, this standard right here, where you don't know where it comes from, and just say, by this standard, you're not Jewish. No, you can't tell that to someone else who's been doing it somewhere in another part of the world.
Yes, I can.
Okay.
Yes, I can, buddy.
Okay.
But in any case, I want to finish, please, before somebody else will cut me off. Okay. Let me get to my point.
Go ahead.
My point is this. By the way, look at what we have here. How you call it? There is a name for using a Jewish name or taking something from other culture. What is that?
Culture vulture.
Culture appropriation, misappropriation, or something. You call it in the USA. So that is what we have here. That's one. And second, she has Jewish friends. Okay, she's supposed to know what every person that been to school supposed to know. Okay, I think that a billionaire celebrity, you know what? If she doesn't know, then she should ask.
Hey, can I ask you
when
something?
She talked,
I'm sorry, I can
finish.
No, I gotta cut you off because you said it
Bro,
several
I want to
times.
finish. Let me finish,
But
okay?
yeah, but you keep pushing the
Wait,
same rhetoric. She
hold
didn't.
No,
on.
I'm
She
not.
wasn't.
I
She
want to
was.
finish,
She
bro.
wasn't
Let me
rich when she
finish.
went to school.
New growth.
Bro, I want to finish. Let me
Let him
finish,
finish.
for God's sake.
Let him finish. But you're not gonna take I mean, we can't have a 20-minute answer for go to come on. We got
Okay, I'm not 20 minutes, but let me get a sentence before some person cuts me off. Okay, now she supposed to is a person that claims to be that more than once claimed for her for a number of benefits to be Jewish. She's supposed to know better. If she has a lack of knowledge, she can ask. Okay, she can ask. And what she did in the first time 10 months ago, it's not just it's not asking, she declares and she shuts down the others that try to explain to her. Okay, that's one. Second, what she did a few days ago, after people told her and teached her, that shows us that it's not coming from stupidity. That's coming from hate and racism, what she said. Okay, and let me tell you a few secrets.
Wait. We'll go to. I'm listening to you. I just want you to explain. You're saying that she hates. She said it comes from hate. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, when I'm listening to her, it didn't sound like she hated anyone the way she said that, right? I don't know where you got the hate from.
Let me finish. I'm going to give you a few proof.
Maybe insensitivity, but hate, that's a very big leap. I would say definitely insensitive. She was insensitive, but hate, that's a very big leap. Because I would think the next step from hate is violence, right? So I don't think she wants any part of violence or any part of hating anyone. I think she just an old lady saying what she feel, right? But anyway, you explain to us why she hates Jews.
Okay, first of all, I remember that in a few years ago, in one of the stuff that we had in Gaza, she said in Twitter or somewhere in the internet that we are making a genocide. Okay, that's Whoopi Goldberg. She said that she in other words, she's saying that self-defense against terrorists in Gaza is equal to genocide. That's what she said basically. And I also saw that in the internet a few years ago, she posted a picture with her wearing a racist anti-Semitic shirt that depicts Jews as some kind of octopus monster.
Let me see. Okay. Let me look it up, man, because
so do a 1+1 and you get the picture of what we have here.
Okay, Whoopi Goldberg. I'll put racist picture.
Racist picture of an octopus of Jew. You know what? I saw it that somebody put it in a video. I would later send you. I will post here later that video.
Man, you come up here and you say a lot of stuff, but
yeah, and again, she said in the Twitter a few years ago that she claims that we are doing a genocide on the Gazans.
And I can't find it at all. At all.
Well, I will find it for you later.
Yeah, what did it say on the shirt? Did it say something on the shirt?
No,
or was there just a picture?
It was a picture of octopus with a Jewish symbol on it.
What's the Jewish symbol? An octopus and a Jewish symbol.
No,
I'm not sure what.
You know what?
Means.
You know what? Let me be accurate. It showed an octopus with a Jewish candle on it. She took it. It was supposed to be a Christmas sweater. It was
here we go.
An octopus with a Jewish with candles. It was like a menorah, but instead of octopus holding a number of Jewish candles.
You send it over here. I got
and
it.
So what does it mean?
It's me. In history in Germany, and they one of the racist ways to depict Jews is octopus that we have our tentacles everywhere and stuff. That's it's like I will depict some.
Is it a picture of the what do you call that with the Hanukkah, the candles?
Menorah.
Menorah.
Yeah. Instead of a menorah,
is that what you're talking about? But it was an octopus holding the 8
octopus
candles.
Holding candles.
Holding the 8 candles, and that was
I'm gonna pull this up.
9 candles. One of them on his head with a
I
yarmulke.
can't find her.
8 legs.
I can't find the picture of her wearing the shirt, but I got the I have the picture of what you're talking about.
Because this is the same thing they said about Kanye West too. So, but go ahead.
In any case, you look at this. You look at what she wrote in the Twitter or whatever about comparing defense against terrorists from Gaza to a genocide, and you take what she said 10 months ago, and you take what she said now, and let's talk about other big stuff here. She is spreading very dangerous information. Okay. And she is trying to make what happened to the Holocaust less and less horrible like it was, okay? So imagine that I will take a dump on what happened to you in the Atlantic slave trade. You will be very angry, and justly so. So the same thing here, okay? And about the octopus, imagine that somebody will put a picture of a monkey with one of your symbols. Imagine that somebody will wear a shirt of a monkey with one of your symbols, and that's what you call that kind of person will do that stuff. You call him a racist. No?
I got you on the octopus. I can't fight you on the octopus one. Okay, can't fight
Yeah.
you.
And you know, I've never seen that.
I'm gonna pull it up. I'm gonna pull it up.
I've never seen her with
Is
the
the
shirt.
great one? Is the great one
shirt
finished? Is the great one finished yet? Can anybody else interject?
I'm not the
Okay,
great
this
one.
is the shirt that she's talking
That's the
about
way
right
you
here, right?
Not exactly, but it's close.
Okay, because
But
I
it's
can't
close.
find
It's
nobody
very similar.
wearing a shirt like that.
It's something like this.
Yeah, I can't find it. That's the best.
That's racist.
Okay, I'll give you that one. Go ahead, New Growth.
Yeah, and what I'm understanding now as I study the whole world, like history and how world people, everybody moves with a certain sense of outrage, propaganda, self-defense in form of you trying to attack me, right? I mean, we know America, right? Everything that we have done in America since day one is manifest. They've been trying to attack us. They trying to attack us. You know, we made the Native Americans seem like the bad guys, right? The cowboy and anything. So we're in a society now where a lot of people who can sit on pedestals for whatever reason and play the victim. See, it's good to play the victim and go in and start really doing the dirt. Now, if this woman has an opinion, that is not, you can take, I don't care how you take it, but you don't have the right to shut anybody up. See, we want to talk about the ADL.
Here it is. Here's the picture.
Do you know
So
what
can we say that offensive is not always racist?
Of course it's not.
If something is offensive, then it is offensive.
Right.
But does it always mean that it's racist? Because listen,
they never say it's racist, Vaughn. They say it's anti-Semitic.
Okay. Well, see here.
Anti-Semitic
Right?
is racism.
But at the
Then
same
there's
what it
time,
is.
but at the same time, so why don't you just say racism? I've never heard him say Whoopi Gold was being racist against Jews because Jews are racist.
I will now say it. She's racist toward Jews, and here is the picture of her in the octopus.
You. I'm not just saying you alone. I'm talking about the community because you're not the only one. Like you said, you're outside of the country. We have something here called the ADL. Are you familiar with it, Pagoda?
It's the organization with the bald guy that condemned Whoopi in the first time. No.
No, I'm just okay. Yeah, so yeah, you're familiar with it and how it
The
came about.
Greenblatt guy.
Yeah, how the ADL came about. The ADL came about a Jewish fellow being lynched right here in Atlanta, Georgia, right? And this came after years and years of blacks being lynched. Lynch was going on for a long time. The ADL came about after supposedly a Jewish man was wrongfully convicted, but he was convicted by a jury of his peers, right? And
what do you mean Jewish jury of his peers? Who is peers?
Of his people that his age group, the people that were legal in that country. He didn't have any black people in that jury. And what was said was, and what they did was he tried to say he didn't rape the 13-year-old. The black man did it, right? So this is the Jewish guy who used racism to try and throw it on the black man's back. So when this Jewish man was lynched by these same white people that was lynching black people, all of a sudden it's a problem. It's racism. We have to come up with the Anti-Defamation League. See, a lot of times people, I always say this to my daughters, a lot of people aren't against oppression. They're against being oppressed. So, and until you can have an open viewpoint of things, until you can really understand, this conversation really doesn't make any sense. I respect how you feel about Whoopi Goldberg, right? But you don't have a real open view of Whoopi Goldberg or the surroundings or the country or anything she comes from. You have somebody pushing this from America over to you to get you excited and oh man, she's a racist and she's trying to destroy my people and she's just like Hitler. All of these things they're pushing in there. This is propaganda to push you a certain way.
No, that's not propaganda. Bro, she's spreading lies. She's spreading anti-Semitism. Okay, she's making damage. Okay, that's not just free speech. She's promoting lies. Okay,
the president of the ADL, right? He went on the Breakfast Club,
and
he
you
said,
know what? I want
Can I finish?
Okay.
He went on the Breakfast Club, right? And he went off and said, the Black Hebrews. He said these guys are a hate group in America. That's his opinion. So whatever he feels, he feels. He said out there, and I think it was New York, some part of New York. He said it was a Jewish man and his son were shot in front of a grocery store by BB guns, and he said it was the Black Holocaust. He said, "What do you mean? It was a hate crime. I'm Hebrew. I'm Black. I'm Jewish myself, right?" He goes on there and tells this lie. If you look it up on the internet, the person who did it was a white man. He didn't come and refrain that. He didn't do that. He pushed propaganda. See, that's what we don't understand. Until we hold him, until we hold him accountable. Did that get over to Israel? About this guy who's supposed to be fighting for the Jewish race or the religion, whatever? Did it tell him that he's out here telling lies against black people?
First of all, if I don't know about the case that you are talking about,
okay. I implore you to look at it.
I don't know. Now, second, about what you said about the history of that organization. Look, if what you said is true, then the Jewish guy that raped the woman and blame it on the African American guy, then he's fucked up and he should deserve what's coming to him. Okay, that's what I would say to you about that.
Right.
Okay. Let me stop everybody right here. This is why I wanted to have this conversation along with you, Pagoda. Now, I'm asking you guys, if you guys have anything else to say to Pagoda, please say it, because I'm going to put you guys down, because I need to have this conversation with him by ourselves, because it's getting late, 5 hours in already, and I know you guys got questions for Pagoda, but he came so late, I got some specific questions for him, and I want to make sure I hit him. So anybody else got anything to say to Pagoda before I pull you guys down?
Yeah, I just got one thing to say to him, like right earlier, I was, defending you. You're getting better, man. I don't dislike you, as I always say. I don't dislike you. We're going to have natural discourse, right? The respect level is getting better on both our sides. And I appreciate us as men allowing to talk this thing out. So it's not going to be fixed overnight, right? Because it didn't happen overnight, right? It may seem like it, but it's been years, hundreds of years of a lot of things that we have to fix. So I know from my point of view, I'm willing to stick in here and fix what has to be fixed for my people and for anybody who wants to make sure that we in a place, like you said, race is a social race is a social construct. Yeah. So until we get to the point where we can respect each other equally and understand everybody's thing, because at the end of the day, we have no choice but to respect the Holocaust, right? That's in our books, that's in our, a lot of people say, well, no slave. I can't turn on Amazon without talking about this and that and this and that and this. So we have to respect it, right? And I do respect.
Like I respect what's happened to you in the slave trade,
right? Okay? And once we get to the understanding of both of that, and we hold each other's side accountable, everything gonna be good. So I'm praying for that day to come. That's all I'm working towards. It's nothing against you. I'm passionate. You passionate. So let's just keep working. And eventually we're going to get there.
All right.
Okay.
Please don't go away, because I want to bring you back up to talk about your talk about your channel, man. If
No doubt.
if you can, if this doesn't take too long, if you got to go, you got to go. But I want to bring you back up. Okay, Von Eric, you got anything else you want to say to Vagoda?
No, I'm good. I'm just going to listen to what y'all talk about.
Okay, I'm gonna put you down, brother. All right, what about you, Von?
Yeah, I would just say very quickly that Brother Vagoda, I for one appreciate you coming on these streams, even though I can see the growth actually, like Brother New Growth said. You're more reluctant to butt in improperly, and that's what helps us understand you better, is when you kind of pull back a little bit and ask, hey, can I speak or can I say something?
Okay.
But when you just force yourself into the conversation, oftentimes I've seen you come on a stream, which we do have what we call etiquette as far as entering into a stream. You just don't enter in and just start talking about whatever topic that you want to talk about. You see what I'm saying? Sometimes
Okay.
you have to enter the stream and say, hello, everybody, how are you doing? And if you're not abreast of the conversation, then you should ask, what are we talking about today? And then you should address the topic. But definitely, man, I have seen tonight, just based on this conversation here, and I have to respect your opinion, but I appreciate the way that you're going about expressing your opinion, because you're giving me time to hear you. You see what I'm saying? So if you do more of that, you will gain understanding from us, and then we'll also gain some understanding from you. And that's it.
Okay. Okay. It's
All right,
very sad that you're leaving. I like to hear you, guy, bro.
all right, Von, I'm gonna put you down, man. All right, okay, man. Now it's just me and you.
Yeah. You can
You
do
did
please
what?
close up on the octopus picture.
No, this is as good as I can get it.
Yeah, but you see what I'm talking about. That's the picture.
Yeah. I see what you're talking about. That's as good as I can get it. I don't think I can get it no bigger than that. Let's see. I'm trying to look and see if it'll come in. No, it's not coming in better. So, so that's it. That's as good as I can get it. Okay. All right. So, did you get my email first of all?
Email. Okay, and which mail you? I've been busy in the last few days. I had
Shout out to
important.
Patrice, by the way.
What?
I said shout out to Patrice, OG Patrice, in the chat.
I've been busy, very busy in the last days. I have some big stuff to do in terms of my studies in my university. I have stuff to put, so I've been full on focused about that. So I didn't see in which mail you could send it.
Okay, let's get to it, man, because you came in 5 hours in. I'm ready to get out of here, but I want to have this. I was trying to set it up so we could have this conversation, right?
Yeah.
I told everybody that when you came up, we was going to come in. Well, that's okay. You didn't know, right? I thought you got my email, so you didn't get it. Okay, so now you're saying that Whoopi Goldberg is racist, and I'm saying that she's ignorant. I'm saying she's insensitive, but racist is two different things. So it depends on what you would say. Now, if you meaning when you say racist, you mean she's being highly insensitive? Is that what word you're using to mean highly insensitive?
Not exactly. What I'm trying to say.
A different meaning over here. That's why.
Yeah, I'm trying to say that she's she's not speaking just from stupidity alone. She's speaking from hatred, from trying to make it, from taking a dump on what's on the memory of what happened in the Holocaust and that. Okay, and and if she, after people teached her about it and spoke to her about it, she brings that stuff again and try to claim to our audience and to other people that it was about this and that. That shows you that this is not just from stupidity. That is also from hatred.
Okay, so because she repeated the same ignorant remarks, that means that she hates Jews.
Yeah, and it's not.
Okay, I'll tell you what, Vagoda. Let's do this. Let's hear from her mouth, and then you tell me where the hatred is, because I don't see that. I just see an older lady who kind of just got her wires crossed and just needed to be educated on some things. But
She needs to be fired.
You see hatred, right? Okay, let's watch it.
Truthful about it, because the Holocaust.
Start at the beginning. This is what she said earlier this year that ultimately got her suspended from The View.
Let's be truthful about it, because the Holocaust isn't about race. It's about man's inhumanity to man.
Okay, she then doubled down that same evening.
I feel, being Black, when we talk about race, it's a very different thing to me. So I said that I felt that the Holocaust wasn't about race, but I thought it was a salient discussion, because as a Black person, I think of race as being something that I can see. When you talk about being a racist, I was saying, you can't call this racism. This was evil. This wasn't based on the skin. You couldn't tell who was Jewish.
Whoopi would later apologize to her viewers right before her suspension.
I said that the Holocaust wasn't about race, and it was instead about man's inhumanity to man. But it is indeed about race, because Hitler and the Nazis considered Jews to be an inferior race. Now, words matter, and mine are no exception. I regret my comments, as I said, and I stand corrected. I also stand with the Jewish people, as they know, and y'all know, because I've always done that.
But it doesn't look like her opinion on the matter has changed at all. In fact, this is what she just told a UK newspaper over the weekend, and I quote, "Remember who they were killing first. They were not killing racial. They were killing physical. They were killing people they considered to be mentally defective. And then they made this decision." And like Groundhog Day, we have another Whoopi apology. Here it is. Again, I quote, "It was never my intention to appear as if I was doubling down on hurtful comments. I'm still learning a lot, and believe me, I heard everything everyone said to me. I believe the Holocaust was about race, and I am still as sorry now as I was then that I upset, hurt, and angered people."
Okay, first of all, I think it's very obvious that she didn't the so-called apology that we saw right now. She definitely didn't wrote that. Somebody that works for her or with her or something wrote that instead.
How do you know that, man? How do you know that?
Because she said a few days ago, she said the full on the opposite thing. Okay.
Wait. Let's take a look at it, because see,
she said that first of all, you didn't show all of what she said in what she said. Okay. She also said what she said about the cripples. First of all, let's be accurate. Before they attacked the cripple, they lynched a lot of Jews. They burned and destroyed a lot of. They took the Jewish property. Okay, and how you can deny it was about race. In the Mein Kampf, Hitler called the Jews race millions of times. How you can it's like denying that the skies are blue.
Well, okay, but I don't see her denying anything. I see her.
She said it was not racial because they managed to, according to her, they kill before that cripples.
Yeah, definitely they were doing that.
That's ridiculous.
What's ridiculous? They didn't kill the cripples? Is that a lie?
They killed the cripples, but only because of this, it was not. Yeah, of course they killed cripples, they killed gypsies.
And they were killing German cripples, correct?
Yeah, because they didn't saw them as fit to live.
Correct.
But in any case,
I just want to make sure this. See, I just want to get you where she's lying at. When she says she's lying,
but
okay, well, she's not lying about that, right? So they did.
Yeah, of course she's not lying, but
crippled people, mentally ill people, and so on and so forth. They were killing them, right? They wasn't gassing them, but they were definitely giving them the needle, right?
Yeah, but again, that is not a proof that it was not about race. I
didn't say that, and I'm thinking
she said it.
She said she is making the case for it. Well, they structuring what she said, because we don't have we don't have video of her saying this. So we don't know if they pieced this together. So I don't know, but I'm going to take them at their word that this is what they're saying, right? This is what she said. So this is what they're saying she said, right? Okay, if this is what she's saying she said, and she hasn't come out and denied that she said this, right? Okay, so I'm going to take them at their word for it. And so the only thing I can see that's wrong was she said that they were not killing racial. They
She
were
also
killing
other
racial as well as killing these other people.
yes, but you didn't show that in that specific video they didn't show what she also said. She also
So which
said
was?
I'm getting to it. She also said that also in the Holocaust you couldn't find Jews, but you could find her. So blacks suffered more in the Holocaust. First of all, you didn't have a giant population of African
Never heard her
Americans
say
or
that.
blacks in the what?
I never heard her say that. I never saw her say that.
In another video, they show what she said.
She said that blacks suffer more than Jews in
She
the
said
Holocaust.
no. She said that blacks would.
That's what you said.
No, I'm trying. You know what? Let me get my stuff fixed. What she said that in the Holocaust, she would be able. The Germans will able to spot her and not the Jews, and that
She
is
did say that.
what?
She did say that.
Exactly. That is fucked up. They managed to. The Germans hunted down and killed 6 million.
Is that wait a minute? Is that a lie?
What?
What she said that she would be spotted immediately.
No, but the lie here is that she said that the Germans will not be able to find or spot Jews. That is fucked up.
Now I admit that was very insensitive, right? I
Yeah,
admit that. I
that's
admit
fucked
that.
up.
I admit that. Now, but this is what I want to let you know that people from her time period where she came up with race was a thing you see. Race is a thing you see. The color of the eyes, the skin color,
the
hair
60s.
texture. That where she comes from. That at that time, that's her understanding, right? Her understanding is that. So that she needs to be educated. I'll give you that. She needs to be educated a little better on the
She was
sensitivity of that
educated.
information.
She's now educated.
No. But you can't hold her to the standard. You're saying she should know. Well, she don't know. She was never educated like that. From her perspective, it's all she's been probably in the entertainment industry since she was probably in her mid to late 20s.
She didn't been never in our life to school.
She's been in the entertainment industry almost 40 years, over 40 years probably, right? She's been telling people tell her she's right for so many years. She doesn't know. Man, everybody doesn't know the situation with the Jews. Everybody doesn't know that.
Yeah, but still, I think it's
standard. That's like if you said to me, "Oh man, you guys didn't never go through slavery," and I just jumped on you because you never learned that. You never.
Bro, everybody knows that you had been through slavery.
Everybody don't know that.
Everybody knows
Everybody doesn't know that. We got people in America that think that didn't happen. So everybody doesn't know that, right? So we can't hold people to different standards. If we see them out of pocket, we got to try to educate them, right? It's like Vaughn tried to educate you and try to tell you that, when you first come in, you need to, it's probably better if you just greet everybody and get the feel of the room first before you start talking, because you never know. I've made that mistake. I went and started talking in a room where I didn't know the temperature of the room, and I got caught off guard and got caught up. Okay. So that's a good idea.
Yeah, just I want to remind you all that when a lot of times that I came into your chats, I came in 2 or 3 in the morning after I finished to do stuff or after I partied or stuff. So I just want to say hello a few seconds or stuff. I was very, you know what? That's not an excuse for that, but anyway.
Okay.
In other words, to back to our case here.
Okay.
She's 67 years old. She's a person that a lot of people claim she's smart. A lot of people claim she's a person that leads a full generation. Okay, she is a lot of people claim that she is an idol for this generation.
For what generation?
That's what a lot of people I see claims
They
that
must be
she's.
saying it in Israel because they sure ain't saying it in America. They might be saying
That's
it in
why I
Israel.
saw a lot of Americans claim it, that she's a model for them, that she's
Oh no,
or
man.
light for their generation and stuff. That's
No,
I
no,
see the
no.
people in the USA say it.
She's what I mean by that is they're listening to younger people than her. That's what I mean by that. Not that she's a bad person or anything, but I'm just saying she's not with the influx of the internet. People on network television are less and less relevant. That was my point with saying that. So it's not that she's a bad person or people won't listen to her. I just think that she's not exposed to the ages. She's not exposed to enough people that she could be considered uh, the voice of a generation. I don't see that.
Let me ask you something. In your school system, they don't teach about the Holocaust. When a person goes to
Most places they do. I believe most places they do.
So she didn't been in school. She didn't graduate. She didn't study. She didn't do a degree in something.
Well, listen. I can't speak for what she's been taught. I don't know. I don't know if she has a degree or not. Maybe she might. I don't know. But let's say she learned that in high school. Okay, maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. The point is, she can get educated now. And just because somebody has a difference of opinion doesn't mean that's hate or they're anti-Semite.
I think
That's
to
the
teach her
issue.
right
That's
now
the
is too
main
late.
issue. Well, listen, Vagoda. Let me ask you something. Just because this lady has a difference of opinion, isn't it better to talk it out as opposed to go to the nth degree and say they're a racist and an anti-Semite just because they have a difference of opinion than you?
First of all, we don't call any person that doesn't disagree with us an anti-Semite.
Well, you're
That's
doing it now. This lady is not calling for violence. She's not inciting any violence.
let's put something here. She
Okay.
is spreading lies. She's spreading
Okay, whatever.
misinformation.
But is she
And
trying to incite any violence? Is she telling anybody, hey, next time you go up to a Jewish person, do some type of violence, or they should be
no,
shunned
but
as a people, or whatever, right? She's not doing
no,
any of that, right? She's
not
just
directly. But
all
let,
she's
let
doing
me
is
let me
saying her
put my
opinion.
point, please.
Okay,
Yeah, but let me put my point. She is not directly calling for violence, but she's trying to put down the memory of the Holocaust. She tried to strip me of my heritage by saying it was white and white. I think it's degrading to call Jews white, or if I may say Europeans or European descent. That's, I think it's degrading from a lot of reasons.
Why is
Okay,
it
but
degrading
and
to
by
call?
her trying to rob me of who I am and my heritage and my history, that is degrading, and that is will lead later to more anti-Semitism and to more racism from a lot of leftists.
Okay, so if you think that, so anybody that has
And
like
she
I
knows
was
it.
saying, okay, so like I was saying, anybody that has a difference of opinion with you because you're of the Jewish faith, they're just automatically an anti-Semite and they're trying to start something down the road, right? Just
No,
because she has a
but
difference of well, that's all she's having is a difference of opinion than you.
she
And
is
you can
spreading
educate her,
misinformation.
but you can educate her to try to get her up to speed to get her on the same page with you if she will agree to that, right? Because I didn't see where she's trying to incite any violence. But that's what you're saying is she calling her anti-Semite and you saying she's full of hate. I don't see that.
She's full of hate and first of all, let's look at what she did before those stuff. You have a picture of from her in 2017 wearing a racist shirt, and at the same time claims to be to be Jewish, like it's some kind of a short or a sticker. Okay, you had her a few years ago.
What about this? What about this? What about this? We'll go to try
What?
this one on for size. Maybe she thought that the whole idea behind the octopus with all the tentacles out was so absurd, right? Because out here in America, we have a thing where you wear a ugly and ridiculous shirt for Christmas, right? Maybe she felt like, hey, this is ridiculous that these Jews are all over everything, and that I'm going to wear this shirt just to show how ridiculous I feel that is, right? Because we have a tradition here where you wear on Christmas, you wear these ugly shirts and you wear these ridiculous shirts, sweaters, right? Maybe she was doing that. Who knows?
Okay, let me ask you something.
Okay.
If some person like Donald Trump or some other Caucasian celebrity would wear for Christmas a sweater with a picture of a monkey in it and with a symbol of your community, do you think it would be how would you feel about it? Do you think it would be
I
legit?
would definitely be questioning that. I would
You
definitely
would be
question.
offended and you call them a racist.
Wait
And
a
the same
minute.
thing
Wait a
here.
minute. Please don't speak for me. I understand you speaking for all the Jews, but not for me, please.
I'm
I'm
not
just
speaking
telling
for anyone, just for me.
you. I'm just telling you. Me, I would definitely question that and try to investigate what's going on, because I want to see, what I want to do always is make sure I don't take stuff out of context. And so a lot of times we can take stuff out of context because our feelings, right? We get into our feelings. I'm right because I'm this religion. I'm right because I'm this religion. I'm right because this religion. As you see, that's why I don't push religion here, because people will get all crazy over their religions, and we all are having the same problems. You and Tel Aviv, me here, we all having the same problems where we trying to get ahead, but we can't work together because I'm a Jew, I can't work with you. I'm a Muslim, I can't work with you. We get stuck on these religions, right? Instead of getting stuck on the character of the person. Now, some people have not learned everything. They haven't, right? You come over here, Vagoda, right? When you first came here, I can see the growth in you. I can see the growth. You've grown a lot, man. When you first used to come over here, you used to come over here like, yeah, what? I know everything. I know everything. Be quiet. Right? But look at you now. You wait your turn. You're very respectful, right? Well, most of the time, right?
You know, when I came to your, like I said, when I came to your live chats, I came in the middle of the night, and I was I was, how you saying it? I was half
Yeah, you
asleep.
get on there and mess
Now
with a couple things.
now I did sleep. I just woke in the middle of the night now.
But
So
see,
that's
but you see, we'll go to two things had to happen. You had to be open for that education that I had to give you, right? You had to be open for the education that we still trying to give it to you. Still trying to work you up to speed, right? Because I know there's a bunch of stuff you really want to talk about, but we can't get there, right? Because the tension's so high. So we trying to talk to you so we can relax you so you can get down. So now we can have a conversation. That's why I brought everybody down, because the tension's running so high. I don't want one person to say one thing and then boom, right? So I know me. I'm not. There's nothing you're gonna say that's gonna throw me off. So I'm good. So I can. No, I should. And Vaughn probably I could have left up here too, but the other guys, I think they have. They would have, because their minds work so much faster than mine's. They would have been trying to jump on everything you said. Now, getting back to Whoopi. You wanted to have this conversation, right? You asked me about it a couple of days ago, and so I said, hey, I'm going to do this just for you. We're going to have this conversation
thank you.
so that we can get it up out the way, right? So I see you are making a good case. You're just not having no facts behind it, right? You're
Actually,
selling
you
the
know, the
song, you just
octopus,
ain't
what
no
you call the
music.
octopus?
But you said no. Like I said, I'm telling you about an American tradition. American tradition they have here, where you wear an ugly sweater on Christmas. That is a American tradition here. Now over there, you guys probably don't have that, because you guys, I don't know, you guys celebrate Hanukkah over there. You don't celebrate Christmas, right? So
We have some Christians in the north celebrating Christmas, but in any case, you know, it's for example, in here you could do the blackface. In here, it's way less. It's in here people will not say it's racist. At least not the people that were in the USA. In your country, they would look at it as it's racist because of history, because of your history.
they would look at what because of the history.
I brought, for example, the blackface stuff that you have in your country, that people, to in order to mark you, are painting their face in black, right?
Yes, okay.
So if you do it in here, people aren't going to be pissed off on you if you do it, because we don't have that history. The reason it's pissed you off because of historical stuff, right?
I get it. But if I went there and there was people doing it there, I can hold them to a standard of what's been going on in America. You understand what I'm saying? Like, how could I be mad at you when you were never educated on what was going on here and how offensive that is to the people in America, to black people in America? How could, you know what I'm saying? Like, how could I hold you to that standard? I can only say that if you educated enough, and I know you're educated enough to know better. And you do, and I see that you're doing it on purpose to inflict harm and damage. Do you really think this lady was trying to inflict some damage?
You know,
I think she was just being insensitive.
You ask me, and then maybe you could claim that in the first time she did it from a big lack of knowledge, but in the second time, after she was taught again and again, and she was told, then then in the second time she was taught, she got her lesson, and she still say it, and she knows that people are, and she wants to promote that idea that the Holocaust was not about race. She wants to promote the idea that Jews are and the Europeans are one and the same. The crazy idea.
I get
also, okay, that is, and after she was told, and that shows you. And again, you know what? Let's leave the octopus. Let's leave the octopus for a second. She also said a year or 2 or 3 ago, when we had a conflict in Gaza, that she blames my country for a genocide because we defended ourselves from the rockets that were firing from Gaza to our streets and homes. Okay?
Okay, but
I'm getting a missile to
a different conversation.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to, my point here, that she thinks that defending myself is making a genocide towards the Arabs in Gaza. That's what she thinks.
Okay,
that is racist.
Okay, I tell you what, Vagoda, because I don't have that. If that's what she said, you got that. Put it up. I put it up, and you know me. I'm fair. I'm about as fair as you're gonna get.
Okay, I will find it.
Put it up, and then I put. But that is not the conversation. I don't want to get into her position on the Jews and the Palestinians. I don't want to get into that conversation because that's
okay. That's when you put
we talking about what she said on The View. We're talking about what she said on The View.
Okay, I just put in your other stuff.
Full of hate and racist, and you've done a poor job so far of proving.
I disagree.
I mean, but I'm telling you, you're saying that she's an anti-Semite just because she has a difference of opinion. That's
not just that. Because she's spreading lies. She's intentionally.
Okay, even if she is spreading lies, even if you think she's lying, and even if she's spreading lies, that's all she's doing is saying her opinion. Whether it's a truth or a lie, it's her opinion, right? It's her opinion.
Let me ask you something.
Okay.
If somebody would come to the school of your son and start to claim that slavery was never real, the boat and stuff, it's bullshit, and stuff like this, and this specific person has a power over people, has an influence, a lot of has influencing on other people, then how you think your people from your community would react to it? They will say that he's just not educated? No, they will say that he's full-on racist.
Oh,
and
well,
again, she learned, and after she learned, she's still doing it.
Well, I don't know if they'll say he's racist, but they definitely say he's definitely ignorant, right? And so what I'm saying is, but they would send it, but it would depend on how this person was delivering the information. Now, if they were an old white person like in their 90s from the South, you're gonna be able to understand why they talking like that, because they don't know no better, right? From their age, that's how they came up, right? So they may talk like that, right? And it's probably nothing you're gonna be able to do to get them to change their mind. and come
Forget
into
who?
a reality, right? But some of us are open to a new reality if you can bring the proof, right? If you bring the proof of what you're saying, then maybe we can sit down and have a conversation. And that's all I'm saying. I mean, if you're going to come and say this lady's an anti-Semite, I'm open to listening to it. I'm open.
Okay,
But
again,
go to listen. This is the key. This is the critical part. You have to have some solid evidence. Her just saying stuff, that's not enough. It will put it like this: the way she has come out and said things, the way I've heard her say things, which we heard her on The View, we heard her on James Corden's show. There was nothing hateful that came out of her. That was just ignorance, in my opinion, what I saw. Therefore, to make the leap to call her anti-Semite, even ADL didn't call her anti-Semite. They said that there's some education that needs to be had there, but they didn't even call her an anti-Semite. But here you call her anti-Semite, and I'm saying, what is it that you see that they don't see?
Okay, let me first of all, I want to react to Annie that what she wrote in The View she wrote that I said that she like I said, I want to react to Annie.
This one?
Or yeah, I don't say that she didn't. I'm not saying that Wimpy didn't said that. What I'm trying to say that she make a mockery out of the memory, and she is saying it was white on white, and it's like you know what, I will give I should have given a more good example from just denying slavery.
Wasn't it white on white?
No,
it wasn't. Wait a minute, Jews are white, the Aryans are white.
Oh my God! Again,
Jews
you know
are not
what?
white.
First of all, let's put something straight here. They are targeting all Jews. Jews in Yemen, Jews in Ethiopia, Jews in
I
Iraq.
know, but they got
Okay,
a specific, but
so
we talking about a specific Jew. Man, you can be talking about Jews that have darker pigment, but in particular, in Germany, they was in particular targeting specific Jews, right? And those
they
Jews
were
were
targeting the Jews. They had their hands on. Okay, they were targeting. For you know what? Let me tell you a little secret. They also managed to get some a little bit of Sephardic Jews from North Africa. They managed to get them some of them, but you know, because a lot of the war was also in Africa, World War II. Then they didn't manage to execute a lot of them. Okay, but they didn't care if the Jew that they are getting is Ashkenazi, Sephardic, Ethiopian, or other.
I understand that.
They saw it as one of the same, as
Talking
one
about
and
what
the
they did in
same, and
Germany.
they wanted to massacre us. And let
I
me
think
tell you
he
other
was
stuff.
specifically talking about what was going on in Germany.
Yeah,
right?
but you are saying that they targeted that it was white on white, and that is nonsense.
Well, that's what it was in Germany, right?
Let me ask you something. Jews are originally from the Middle East, so how are they? You know what? Let's put something straight
I
here.
got a son like you. He never
Yeah.
answers he answers my question with asking me another question all the time. Like you never answered my question.
I can explain to you something.
Yes.
When you say, first of all, when you say white, you mean European or European descent. Okay, let's agree about that.
Wait a minute, what now?
When you say white, you
Yes.
mean European or from European descent, right?
Yes.
Okay,
originally.
Okay,
yes.
okay. Just let's declare that first of all. Now, the Jews are originally from the Middle East, so
No, they're not.
they are.
No,
Yes,
they're
they
not.
are. Yes,
No,
they are.
they're not. I told we went over this before.
Oh
I
my
said
God.
you guys migrated there. That's what I said to you. You guys
Yeah,
migrated there.
so we are originally
Not
from the Middle
from
East.
there. No, you're not originally from there.
Yes, we
You're not
are.
native to there.
But we are originally came from there.
Not native to there. You walk.
Yes, we are.
Okay, we can agree to disagree, Vagoda. Okay, now finish your point.
Okay, and like I said, my point is Jews are from the Levant area of the Middle East. Okay, according to DNA evidence and history evidence. So we are not supposed to be, and we are not able. We don't belong in the category of whites or Europeans or European descents. Okay, so it was not Europeans on Europeans. Okay?
I didn't say, nobody said it was Europeans on Europeans.
And
We
also
said
they
it's
massacred,
Caucasian
the
against
Germans
we
massacred
said it's
gypsies,
Caucasian
so it
against
was not
Caucasian.
white on white.
But
What?
it is, because you guys just are you are a separate class of Caucasian that have your own faith. That's all. That's it. You have your own heredity and your own faith. That's it. That's what separates you from the other Caucasians. That's why you have that.
No.
You're in the
What?
other classification.
Listen, the
You've been
reason that we
classified
are
as
in
a
the
Jew, right?
Catholic,
You are Jewish, right? You're
I am a
Jewish.
Jew genetically.
Okay. So in the books, they talked about two different white people: the Jewish and the Gentile. The general type of white person and a Jewish
First of
white
all, a
person.
lot of Jews aren't Caucasian, first of all. Okay?
I didn't say every Jew was. You talked about from the beginning. From the beginning, the Jewish community was Caucasian. Now, of course, you got
What?
people trying to marry in and convert and everything like that. No, because
First of all,
like you said, they don't
first
let
of all, I
any
think
time or
there is a misunderstanding
I
here.
remember a time where they wouldn't convert people. They wouldn't let you convert, especially if you was African. They wouldn't let you convert to Judaism.
What? First
They
of
wouldn't
all,
let
you know,
not to get, and you definitely couldn't get citizenship over there, right? They
what?
just started doing that. So I'm just
What,
saying,
what are you talking about?
I'm talking about conversion to Judaism, that black people weren't originally, the Jews kept that tight. The women couldn't
First
marry.
of all, we
Women
kept
had,
it tight for everyone, not just
no,
Africans, everyone.
wait a minute. Tell me this. Jewish community tries to keep the bloodline within the Jewish community. Am I right? Am I wrong?
Yeah, so,
Okay. No. I'm just saying. So therefore, how would you get
but
darker people into your unless they were brought in? You can't. You're definitely left alone. You guys are not going to make darker people. So therefore, those people have to come in or be
what?
let
How
in
are we talking?
by
Why are you talking about
you guys
dark?
absorbing them in by letting them convert over, right?
What?
That's how black people can get into
Wait
the
a minute.
Jewish faith, allegedly, right?
What? First
That's
of all,
a thing from the Hebrews, right? So that
listen.
because
Listen.
what we talking
I
about?
can
What we
answer.
talking
I can
about?
ask you something.
Yes.
Listen. If you are, I'm not claiming that the original Jews look like Europeans. Okay, the original Jews in ancient times, in the time of the Roman, in the time of the Bible, look like people from the Middle East. They look like people they look like the Middle Eastern Jews that we have here. Okay.
Yeah, I
Now,
agree with you on that. There's no disagreement with that.
okay,
At that
so what
time,
you're talking about the
you'd
Africans?
already
What
migrated
Africans
over
have to
there.
do with that?
You'd already migrated over there by then. So, yeah, of course.
What?
You had already migrated to that part of the world by then. So yeah, you was there by then. You was already there. So there's no disagreement with you on
We didn't
that.
migrate. We are from Israel.
Well, some might be, right? Some might be. But originally, that's not where you were from. That had to be set
Yes, I
up.
am from there.
No. You might be because of your age, but because you're come up in a time where this Israel right now has been set up. What I'm saying is the
Oh my
original
God.
Israel wasn't there. Had to be set up. It had to be set up.
We
So
got our land back, okay? We got our land
the
back.
people you call Jews was before that Israel was set up. Where were they?
They were in exile.
I'm gonna let you think about that one. Okay.
We
Now,
were in
let's say
exile,
this.
but originally
All right.
those communities came from Israel. Originally, okay?
All right. Okay. Well, you can't
Now
say.
let's
Well,
get back to let's get back to Whoopi,
if you
okay?
say that, then you saying that the Jewish people are less than 2,000 years old, or 2,000. Less than 6,000 years old, right?
Let's be
Maybe
accurate.
less than 4, right? According to, because Moses was here, so less than 4, right? According to you,
First
right?
of
According to that logic.
I can
And so
speak.
what I'm saying is they're much older than 4,000 years old. That's my point. So where were they? There was no Israel, so they had to be somewhere, right? So that's my point.
First of all,
That location location had to be settled, conquered, and settled, and then colonized. That's my point.
Clarence, I can explain something to you. Let's
Yes,
talk
you can.
about
Yes,
history and not the Bible, okay? according to history and archaeological.
All right.
Let me consecrate. Okay,
Okay,
look,
we got
according to
about
history
20
and
more minutes. We'll go to
okay,
20 minutes.
let me get my point about
Okay.
that stuff.
All right.
But according to history and archaeologically, the history of the Jewish people, the first how you say it in English? God damn it! The first writing about the Jewish people is from the late Bronze Age. Okay.
Who?
Just a little bit. What?
Who? You said a Jewish person was from the Bronze Age?
No. I said that the Jewish people, the first, the history of the Jewish people, according to archaeologists and historians, start from the first records of the Jews, and those records, the first records, start from the end of the Bronze Age.
Okay. Let's see when is that? When is the Bronze Age?
The Bronze Age, a very big period, but the end of it is in the I don't know how to say in English. It's you know what?
3300 BC.
Let me get this.
1200
It
BC.
was it was the when the period that I'm talking about is 1210 BC. Yeah, the first records was in 1210 BC. A few years before the end of the Bronze Age.
That would put you
Okay,
at.
so
that will put you at.
That's where the history of the Jewish people start from. Not from the Stone Age, from that time.
That'll put you at 3,000 years. That'll put you at 3,000 years.
Yeah.
More or less.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So Israel wasn't developed yet. So how do you what was happening before that? And how did Israel just pop up out of nowhere? Like pop.
Let's put in context. Okay.
Never mind. I don't even want to go into that conversation. Make your point, Dakota. Go ahead, make your point.
Okay. Well, my point is that the Jewish people were in Israel back then, and let's be accurate. According to archaeologists, you know what? Let's put a context about who and what and where. In that time, the land of Israel was under the occupation of the Egyptian Empire, okay, of the Bronze Age. And
what was what was the occupation of the Egyptian Empire?
Egypt in that time occupied the Levant. Okay, they had under control the Egyptian of the New Kingdom. Okay.
Okay.
Now, the Jews, according to historians and archaeologists, have probably became a people from what was left of the Canaanites. Okay, but so what was before us is the Canaanites. It's like how I explain to you. It's like we are grown under the ruins of the Canaanites. Okay, of the Jewish people. Now we had, like we had the later in the Iron Age we had the kingdom and all of that. Okay, we are from there. We didn't migrate there. Now, what?
So what did you do? Just come up out of the ground? How did you get there?
How did the Canaanites? The Canaanites. They are probably the. And the Natufians before them, everybody were cavemen, and
not everybody.
Before the Natufians.
Yeah, not everybody was a caveman.
When I say a caveman, I mean before the Natufians. And what I mean that people didn't settle before the Natufians settle in the Levant area of the Middle East. Okay.
Okay, we'll go to. I'm tired. You are not. You are, man. I got you all up against the ropes, man. So why don't we do this, man? Why don't we just get back to Whoopi? And and I'm going to give you one last time to try to explain to me and show me why Whoopi is a racist, why she's such this hateful person, and you got to do a better job, man, because you're not selling. You selling me a song, but no music. You gotta
According to
get
you.
something with it.
Okay,
You're not
I'm
doing
trying to.
a good job.
Okay, and before that, I want to tell you that a lot of people here think that she's racist, especially after our the second stuff that she said before.
Well, the ADL. Let me tell you two people that don't think she's racist: the ADL and the other lady that we were watching with the I forgot the name of the group that she had. She's got another Jewish defense group that she didn't think that she was racist. So the ADL, your
The
biggest
ADL don't
watchdog,
speak for me.
right? Well, I'm just saying some of your biggest watchdogs don't think that way. I know you know they don't speak for you in particular, but some of your biggest Jewish watchdogs don't think that she was being racist. They feel like me. It was just she just was being insensitive because of lack of knowledge, right? And what she tried to do is try to explain herself. When she was asked, "Why did you make this comment?" or what was going on with these comments that you made, she tried to reiterate and explain what she was thinking at the time, in my opinion, right? I think that's what she was
Okay, you
trying
know
to
what? Let me tell you something. The ADL, in my eyes, is you can in some degree they are a joke. And if what New Growth told us about their history of becoming what they are, if that is the case, then they definitely are a joke. In my
let
eyes.
me tell you something right now, brother, between you and me. I'm gonna show you how
Yeah.
your heritage saved us. If I was to have said that exact same thing, this stream would have been shut down just like that. But because you said it, we're good, right? If I was to
I
say
gave you
something like
permission. If it's good for you, I
that,
give you
you give me
permission to
permission.
say what you want about the ADF or those guys. The
But I'm
anti-Semitism is
trying
on the rise in your
I'm
country,
trying
and
to
if
show you
and
something, man. I'm trying to show you something, man. See that thing and see how this thing is very sensitive around here, man, over here in the U.S. And I'm trying to show you, if you look at it a little deeper, maybe you don't see it right away, Pagoda, because you like, man, you got that snap judgment thing going on. But if you look at it a little closer, I think if you look at it a little closer, you say to yourself, man, you know what? Yeah, she could have said that differently, and that didn't need to be said, right? It was obviously about race. She was definitely wrong on that. But this is from her. This is a 60-something-year-old lady who grew up, not understanding, who also lives in a world of entertainment where everybody tells her, yes, you're right, you're right, you're right, Whoopi, you're right, you're right, you're right. So she lives in a bubble. She don't deal with real people. Like me, I'm talking to you, you talking to me, right? If I'm wrong, if I say something wrong about the Jewish experience, you right here, you're gonna tell me, hey, no, Clarence, that's wrong. If you say something wrong about the African American experience, I'm gonna check you. I'm gonna say, no, Vagoda, that's wrong. I'm gonna educate you, right? Okay, so we are going to be truthful enough with each other that we can educate each other, right? Now, I may not agree with you, and you may not agree with me, but I'm at least try to educate you. You at least gonna try to educate me, right? She don't have that. She doesn't have that in her world. In her world, she's the last and final say. That's it.
yeah,
Nobody else.
people treat her like she can say she can do no wrong, and that's and when
There
you
you
have
go.
that such a thing, you create people that are morons and think that they can lecture everybody and their grandmas about stuff that they don't understand.
I know.
And that's
I know
what we have
somebody
here.
like that. I know
What,
somebody like
me?
that, Kimosabi.
You're talking about me?
Well, that's how you used to be when you first came over here. That's how you was.
Come
Let
on.
me tell all of you. Let me tell you all about this. Right. But now,
Oh,
of
come
course,
on.
you have. But see, no, man, you're a whole different person now. You're much more relaxed, and you get into it every now and then. New growth will do that to you. You'll get into it every now and then. But
Yeah.
you're much more. Hey, I'll listen to you guys as well. So when you first came up here, you wasn't listening to nobody, right? Tell the truth.
Yeah.
You was like, man,
Yeah.
I know what I'm talking about. Y'all don't know what y'all talking about. But now at least you listen, right? At least you may not agree with us, which is cool. We don't care if you don't agree with us. Just make your point, stand on it, and make a good point and make a good argument. And that's cool.
You know, okay, you know what? I want to put another elephant in the room about the other thing. You remember the pictures that I gave you a link to them?
What?
The pictures of that I gave you a link to them of the Israeli-Ethiopian holiday, the Sig holiday.
Okay, yes.
When we were going to, you want to talk about them? You know, I gone to that festival. No, not now. Of course, not now.
Oh man,
No, not now.
You have to send it to me again, man. You have to send it to me again because
I don't have. Okay, I will send you a link to them again.
Yeah, send it to me again. Email it to me again, or whatever. And then,
yeah, just I took them especially for you, and you know.
Okay. So have we established? We have established that Whoopi Goldberg has not said anything in hate, as you said at first, right? She has not said anything to incite any violence. She has not said anything.
Not directly.
Not directly. No, but this
not directly, but
67-year-old lady is trying to incite violence. You really think that, Pagoda?
First of all, we have a person like Kanye that he's 50 or 60. How old is he? 55?
Don't try to jump on the Kanye train. We're talking about Whoopi Goldberg, right?
Yeah, but you know what? Let me put this up. She's not creating intentionally violence like Kanye, but she is, in the end of the day, is making it attacking the identity of the Jewish people. And I think after she was already taught, okay, so she's supposed to know better, okay?
She should know better. I agree with you. But
okay, she was taught, and she needs to take responsibility for the racist nonsense that she's spreading, the lies she's spreading.
She apologized.
That's not I don't want her apologizing. I know I want her to face the consequences. I want her like any person in your country that says some dumb stuff and getting fired for it in a minute, in a second after. The same thing needs to happen here. She likes to call for people to be banned and to be fired for bullshit. Now it's her turn.
Well, that's a hard one. That's a hard one to. That's a hard one to follow because she has done that, and maybe this would be something that she would have to deal with. But I don't
care. She needs to be fired.
See, this is
and let me tell you something.
What?
And let me tell you something. There is if she was, in my eyes, and a lot of Israelis think, a lot of Jews and Israelis think the same, that she was need to fire 10 months ago. And let me tell you something. In my view, because of her, the whole stuff with Kanye and Kyrie, the whole wave of crazy celebrities started because of her. And you know what? Let me also tell you something. I saw at the commentary that they mentioned that they said what she believed about the Jews after that, and those the commentaries came after what she said. Okay, and I saw also a YouTube show that they also depict Jews as European descent. Okay, and I think it's that she said it and got away with it. That shows all the racists that they can do it and get away with that. And that's I think that's why Kenya thought that she
can't throw all that stuff out. You can't throw all that out there, and I gotta stop you on some of that. Okay, so you saying that it's racist that she said that Jews are from European descent? I'm hearing you right?
I think first of all, from the reason that I already told you, it's ridiculous. Okay.
Okay. We've been through this, and me and you.
She said that those are two white people, but in any case, I think that what she said and that she didn't get any backlash from it. I think it's
what's wrong with her saying that if it's the truth?
It's not.
Okay, what is so different about the Jews and the Aryans? What's so different?
We are not from Europe, first of all.
Okay. Listen. Besides the obvious, which is the religious text. Besides the religion, And
I
besides,
told you, in terms of genes, we are
besides,
not from Europe.
let me finish. Besides the religious affiliation and the bloodline, originally, well, okay, so there, okay, this is what we do. Let's put that to bed. Why don't you, at another time, me and you and I'll talk alone, and then
Okay.
you can put that to bed by bringing me proof that the Jewish people have other than a Caucasian background. Then
Okay. You
when you
want
can
proofs in
prove
terms
that,
of genetics?
prove it, because I see it the way she see it, where it's just two white people of different hereditary backgrounds have an issue with each other, right? Well, one just trying to decimate the other one, right? That's
That's
basically
the American liberal approach.
well, I mean, if you look at it, what else was going on? It was one group of white people trying to decimate another group of white people just because of their religion, right? Or their
No,
race, or whatever,
first of
right?
all, you know, a lot of people that were in those camps were full-on Jewish atheists. You know, even if you are not a religious person, they would hunt you down only because of that you
Bloodline,
had a
right?
Jewish grandpa or Jewish parent, or that you are just
I
genetically
get that.
Jewish.
I get that.
So it's not just about religion; it's way more.
But I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Hey, bro, we as black people, we know we would have been on as soon as they would have got done with all the Jews on those trains, guess who they would have been putting on some more trains? Us. We know that already. So we not most of us would never say nothing like that. I don't know where she got that from, but she said that. Okay, that's her understanding. Maybe it's because she's got Jewish friends that are just around her, and they willing to let her say whatever, and so she thinks she can say that in front. We got
She
black
is
people.
surrounded by libtards.
Listen. We got white people that run around saying the N word in front of other black people, right? They got black people that they know, and they say, "Oh yeah, you my N, you're my N, you're my N, you're my N," right? And so they think they can go to the larger community and say stuff like that, right? And then another black person will be like, "Hey, what you doing?" And they get checked. They don't understand. They like, what? But it was cool with these people. But no, it's not gonna be cool with everybody, right? But see, nobody had the guts to tell this person, you can't say that in front of everybody, right? You can't say that in front of some of these people. Go check you on that. And so she never had that experience until now, right? She said it in the public, and so now she's having that experience where the Jewish community is like, "Hey, nah, you can't be saying stuff like that. That's not the truth, right?"
Yeah, she
Okay.
is spreading misinformation that hurts a lot of people here.
Okay, but what's not misinformation until you prove otherwise, is that the Jewish people, especially the ones that have kept the bloodline and started the religion, the original Jewish people, they are, when I say original Jewish, I mean Jewish. I'm talking about the Hebrew, that's a whole nother conversation. But
That's
we're
me. No?
talking about the
So
Jewish people.
me.
Those people are originally from European descent. And so
No.
until you get, okay, I'm willing to entertain that argument if you can prove it. But if you
Okay.
can't prove it right now, and which you can't, you are definitely unable to prove it. But I'll let you try. I'll give you time to go try and find the information to prove it.
Okay. I have no
I
problem
gotta get out of
to
here.
bring you paintings of Middle Eastern Jews in Roman times. No problemo.
Yeah, Jews and Roman. Guess what? There you go. Jews and Roman times, right? There you
You
go.
know, Rome occupied Israel, so I can give you paintings from that period if you want of Jews there.
No, that's not the issue. The issue is they couldn't occupy it before it was set up, right? It had to be set up first. So somebody had to come there and set that up. That's my
What
point.
setup?
The,
I
the,
missed
the, the people didn't just pop out of the ground, right? The people had to come from somewhere to set that settlement up, right? So that's
First
what I'm
of all,
trying
the
to
Jewish
tell you.
people had independence before the Romans came. They had the Hasmonean dynasty.
But they had to come from somewhere to set up Jerusalem, right?
Okay, they
Jerusalem
come from the ruins of the Canaans.
Jerusalem means founded in peace. Means founded in peace, right? Jerusalem. Okay, somebody had to come there and set that up, and that's all I'm saying. So you go and do your homework and go and come back and prove it and make me say, you know what, Vagoda, you were right. I was wrong. I'm willing to do that, but all you got to do is have some legitimate receipts, and I'm willing to do that. But right now, I got to get out of here, Vagoda. You came
Okay,
in.
but again, I told you from where the Jewish people came from. We origin. Again, according to historians and archaeologists, we became from the ruins of what was the Canaanites,
Okay,
and
I
we
understand that. That's what they're telling you. Okay, I understand that.
that historians and archaeologists.
But that may not be all the way accurate. So why don't you go and do some investigating to find out how accurate that is?
What more do you want?
I want
You
you to
want me to bring?
show me something other than you telling me what somebody else
Okay,
said.
you want me to bring you
It's like me
papers?
saying, yeah, Vagoda, I've been to the moon, but I had no pictures. I don't have nothing.
Okay, you want me to bring you papers? No problemo.
I want you to bring me some type of something that substantiates what you're saying, and then we can discuss it logically, right? We can discuss.
Okay, we'll bring you paper.
You about to be in trouble. Sister Eddie's gonna come up here to close the stream. So let me let you go there. I'm telling you, we're gonna talk about it later. I'm 6 hours and 24
Okay,
minutes.
Annie, I'm going.
I
Have a
gotta
wonderful
go,
day.
man. I was hoping you would come up here immediately, and we could have spent the whole time doing
Yeah,
this.
you know, it's in the middle of the night.
Okay. But I gotta go, and I'm sure it's probably morning time over there. What time is it over there?
Now it's 7:42
a.m. right?
Yeah, in the morning.
Yeah. So
Yeah, I need to prepare for the Shabbat.
Okay.
And for the New Year, I'm going to celebrate in the streets.
Okay. All right, man. Well, have a
Yeah,
good time.
so see you guys. Have a
Yes,
wonderful New Year and
all
be
right, man.
safe.
You too, man. All right, bro.
Yeah, bye.
All right, man. That was Brother Vagoda, man. Holy smokes. Holy smokes. Did we go around the mulberry bush, y'all? Ay. I knew that was gonna be a lot of work for you guys. If I pulled everybody down, man, that was gonna be a lot of work. But see, now he can't say, oh, you guys don't, he'll send me an email. You gonna give me a chance to address this? You give me a chance to address that? Okay. Yeah, you a chance to address it. All right, I'll take care of him in the rundown. Vaughn, you have anything else to say, man? Because we got to close it down. I got to do the rundown.
Only thing I have to say is good night. I stuck in here with you, but definitely good night. Good luck, Vagoda. I hear you. I'm not sure if you're hearing us, but yeah, wow, what a stream.
Yeah. But he's getting there. He's getting there. We gonna get him. All right, y'all. We gotta close it down. Vaughn, thank you so much, brother, for hanging out with me, man. Sir. Appreciate you being a voice of reason around here, man. All right, I'm gonna pull you down, brother. Unless you guys anything else to say.
No, I'm done.
All right, brother. Talk to you later, man. All right, I'm gonna pull you down as Vaughn Bryant. Okay. Holy smokes, Vaughn. Vagoda said I am still here. Vaughn, I'm still here. That's one disrespect. Shout out to Vagoda, man. Shout out to Vagoda. The Tel Aviv crew is in the house. All right, let's see. Let me get rid of the Whoopi Goldberg thing, man. Get rid of Whoopi. All right, y'all. That's it. I'm done, man. Between New Growth, Von Eric, Vagoda. Man, my arms are tired. But shout out, everybody did a great job tonight. Everybody did a great job, man. It was a great job. But we have to promote New Growth. New Growth has a new channel, man. I believe. I don't know if it's his channel, but he got to put it in the chat. New Growth, if you could pop back in the back chat and put it in the, or if anybody knows it, Vaughn, if you know it, can you put it in the chat, man? New Growth's channel, because I want to promote the young brother, man. He got a lot of good suggestions and a lot of good energy. He needs to be promoted. All right, y'all. I got to get out of here, man. I got to get out of here, man. All right, let's go straight to the rundown. All right. Today was a little trying, right? a little trying. Oh man, holy smokes. All right, let's go. Let's go straight to the chat. The chat is where it's at. Our beloved sister Patrice joined us. Shout out to Patrice. She jumped in there, man. But we got the chat is where it's at. Shout out to everybody in the chat. Did a great job. Don GQ, I was proud of you, man. I thought you was gonna jump through the screen, man. I was about to say, Don GQ. Wait a minute, man. Calm down, Don. I thought he was gonna jump through the screen. I was like, let's go see the arm just snatch him and go out of there, right? Then the Big Rigs, I thought Big Rigs was gonna come up here, and then Sister Annie was gonna come up here, man. Ooh, man. Woo. Man, you had a bunch of people who was coming to get you, Pagoda, man. Next time, Pagoda, man, you got to try come in a lot earlier. But I gave you this time because I didn't want you to say, oh, well, you guys don't never give me a chance. I don't know. You keep crying that we never addressed none of your topics. I addressed it. Tonight. I sent you. I did my part. Now, I'm not going to let you come up here no more and do the whole everybody's against the Jews thing. Nah, man, you're going to have to bring you some receipts. We're open to the conversation, but I can't do it every time we have a topic. We'll go to. You sub to New Growth, Patrice? Good. We all need to do that. I need to go over there after I get done with this. But I'm going to get out of here. I'll probably sub to you tomorrow, man. I'll sub to you tomorrow. But we got to shout out New Growth, man. We got to put New Growth out there, man. Thank you, Sister Annie. Appreciate it. I try, man. You're so misunderstood, man, when you try to do certain things certain ways, man. And the people look at you like, man, you crazy. You should think the way we think. I said, well, sometimes I might take a left turn here. I might take a right turn here. But, trust me, it's for the good of the herd. It's for the good of the herd, right? Oh, that's New Growth Channel. Oh, thank you, Vaughn. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you. Yeah, I need to go over there and check out. I thought Risa was coming to get you too, man. Woo. Risa said he's not a producer. Flip his topic. Want to argue. Yeah, I know, Risa, but it's good to have the dialogue so that we can learn what's going on. Yeah, right. Don GQ, man, we just trying to, hey, because see, I know if you keep asking questions, the truth is going to come out. We just keep asking you questions. Keep asking asking questions. So I'm trying to structure Pagoda to the way that if you're going to just say something like, that's a big statement to call somebody anti-Semite. That's a big statement. If you're going to do that, you should have proof, right? It's like sending somebody to the financial gas chamber, right? Okay, if you're going to send somebody to the financial gas chamber, okay, then you can't just say that. You can't just go off of, hearsay. You got to have some real serious truth to send somebody to get the needle, right? You get an automatic appeal when you get a death sentence. You get an automatic appeal. Appeal is automatically filed for you. Automatically. Because they want to be sure when they send you to get that needle that you are guilty. They want to make sure you get it. They're doing the right thing, right? So we saying, hey, if you're going to condemn the sister, okay, condemn her. But we ain't going to just let you condemn her, just because she says something out of ignorance. Now, if she says something out of malice, we still ain't going to just let you, we just ain't going to let you, we ain't going to throw it to the wolves, but, we have more understanding for your position. But when you coming at it just because she said something out of ignorance, nah, we don't get that. We don't get that. I know Don GQ. He is very sensitive, like most Jewish people are. They're very sensitive, and I get it. You know what I'm saying? They've been through a lot. You know what I'm saying? So they are very sensitive to, even just to look at somebody. And so I kept telling them, hey, bro, you have a difference. She's an anti-Semite just because she have a difference of opinion than you. Does that make sense? And that you'll notice that question never got answered, right? That question always got answered with another question. Well, let me ask you this question. Clarence, let me ask you this question. One question. Right? Shout out to Pagoda. All right, y'all, we got to get out of here. Everybody in the chat did great, man. Everybody in the chat did great. All of y'all that want to come out and wring Magoda's neck, and y'all didn't, thank you. Everybody wanted to jump out and wring my neck, thank you. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for hanging in there with your brother. Yeah. But you know what I'm saying? I mean, we've all been through stuff. So we gotta have mutual respect. You know, Vaughn, we gotta have mutual respect. We're not gonna be able to discuss anything and come to any logical conclusions if we just emotional. I'm yelling at him, he yelling at me. That's why I took everybody down, because I know I wasn't gonna be yelling at him, and I'm gonna have him to the point where he ain't yelling at me. So I knew that. So we could have that conversation. Now, is he gonna answer my questions? We'll see. One of these days, maybe one of these days we'll go to my answer my questions, right? Without asking me a question in between, right? But shout out to Magoda, man. He's come a long way. Still got a ways to go, like we all do. We all got a ways to go. All right, everybody in the chat did great. Shout out to the chat. The chat's where it's at. Shout out to the chat. The chat is where it's at. Strong performance from the chat. Strong performance from everybody. Appreciate y'all, man, for hanging in there with me. Whether you agree with me or disagree with me, whatever, but just your support means a lot, man. I appreciate all of y'all, man. No bots today. Shout out to y'all. No bots today. Sister Annie, Big Rick Slaps is on it, man. They on it, man. They ain't letting them bots come through here, man. They own it. They own it. All right, man. Strong performance from the chat. Very, very strong. Very solid from everybody in the chat. Shout out to y'all, man. Appreciate y'all. All right, man. Let's get to everybody who was on the stage. Who was on the stage? Remember Wesley? 2000 January 4th, what did we say? July 4th, 2003. Jesus sat down and burst comment down here to let y'all know that heathen Allah and that Mohammed are heathens, and he's gonna strike you all down. Right? Remember, what about Wesley? A very, very poor performance. He's gonna be the first one to ever get a poor performance from Let's Talk the Better Black Life. A very, very poor performance. Very poor performance from Wesley, right? I just got something to say. Hold on, y'all. I'm having a mic. Man, what's going on? Oh, it's down here. Oh, here we go. All right, y'all. Yeah. July 4th. I thought, you know what I thought he was gonna say? Because January 3rd. That's Elvis's birthday. Oh. And you right, Sister Eddie. Man, I had my finger on the trigger all while him, poor Marcy, man. I was ready to dump her in just a heartbeat, man, if she was coming funny style, man. But she turned out to be all right so far. Shout out to Marcy, man. I'm gonna get to her in the rundown in a minute. But Wesley came through, man. Very first poor performance. Very first poor performance on y'all, I'm pretty lenient, right? Wesley on his maiden voyage. Very, very, very sad. Very, very sad. Very sad. But I want y'all to know, man, those people are coming. As we grow in stature, as we grow in what we trying to do, right? We ain't going nowhere to get on their panels and try to get in with them. They coming over here, right? They try to come over here and cause division, cause confusion, right? That's what they're coming to do. They'll get me and Vaughn going at each other on the panel, right? You fell off code. You fell off code. You fell off code. And now me and Vaughn are going at each other, right? And we don't even see it. That's what's happening with us, right? Instead of me telling Vaughn after the show is over, hey Vaughn, what was up with that, man? What was up with that? Meanwhile, while we on the show, if I don't agree, I'll just and we got somebody else, well, I'm just gonna stay quiet, right? But that's okay, man. We all got a lot to learn. We got a lot to learn about closing ranks. So that's okay. We got a lot to learn. Let's see. But Wesley, man, that was a horrible performance. Horrible performance. First first horrible performance on Let's Talk to Better Black Life, but it won't be the last. I guarantee y'all. I'm trying to tell y'all, these people are coming. So don't be surprised. We get more bots, we get more infiltrators, we get more rabble rousers coming through just to create an issue. I gave Wesley I could see the energy coming off of him that he was about. That's why I was trying to shut you down, Vaughn. I was like, let me just get rid of this dude. I know he's gonna say something stupid. Let me just let him go ahead and talk and just bump him off the get him off the panel, right? I knew because I could tell the energy from the chat that he had that it was all bad, right? But he wanted to come up, so came up, okay. So I apologize, Vaughn. I was trying to rush you because I was like, man, my mouth was watering to try to get over to Wesley, right? Because I could tell, man, he was gonna say something stupid. I could just dump him. But anyway, GQ said they coming like the gay agenda. I don't know. You might be right, Don. You might be right, man. I'm from West Virginia, and all you Negroes need to know that in 2004, God sent down meteor, knock you all out, and Jesus put it on my heart to tell you. Right? Shout out to Wesley, man. Hope that dude gets the mental help he needs, right? All right, let's move on. Very, very tragic performance for Wesley. Very horrible. Very, very, very tragic. What about Von Erich? What about Von Erich? Shout out to Von Erich, man. You're both right. Shout out to Von Erich. Von Erich is one of those dudes that walks the tightrope, right? but he don't need that big long stick, right? Von Erich can walk that tightrope with no stick, right? You're both right. Oh man, Negro said repent and go back to the cotton fields, right? I don't think Wesley's going to them cotton fields, man. Not unless he's sitting on top of a horse with one of them musket rifles, right? Bell that, hey. Yeah, you missed Wesley, man. You got to catch him in the replay, man. Oh, man. Okay. Von Erich, man. Once again, strong performance. Yeah, he is the big homie, man. Strong performance. Absolutely, man. As always, man. As always, Von Erich is a very solid dude. Very solid, strong performance from Von Erich, man. And Von Erich can see the good in almost just about anything, right? Reminds me a lot of myself. Von Erich is very solid performance from Von Erich. Very strong, very strong. What about Von Bryant? What about Von Bryant? Right? Von Bryant, very strong performance, man. You know, when you have a setup like this, you got to have go-to people. I got go-to people, man. I consider everybody in the chat a go-to person, man. I could go to them and plug them in somewhere and they would work, right? But Vaughn is one of the go-to guys that's usually on the panels, right? He's like working both sides. I can get Sister Eddie if I'm really nice. I can get Sister Eddie to come up here, or if I create a real quandary, I can get her to come up here, right? But you know what I mean. Vaughn comes up here more regularly. Sister Eddie might be cooking or something, but Vaughn comes up more regularly, right? Negro said, man, cornbread, fish, and collard greens. Man, what you talking about, man? What you talking about, Negro? Maybe I'll jump on a bird and get down there, man. All right, but what about Von Bryant? Very solid performance as always, man. I keep telling y'all, man, we only got these backpacks because, well, not only, but definitely Vaughn was a big instrument in getting these backpacks. Clarence, what? Let's ask people for money. What? Vaughn, anybody gonna give us no money? Let's ask them for money. Clarence, I got a better idea. On Saturday, let's spend all day Saturday begging them for money. Vaughn ain't gonna give us no money. They did. He was right. He's right. Shout out to Vaughn. But Von Bryant did it. How did he do today, y'all? Excellent. Outstanding, man. Always a strong performance. Von Bryant, always strong. Very solid in every case, every time. Very, very solid, man. Shout out to Von Bryant. Very, very solid performance as always. Very solid, very strong. Let's see who else was up here. New growth. What about the young fella? Clarence, I ain't so much younger than you. I ain't that much younger than you. All right, man, but still, you still a young fella to me, right? Don GQ said, I'll never get on your panel disrespect anyone on the panel, but the chat is open season for fools. I know, man. I know. Don GQ, you walked the line, man. You walked right up on the line, man. And and you must be saying some stuff that Risa likes, because Risa, man, is like Wyatt Earp, man. She a quick draw McGraw on you, man. Pow! You'd be like, oh, what happened? I'm out of the, I'm off the set. Man, I got an email, man. I mean, it only describes one person. You know, I say, Brother Clarence, I got thrown off of your show. I love your show. I love to watch it, but I got thrown off. I was in the chat, and this person was talking to me, and they threw me off. I'm like, oh, okay. I said, okay, I'll bring you back. I said, I already knew who they was talking about. I already knew. But yeah, man, don't get it twisted, y'all. If y'all got to run somebody out of here, run them up out of here. Let them come crying to me, man. I don't have no problem with it, man. I don't have no problem with it. Because, see, they learned their lesson, right? And they spread the word. Hey, you better not go over there talking crazy, man. They'll boot you out of there, right? So if they come over here, now they know, right? New Girl said, I ain't no buster. They all busters. They busters, man. I know you're not no buster, New Growth. I know it, man. I knew it from the first second I talked to you, man. I knew you was a solid dude, man. Knew you was a solid dude. Don says, Reese is my buddy. Yeah, you lucky, man. That's who you want to be your buddy. Vaughn, no, it was not you. It was not you. And it was a she. It was not a he. It was a she. And this person did not describe anyone but Reese Neal, in my opinion. That person was literally, I mean, the way they typed it, this long email, right? And then they took time to describe the person, man. And holy smokes. So I didn't even fight with him. I said, oh, okay. Well, here, let me just get you back on. I said, all right. I said, I'll bring you back on, but I guess you know who not to mess with this time, right? Oh man, hey man, oh, man. I remember, man. The Raiders had a kicker, man, Ray Guy. Risa Neal like Ray Guy, man. She be kicking him up out of here, man. Oh man, oh man. Ay. All right, y'all. We gotta get out of here. I gotta get out of here, man. I gotta go get something to eat. It's 10 o'clock over here in LA. I'm sure you guys on the East Coast, it's 1 a.m. We gotta let y'all go. All right, who else? We was talking about Von Bryant. Von Bryant did a solid job. Actually, I mean, we talking about new growth. New growth. How did new growth do today, y'all? Very solid. By the way, man, New Growth has a channel. It's in the chat. If you got time, go over there and subscribe to it. Let me see if I can get over here. I can't do it from here, but I'm gonna do it from another computer. See if I can subscribe to New Growth's channel. Because I know, Vaughn, you put it in there. Can you put it in there again, Vaughn? Oh, here it is. I got it. Here we go. Oh yeah, okay. About to have 8 subs, brother. All right, there you go. All right, so I just subscribed to New Growth, man. Guys, get over there and subscribe to New Growth's channel, man. Thank you, Vaughn. Go over there and subscribe to New Growth, man. But the young fella did great today. Shout out. He always takes a stab at me. Y'all know that. So, but you know, it's in love though. It's a love tap, right? It's a love tap. Shout out to good night, Patrice. Shout out to Patrice. Let's see. But the New Growth, how did he do? Very solid, very strong performance as always, right? I had to put a young fella off because I knew, man, if I leave him go long enough with Vagoda, Him and Vagoda gonna be going around and around and around. So I had to put him down, right? Yeah, man. But you know, I let them talk again later, man. When I think Vagoda is calm enough to be able to deal, and he's getting better. He's getting better. Vagoda's actually really getting better. Who else? Marcus. What about Marcus? Marcus came on the panel today. Y'all forgot about Marcus, huh? That was 6 hours ago, right? Marcus came on, did a great job as usual. Wait to shoot a shot, and then he got to go. You know, Marcus does a lot of moderating for a lot of different people, right? So we can't take up all of his time over here. He come in, pop in when he can every now and then. So shout out to Marcus. Very strong performance as always. Very, very solid. Very, very solid. Who else? Who else? What was the lady's name that was on here, man? I can't spell my name. Marcy. That's what it's supposed to say. Marcy. Marcy. Like the lady on what's that show? Love and Marriage. Love and Marriage. What was the name of that show? With Al Bundy? Married with Children? Yeah, Married with Children. Marcy, remember the next door neighbor, Marcy Darcy? How about Marcy? How did Marcy do? Oh, pretty good, man. For a maiden voyage, pretty good. Pretty good. You know, here you walk onto you white, you walk onto an all black panel, you don't know what's gonna happen, right? You don't know what's gonna happen, right? You come up here, you don't know what the hell is gonna happen. And everybody gonna chew me out all at the same time, or they gonna jump on me, or they gonna embrace me? Is one person gonna embrace me? Is the other three gonna attack me? What's gonna happen? Take a little balls to come up here, right? But she came up here, right? But you know, she had a good performance. I say, man, she had a great performance. Absolutely. Solid performance. Very solid. Very, very solid by Marcy. Very, very solid. Absolutely. What about Vagoda? What about Vagoda? No, Vagoda very strong. Very solid performance. Why? Why are you saying he had a solid performance, players? Because Vagoda is learning how to temper himself. He's learning, right? Remember when he first came up here? I know everything. Clarence, you disrespect the Jews 2 times. 1, 2, right? Now, you might wait a little bit. A little bit. It's not so much. It's more like a, can I finish? Can I finish? Clarence, let me finish. Right? Oh man, but shout out to Pagoda, man. A very strong performer, very solid, man. He's much more respectful than he was when he first got up here. See, I told y'all, man, I'm working with this young man. I'm working with this young man. So I'm trying to get him to see, to open his mind to maybe he's not all the way, maybe he's not always correct. Right? Maybe. If we take enough time with him, who knows? Maybe he might not agree with us everything, but he might say, you know what, yeah, you guys might got a point with that. You guys might got a point, right? He's growing in respect. Now, whether he's listening to, maybe he's not listening to what we're saying, but respect-wise, he's definitely grown in respect. Don says he grows out like a Roman vampire, right? I want to tell you something, Don GQ. That is 3 disrespects, Don GQ. 1, 2, 3. All right, let me stop with the Count Dracula. All right, y'all, we out of here, man. I was supposed to do something on Saturday. We might be here. We might be here, right? Risa said, I think he lied a bunch. I'm not sure, but I think until he proves something, Risa, he makes a lot of claims, and that's cool to make those claims, but when you start calling people anti-Semite. Now, see, when you start using words like that, people start cutting off your money. And so now we got to say, okay, if that's a hard claim, that's basically a needle in the arm financially, right? So if you're going to do that, You got to. Well, Don GQ, I don't know if he was scared, but he probably could tell off your energy. He wasn't ready for it, right? So he probably wasn't ready for it at all, right? And so you might have a lot of information that he could use, Don GQ, but you just got to learn how to deliver it in a way, take a little bit of the heat off of it, so that you could deliver it to him where he could get it. It could actually get inside his brain. Because me yelling at him and him yelling at me, we ain't gonna hear each other. But if I can get him to calm down a little bit, yeah, maybe he don't want to answer what I'm saying right away. But if we go back and think about it, that was a good question Clarence asked me. That was a good question Don asked me. I don't have an answer for that. Let me go to somebody and try to get an answer. And then he try to get that answer. And then he figure out, hey, nobody's gonna give me a straight answer. Patrice said, remember Abe Vigoda or Barney Miller? Yeah, I remember him. Fish? Yeah. Now you can say he didn't want the smoke. He didn't want it. He didn't want it. I knew he didn't want it because he would have came in earlier. He think he's slick, Don GQ. He wanted to come in when everybody was tired, and he was gonna have the little upper advantage because we was tired, right? No, Don. You was yeah. He could tell you wasn't tired, man. You was like ready to go, right? And I get that, but I was trying to set him up where we could have a conversation, right? Because he makes a lot of claims, and bless his heart, that's what they taught him. That's what they taught him. They taught him his whole life. You're Jewish. You're special. You're above the rest. You're this. You're that, right? I'm not saying they did it for sure. I'm saying that's the way he comes off, as if that's the way he was taught, right? I don't know for sure. I wasn't there, but in the beginning, that's where it came off. But you notice he don't come off like that as much anymore. He has a little bit more respect for the platform. So, we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere. Well, like I said, Don GQ. I mean, he didn't really want to. Oh yeah, that's right. Huh? I got to get out of here. I'm sorry. All right, y'all. Let me get out of here. Sister Eddie's right. I got to go. I haven't even eaten anything. I got to eat something. It's been 7 hours, man. Rico's gonna go bananas. He gonna have you in trouble, Sister Eddie. And Rico always yells, "Clarence!" I mean, I have to have the phone like way back here, like he was hollering, screaming at me, right? All right, y'all. We're gonna try to do something on Saturday because we won't be here on Sunday. Sunday, the building will be closed. I'm not coming in. I'm gonna spend the first in the house with my family. Hope you guys do the same thing if we don't see each other again. I was supposed to be teaching a class on Saturday that got rescheduled. I was supposed to be teaching that No Means No sexual misconduct on Saturday. I don't know, Don GQ. He was supposed to connect with me. Rico's on a burn on his way to he might be in the DR right now. I don't know. He might be already there. I think he is already there because he texted me this morning. So he is already there. But I don't know. We were supposed to do something today, me, him, and John. So I don't know now. So John from the Dominican route, by the way. So I don't know. We'll find out. Anyway, y'all, let's meet back here on Saturday. Okay. Well, let me pencil in Saturday. And then we'll see. I'll try Don GQ to hook up with him and see if we're gonna do something. A simulcast, all of us to do something together. That's what Rico was saying that John wanted to do, like something where both of us, right? Go, John GQ. Invite the Vagoda over, man. All you gotta do is tell me you want to come over there. I send him an email telling him you want to come over. He probably got my email, but he wanted to wait until he wanted to see how it was gonna go first, and then come in after he thought we was tired, right? But yeah, man, if you want to have him on your platform, go ahead. But I'm not gonna let him tucker me out. I'm gonna do that something like this maybe once every couple of months. All right, y'all. I gotta go. I gotta get out of here. Everybody's trying to kick me out. Okay, everybody, man, love y'all. Appreciate y'all. And I will see y'all on Saturday. Maybe, sort of. It looks like that's what's gonna go. I might do something on Saturday for a couple hours, right? Might have another block party, right? All right, so get your favorite song and all that stuff. Get your songs out. So because we gonna be DJing on Saturday. All right, y'all. Peace.